This boy was shunned by all the surrounding villagers, mistreated by his own siblings. Even his parents considered him a cursed child. And all of this was because Estio possessed a special ability. He could read the minds of humans and animals. Estio just wanted to live a quiet life. But just because the most beautiful girl in the village was friendly to him, Estio was framed for theft by a villager who had a secret crush on her. No one believed him. In the end, he despaired and left the village that had brought him nothing but pain. On the road, Estio hitched a ride with a caravan of wagons and met the captain of the guards, Lena. As the caravan was moving, the horses suddenly stopped for no apparent reason. No matter how the driver whipped the reins, they stood still, refusing to move. Hearing that Estio could read the minds of animals, Lena asked him, "Yo, kid, handle this for me. Some ask you hit me like a ton of bricks, and that's not even the half of it." Using his ability, Estio discovered the horses were terrified. They had sensed a creature up ahead, an extremely dangerous one. If the caravan dared to enter its territory, everyone would be killed. Estio immediately relayed this to Lena. Lena recalled a large creature that could only be found on snowy mountains, the white-furred ape. To continue their journey, Lena assembled a monster hunting party. Even Estio was dragged along, in case a translator was needed. According to the horses, the creature they sensed was far more fearsome than a white-furred ape. The group entered the forest. The last of the sunlight faded and darkness enveloped everything. A member of the group used their magic to light a fire to illuminate the path. A sudden gust of wind put Estio on high alert. In the darkness, he faintly heard the monster's thoughts. "Foolish humans, I will devour all of you." To understand a creature's feelings without touching it, that creature must have an incredibly strong will. If Estio could feel its killing intent from further away, it meant the creature was even more dangerous. So Estio immediately warned everyone, "We have to turn back." But Lena disagreed, because this is the only passable road. "The caravan has to get through here." Lena asked if there were any other monsters besides it. Estio said there was only one, but this one is extremely dangerous. Just then everyone suddenly stopped and drew their weapons in unison. From out of nowhere, a giant monster had appeared before them. This was the first time the group had seen a white-furred ape this large. Facing the monster, everyone calmly formed a battle formation. Lena was the top lane fighter. He charged forward to trade a few basic blows with the monster. The mid laner and ADC stood at the back, continuously spamming their skills to support him. In a moment of carelessness, the monster was shot in the palm by the archer. It roared in anger, a sound that shook the entire forest. The archer was terrified by the roar, his limbs trembling and his face pale. Seizing the opportunity, the monster unleashed a slap that sent him flying. Just as its sharp claws were about to end the archer's life, Estio suddenly ran forward, standing in front of the man, and said to the monster, "Stop." Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, it calmed down, no longer as ferocious as before. Seeing this, Lena took advantage of the monster's stillness. He quickly slipped behind it. "I told you to watch your distance." As he finished speaking, Lena swung his dual blades, slashing hard into the monster's back, causing it to roar in pain. Pressing their advantage, the other teammates also attacked it with their full firepower. Finally, the wounded monster had to flee into the forest. "It's running away after it. We have to finish it off." But while everyone was hunting the monster, only Estio had yet to recover from what just happened. At that moment, the beast had understood him. Even if it was just for a brief moment, the beast had stopped. He felt that this monster wasn't as savage as the rumors claimed. What if everyone was wrong about it? Then Estio heard the monster's inner voice. "Mommy, I'm scared. Mommy, I'm so scared." It was just as Estio had suspected. He had to stop everyone and save the monster before it was too late. Following its footprints in the snow, Estio found a stone cave. The area around was quiet. The warriors probably hadn't found this cave yet. He sighed in relief, lucky to have made it in time. Estio slowly entered the cave. The deeper he went, the darker the cave became. As he walked, he instinctively covered his nose, because up ahead, the strong metallic smell of blood suddenly appeared. Continuing deeper inside, after a while, Estio could finally see the white back of the monster sitting alone in the cave. He didn't understand why, but this sight gave him a feeling of loneliness and desolation. And then he saw the memories of the white-furred ape. On a cold evening with snow covering the forest, a family of white-furred apes was out foraging. The leader of the pack suddenly stopped, as if it had smelled something. On the cold snow lay a girl who had fainted from hunger. The ape family not only didn't harm the girl, but also brought her back to their cave to warm her up. Initially, when she first woke up, the girl was terrified to see the ferocious creatures from the rumors. However, after some time with them, she discovered that they were actually incredibly gentle. They even shared their scarce winter food with her. Gradually, the girl became close with the apes, and they also saw her as a member of their pack. "Since our little one is as beautiful as the white snow, her name will be Nezura." However, their happy life didn't last long. One day, a group of hunters with guns found the location of the cave. The girl was killed by them while desperately trying to protect the apes. The young ape Nezu, hiding behind a rock, witnessed it all. From then on, it grew to hate humankind. Nezu was the very ape now in front of Estio. Because of humans, its happy family was no more. Seeing Estio, Nezu unconsciously called out "Mom." He replied, "I'm not your mother," Nezu asked with some curiosity. "Then who are you?" "My name is Estio." Right now, Nezu looked gentle and innocent, like a child. "Are you here to capture me too, Estio?" "No." "Then why are you here, Estio?" "I don't really know myself. I just felt like I had to come here. Humans, they killed my family. They are all human, yet they mercilessly struck down Mom, one of their own kind. I don't understand why." "I know, it's probably because of money." "Money, what's that, Estio? It's a human concept. They can use money to do anything." "If this thing called money exists, can I see my mom and my family again?" "Right. No, that's impossible." "Then can I get revenge?" "That you can. Money can be used for revenge. So why can't it bring my family back?" Then Nezu suddenly burst into tears, as if wanting to release all its pent-up grief. "All this time I've been so angry. I thought about slaughtering all of them. But when you appeared, Estio, I felt like there was nothing left to worry about. If revenge is something I can do with human money, then I don't think I need it. Because then how would I be any different from that money? This is enough. I want to rest. Goodbye, Estio." After that, he left the cave. Just as he stepped outside, a bag suddenly fell on him. The one who threw this bag at Estio was a black cat named Suki, whom he had helped before. "I'm glad you're okay, Suki. I'm not weak enough to be hurt by some punk. Want me to hold you? Hell no, what a sassy mouth. Where are you going, Suki? To the carriage, where else? What about Nezu? Well, what about it? Leave it. But it's injured. If someone else finds it, it'll be killed. Even if you'll freeze to death staying here, I think I should go back to the cave. Suit yourself, you're really smart, you know. And yet you can just abandon yourself like this. But what do you mean, Suki? You think everyone will abandon you eventually anyway? So you don't expect anything from anyone." Estio didn't reply to the cat. He just silently carried the bag back into the cave. Opening the bag, inside was a cloak to keep warm. After putting on the cloak, he rested his head on Nezu's soft fur and fell asleep without realizing it. Just then, the cat slowly walked over to Estio's side. It turned out it hadn't left, but had been secretly following him all along. "I'm sure I said we should go back to the carriage. That we shouldn't abandon children. If you get sick, it's your own damn fault." After Estio spoke, the cat began to glow. In the blink of an eye, Suki transformed into a large black tiger. Even its eyes were two colors, half yellow and half blue. It slowly lay down next to Estio, silently protecting him. Watching Estio sleeping soundly next to Nezu, Suki couldn't help but recall its own past. In a lightless underground research facility, Suki was treated as a test subject by humans. When the experiment failed, they wanted to dispose of it. After that, Suki destroyed the research facility and escaped from that place. With injuries all over its body, Suki thought its life was over. In the darkness, a small kitten lay dying in despair on the cold snow, waiting for death to come. But it wasn't death that found it, but a warm embrace. It was a boy with kind eyes, holding Suki in his arms. They were the purest eyes it had ever seen in its life. That boy was also the one who gave a failed, abandoned experiment like it, the name Suki. The next morning, sunlight shone into the cave. Estio woke up too. He thanked Suki for giving him the warm cloak. "If not for that, I would have caught a cold last night." Suki asked if Estio was hurt anywhere. He said no. Then Suki transformed back into its black cat form. Seeing a new friend, Nezu ran over to get acquainted. "It's strange it was so big yesterday, but now it's only about as tall as Estio." Suki asked how long he planned to keep the ape. "It should be safe now. The wound on its back has healed too. There hasn't been any movement around here for a while, so it seems no one is chasing it anymore. It's time to say goodbye. Take care, Nezu." Just then, Nezu suddenly called Estio's name, not in its inner thoughts, but a sound that actually came from its mouth. It startled Suki. "What the? How the hell can this ape speak human?" "This is wild." Nezu continued to speak. "Let's go together. Nezu wants to go too." Estio, unsure, asked again. "You really want to come with me?" Nezu didn't answer, but just reached out and patted his head. "I don't mind, but it'll probably be very dangerous. I don't have the strength to protect you either." "It's okay. Nezu will protect Estio. Nezu is super strong. There's no one else here anyway. Nezu doesn't want to be alone anymore. I'm heading to a city with a lot of people. Won't you get angry just seeing them? And scared? I think I might get angry. If I see the ones who killed my family. But I don't care about other humans." Estio warned, "There might be people who want to capture you." But Nezu was still cheerful. "In that case, I can get angry, right?" In the end, Estio couldn't bear to leave Nezu alone, so he decided to take it with him. That afternoon, Estio arrived in the town of Galatia before sunset. Along the way, Nezu was very obedient, so outsiders thought it was just his pet. Because the pet was quite large, Estio was stopped by two men in blue. "Kid, don't you know that medium-sized animals in this town must be leashed? Is that a white-furred ape? Isn't that a monster? You could get into trouble for that. Looks like the kid's from out of town and doesn't know the rules." After that, they gave Estio an animal collar and told him to put it on Nezu's neck. "If you're seen without a leash, again, it'll be illegal. Remember that." Nezu was very understanding. Knowing Estio was in a tough spot, it proactively told him to go ahead, that it was okay. Seeing it like that, he felt heartbroken and wanted to say something, but it stopped him. It's okay. If I decide to break it, nothing can stop me. Right, having no other choice, Estio had to put the collar on Nezu. When you enter human territory, you have to follow their customs. That way you won't attract unwanted attention. Since you're new to the city, we're making an exception for you this time. Seems like your ape is very intelligent. Take good care of it. Estio looked at Nezu with sad eyes. I'm sorry for letting you be treated like this. Estio, you're just like Mom. Every day Mom would say that to Nezu, that she was very sorry. At first I was curious and asked why she apologized. But every time I asked, she would just be silent and not answer. However, after hearing it so often, I finally understood. Mom's "I'm sorry" really meant "I love you very much." That day, the snow fell and it was very cold, but it couldn't dispel the warmth in Nezu's heart whenever it remembered its mother. The next day, Estio went all over town, looking for a job to cover his living expenses. However, no place would hire him. The first reason was that he was young and his body was thin and weak. The second reason was Nezu. Although it was very gentle, in everyone's eyes it was still a white-furred ape. If you're looking for work, you'd probably be better off going to the guild. They can give you some jobs that suit you. They also accept and complete requests. You'll definitely find something you can do. Just go to the building in the center of town. I think the guild's name is Ignis. Following the address, Estio found the Ignis Guild, ensuring customer satisfaction. Welcome to Ignis, the best guild with a request completion rate of up to 99.9%. Hello. As soon as Estio opened the door and stepped inside, a staff member came out to greet him. Welcome, esteemed customer, to our Ignis Merchant Guild. For commission requests, please go through the right door and take a waiting ticket. I heard you're recruiting new members. That's right, sir. Please go up the left staircase and fill out an application form. In case you can't read, don't worry about that. I've learned to read and write. After that, Estio bowed to the receptionist and led Nezu upstairs. Estio's curious demeanor looking around caught the attention of a man. Is he here to apply for a job at the guild? This kid is a total country bumpkin, and he even brought a pet. I came because I heard you were recruiting new members. That's right. Do you know what kind of work the guild usually does? I've heard that you take on commissions and solve them. That's not wrong. My name is Hack Manager of the Galatia branch of the Ignis Guild. The manager then invited Estio to sit down and talk. Normally, I'd decide whether to interview you or not after reviewing your application. But recently, commissions have been flooding in, and our manpower is limited. At this point, I wouldn't mind paying for some help. So where are you from? It's a riverside region. Is the entire river your hometown? Which river are you talking about? The Serbia River. What's your specialty? Animal taming? Something like that. Something like that. It's best not to use those kinds of words to describe it. I need to know exactly what you're good at so I can assign a suitable job. My specialty is being able to read the hearts of animals. So this kid is an ability user. But the ability to read the hearts of animals? I've never heard of it before. There are many ability users in this world. They create magic by using mana, or by connecting with elemental spirits. Some find and utilize special laws, others can heal wounds. There's only a small group of ability users in the world, and most of them are classified. But this strange ability he just mentioned doesn't fit any of those. Not humans, but animals. This is a bit strange. My apologies. If I had known you were an ability user, I wouldn't have bothered with this kind of interview. Right now, he's like a wild card. Depending on the number, it could be a full house, or it could end with just a pair. Let's just take a gamble. House number 3, find the animal dealer on Corpse Road. He's a collector who is part of the guild, but it seems recently he's acquired some rare species and is having trouble maintaining them. If you really have that ability, you might be able to solve his problem. Who knows? If this is successful, you'll receive a sugil from the merchant. Sugil. It functions as proof of your success. So get it and come back here. House number 3 on Corpse Road is over there. Thank you, Estio. Nezu. After Nezu pointed out the house, Estio went to the address written on the paper. This house had 2 very ferocious dogs chained at the door, but facing the pet behind Estio, they had to call it Daddy. The 2 dogs immediately prostrated themselves before him, shivering uncontrollably. Nezu still had an innocent expression on its face. I haven't even done anything. You don't have to be afraid. I won't attack you, so don't worry. I came to see the owner of this place. As he spoke, Estio petted the dogs' heads, calming them down. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked, "Are you from the guild?" "Yes, sir, I was sent here by the Ignis Guild. I got those dogs because they're fighting dogs that don't listen to anyone. If they're quiet, either they've gone crazy, or you really have that strange ability. Follow me, kid." The man then led Estio to his workplace. The 2 stopped in front of a cage of some creature. "Look, do you know why this little rascal is thrashing around like that? It's a rare breed, very expensive and hard to find. It was fine when it first arrived, but this damn brat won't even eat when I bring it food. It's driving me crazy." Estio quietly read the man's thoughts. Although he acted annoyed, in his heart he just wanted to tell it. "Little one, please don't be sick anymore." This proved that the man was a person who truly cared for and loved animals. Estio began to kneel down, carefully examining the creature in the cage. It's still just a baby. What are you talking about? If you don't discipline it from a young age, it will attack people when it grows up. If the nobles complain about me selling ferocious beasts, what excuse am I supposed to make, huh? This little brat. This kid is really not normal at all. The man said it's in pain, but where exactly? Estio began to use his ability, communicating with the small creature. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone was squeezing it, and he fell backward. Seeing this, the man asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Are you in pain too?" "No, I'm not the one in pain. It's the pain of this Drakey." "What did you say? How can that be?" At this moment, Estio was focused on observing the Drakey's memories. "Hey kid, are you frozen? Damn it! Why did you stop talking mid-sentence? That baby, its heart is currently melting." The man didn't understand what that meant. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Estio explained. "This species usually lives in extremely cold water. If you cover it with dry soil or sawdust, it won't be able to breathe and will wither to death." But the man thought Drakey were desert-dwelling monsters, and that Estio was just talking nonsense. "I said its heart made of ice is melting." "You brat, stop being crazy! What kind of animal needs a frozen heart to live?" Although he said that, when he saw his pet writhing in pain, he was extremely worried. Whatever. Whether Estio was right or wrong, he had to try once. Winter will be here soon. I'll create an environment similar to the desert, where you used to live. The man sighed and cursed under his breath. "Impudent brat," and threw a shovel into the hands of Estio. "What are you standing there for? Go outside and get some snow. Bring it in here. Hurry up." "How can I do it alone? You want an old man like me to do it?" "I don't have any strength right now, so you a young man, hurry up and shovel some snow in here. If it's too late, both you and this troublesome Drakey will be goners." After speaking, the man took the Drakey out of the cage and put it in a water tank. Sure enough, after being exposed to cold water, it seemed much more comfortable. Seeing this, the man was relieved. "So that kid wasn't lying to me after all. But what are you standing there looking at? Get a move on or I'll beat the crap out of you. This old man has a good heart, but damn, he's got a temper." After that, Estio had to take the shovel outside to get snow. After getting the snow, the man told him to put it in the water tank. "Hey, look at you get more. What are you standing there for? Do you still need more? Stop talking and just keep shoveling. Until I say stop, hurry up." A while later, when the water tank was filled with snow, the Drakey was no longer in pain. It could stand up and move around normally. Drakey are already an extremely rare species. Among them, there are even some ice-type variants, so they're not widely known. Seeing the Drakey happy again, Estio also sighed in relief. It wasn't a waste of effort to shovel snow all night. This brat is already starting to relax. "You think it's time to rest? Follow me." It turned out the man wanted Estio to look at the other animals. "This horse has a thorn in its hoof, and these are predators. Their territorial instincts are very high, so it's best to separate them." The man was very pleased with Estio's ability. Turns out this kid really can understand animals. After a hard night's work, it's time for your reward. Don't lose it, kid. Estio watched the man walk further away and couldn't help but break out in a sweat. It turned out he had read the man's thoughts. "Estio, do you have to go? Don't go, please stay. That old man is so sly. Stay here to be his slave." At this moment, a cold wind blew by, making Estio shiver uncontrollably. He suddenly collapsed by the side of the road, making Nezu extremely worried. "Are you okay, Estio? Did you catch a cold?" Suki also quickly appeared to check on his health. "What's wrong with you? It doesn't look like you're injured." "Get up! If you sit outside in the cold for too long, you'll catch a cold." Estio gently reached out and stroked Suki's head. "Thank you, Suki. Thank you for what? Thank you for not avoiding a cursed person like me. But you don't like being touched by me, right? Of course, I hate being touched by humans. But just now when I petted you, why didn't you move away? You really still don't get it, do you, Estio? I'm saying you're different from those other humans. Do whatever you want. I won't avoid you, I'm leaving." After that, Estio returned to the Ignis Guild. The manager was very surprised. That notoriously difficult person didn't just pay the guild one, but 2 whole gold coins. Looks like the skill of understanding. This kid's animal thoughts is the real deal. Welcome, Estio. From now on, you are a member of the guild. I'll give you your uniform and guild identification badge. Remember to wear it when you go on missions. Wait a moment, let me go inside and get your things. A moment later, the manager returned with a brand new set of clothes. From the 3rd floor of this building upwards, it's all living quarters for guild members. The facilities aren't exactly top-notch, but if you have nowhere else to go, feel free to go up and take a look. Animals are allowed, so don't worry. Come down to the job support department tomorrow morning. You can go and rest now. After completing the mission, Estio was given a room at the guild by the manager. Dressed in the new guild uniform, he looked quite dashing and handsome. Even Nezu had to praise how handsome Estio looked in the outfit. Lying on the soft, warm bed, it felt incredibly comfortable. It made him involuntarily reminisce about his past life. Compared to the old days, he felt he was already very happy. "Nezu, are you asleep yet? Do you have any regrets?" "Regrets about following me. Your neck is chained, your freedom is restricted, and people stare at you. Not to mention the road ahead. will be even more difficult. Estio thought Nezu must have many regrets. Tomorrow he would set him free to return to the mountains, but Nezu's words made him feel incredibly warm. But I have no regrets. I'm very glad I followed you, Estio. I'm also relieved that I'm no longer alone. Instead of hating humans, I can live while learning to love them. Nezu, thank you. During the time I was locked in the attic, I received an old dictionary from my older brother. I taught myself to read and write from it. However, I couldn't understand everything, but now I think I understand. This is the true meaning of a bond. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight shone through the window, it was time for the first workday of Estio at the guild to officially begin. Estio's new look made the manager almost not recognize him. Hey kid wearing the guild uniform. You clean up pretty nice. Who is this branch manager? Is he new? That's right, Rosalie. His name is Estio. He's the new member who joined us yesterday, but he's not working for the job support department, nor magic support or combat support. Didn't you say he was a psychic? Why isn't he in magic or combat? His ability is a bit special. We have to at least wait for a response from the higher-ups before we can decide. The manager asked Estio if he liked candy. Then he held out a jar of candy in front of him, full of various colors. He didn't know which color to choose, so he just picked one at random. Turns out you know how to enjoy the finer things in life, huh? Most people don't know what they taste like. But honestly, jawbreakers are the best. I knew I was right about you. Seeing that Estio had the same taste in candy as him, the manager talked on and on, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Only the girl named Rosalie understood her boss and was used to this scene. Don't mind him, Estio. He's always like that. So Estio became a little curious about the candy in his hand. I wonder if this thing tastes any good, since the manager likes it so much. So he popped the candy into his mouth to try it, to see what it tasted like. But it was more painful than tasty. Right now, we still don't know which department you'll be in. So for now, just come help us out. Through the first door is our workspace. Inside was a spacious room. Everyone was busy processing files and documents here. Have you ever seen a black rubber band? Estio, I've been looking for one for a while now, but I can't find it anywhere. I've never seen one before. It would be great to have one now. And so the two continued to look at each other, with neither saying a word. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. You're such a blockhead. What I mean is if you have nothing to do, go buy some for me. Go get the guild stamp. You just need to stamp the receipt. While you're at it, buy a unicorn hairbrush too. Estio went out and asked for directions to buy the items. Those things were sold in a general store near the square. When he arrived, the shopkeeper was busy looking for something up high. Excuse me, do you sell black rubber bands and unicorn hairbrushes here? Sorry, customer, but you'll have to help yourself. I'm really busy right now. After rummaging for a while, the girl finally found the item she was looking for. It seemed to be a blue crystal ball. It was only then that the shopkeeper noticed Estio and asked what he wanted to buy. But then the girl suddenly saw Nezu. Terrified, she screamed, "Monster!" In the process, she accidentally slipped off the ladder and fell. Then Estio reacted quickly, catching the girl just before she got hurt. He then didn't forget to explain that his friend was not a monster. He's a white-furred monkey named Nezu. Seeing Estio's handsome face up close, the girl blushed with embarrassment. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little scared of animals. So it's your pet? It's Nezu, not a pet. Please address him correctly. Seeing that Nezu didn't seem aggressive, the girl calmed down. She introduced herself as Sally. He told Sally he wanted to buy a set of black rubber bands and a unicorn hairbrush. A moment later, Sally got him the items he wanted to buy. Here you are, sir. At that moment, Sally suddenly remembered she had dropped the magic orb when she fell from the ladder. She anxiously looked for it everywhere when Estio reminded her, "You just dropped it over there." "Oh, thank goodness I found it, thank you, sir." Having bought his items, he was about to leave when Sally stopped him and asked for his name. He said his name was Estio. "Well then, Estio, would you mind trying this before you go?" "What is that?" "This is a new product that I had to risk. A lot to get. A magic orb that can read your heart. They say you can see the color of a person's emotions. Doesn't that sound romantic?" "No, I don't need it." "What? But why not?" "Because no one would want to read something like another person's heart. An ability that carelessly reads thoughts, memories, or emotions is the most useless ability in the world." The next day, the higher-ups made a decision for Estio. He was assigned to the special support department. The manager handed him a piece of paper and told him, "Read this. This is a request from a 10-year-old girl. My puppy won't listen to me. Please help him become a good dog." The special support department takes on requests that don't require combat experience. The clients are mostly high-ranking nobles. The requests can be a bit out there, but just ignore that. As long as there's money, we do it. For these types of requests, client satisfaction is usually the standard. If you receive a sugil, it's considered a success. But if they cancel the request or ask for a different member, then it's a failure. The manager reminded him, "If you displease the nobility, your future life could be ruined. So be careful. Don't be fooled just because she's a child. A young noble is still a noble. You must serve that little girl with all your heart. Good luck." Estio hoped the request would be successful, producing an obedient and well-behaved puppy. As per tradition before starting a mission, Estio picked a candy from the jar. He popped it in his mouth and chewed, thinking to himself, still the same taste as last time. Afterwards, Estio arrived at the mansion of the noble Fabian family. He told the 2 guards at the gate that he had come on a request sent to the Ignis Guild. After confirming, they allowed him to enter. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, Estio heard the sound of a dog barking incessantly. This sound, compared to the 2 fighting dogs from before, was nothing. But in terms of sheer attitude, it was even worse. Anyone who has raised small pet dogs like this probably knows how feisty they can be. They're short-tempered and even bite their owners. Another one, get lost, you human. Just then a little girl ran out from the house, calling the dog's name Hiru. She was Hiru's owner. But Hiru didn't even respect its own master. Whenever the girl wanted to get close or touch it, it would growl and shoo her away. Estio stepped forward and introduced himself as someone from the Ignis Guild. He had come this time to deal with the dog that wouldn't obey its master. I thought it would be some grumpy old man. So a soft-looking guy like you works for the guild. How old are you? I'm 17 this year. The dog saw Estio staying and not leaving, so it immediately growled, threatening to chase him away. No matter how fierce a dog is, when faced with a white-furred monkey like Nezu, it has to back down, or else it'll get beaten to a pulp. It was then that the little noble girl noticed Nezu. This was the first time she had seen a white-furred monkey at such a close distance. Moreover, Nezu was very gentle, not at all fierce like the white-furred monkeys in the rumors. OMG, the little monkey is so cute. She wanted to catch one to raise as a pet. I am Saraline. Everyone calls me Sarah. My lady, it's dangerous. White-furred monkeys are the beasts among beasts. You shouldn't get near it, my lady. You must only look from a distance. All right, fine, I'll stay back. That's our beautiful and kind lady for you. Then she turned back to look. I heard you can read the hearts of animals. Find out the reason why. My Hiru is so hostile towards others. At this point, the dog named Hiru was suppressed by Nezu's presence, and no longer dared to run its mouth at the main character. Seeing this, Estio told Nezu to step back, for a moment to let Hiru feel more comfortable. Then he slowly sat down in front of Hiru, this time no longer suppressed by the white-furred monkey's aura. But strangely, the dog didn't bark at him at all. The two calmly looked straight into each other's eyes. This was the first time everyone had seen Hiru so quiet. Then Estio took off his gloves and slowly extended his hand in front of Hiru. He said to it, "I'm not going to hurt you." As if sensing Estio had no ill intentions, Hiru also slowly approached and nuzzled its head against his hand. When Estio made direct contact with Hiru's body, he saw its memories. Inside a dark and musty room, Hiru and its mother were locked in a cage. When Hiru's mother became weak and could no longer bear puppies to sell to the rich nobles, she was thrown away by humans like trash. At that time, Hiru could only watch helplessly. "Mommy, where are you going? Please don't leave me." It seems the small breeds are the trend among the nobles. It has to be really small to sell for a high price. We just need to feed it enough to keep it from starving. Isn't that Viscount Fabian? Please wait just a moment. I'll quickly give it a bath and bring it right to you. Mommy, I'm scared. Help me, this world is so cold and scary. Humans took my mother away. They are the ones who made me suffer. Ah, Saraline, happy birthday, my dear daughter. This is your birthday present. Take good care of it. Thank you, Father. The more I look, the cuter Hiru is. You're so adorable. Ow, that hurts, Hiru. Get out of here immediately. No, Father. I'll take good care of him. Hiru is my puppy. A dog that bites its owner isn't a dog anymore. How do you plan to raise that stupid and vicious thing? Send a request to the guild. If even they can't discipline it, I will throw it out. That was all of Hiru's memories that Estio had seen. Sir, Saraline asked him, how is it? Is there something it doesn't like? Everything. Hiru is afraid of all the love you give it. This child believes it has never received love, because one day humans will also treat it the same way they treated its mother. Hearing those words, Saraline unconsciously pressed her lips together. Her hands also clenched the hem of her dress. But why, I'm the one who likes Hiru the most. If I had the ability to read hearts, I would treat him even better. Estio believed that just reading hearts wasn't everything. Hiru's mother was killed by humans, and it was forced to starve to increase its value. Have you ever thought about how to soothe its fear? Is Hiru's mother really dead? Yes, it was too old and weak to bear more puppies, so it was considered useless by humans. Saraline couldn't hold back her sorrow. Tears fell from her eyes. I had no idea. What was I supposed to do when I didn't know? My lady, please don't cry. You mustn't lose your elegance. I only had good intentions. I just wanted what was best for Hiru. At that moment, Estio began to use his ability, causing Saraline and her pet dog, Hiru, for a short time, to be able to communicate telepathically. Saraline was surprised to find she could understand the words that Hiru wanted to express. Sarah, honestly, it's a little hard to understand. But Sarah, you love me a lot, right? You've never hit me or hated me. Then Hiru proactively nuzzled its head against Sarah's leg. The little girl also said to Hiru, "Can I hold you?" "Of course you can. As long as you don't pick me up too quickly." Sarah lifted Hiru into her arms. She gently petted her dog's head, which it found very comforting. And so after all this time, Hiru finally accepted Sarah as its master. The maid was also happy for her lady, because her wish had been granted. The Ignis Guild is amazing, thank you, Estio. Even though I was the one who made the request, I had no idea this kind of ability existed. All this time, I didn't know anything about Hiru at all. I was so wrong, even though Hiru was constantly telling me. You were not wrong, Lady Sarah. The ones who sold Hiru were the ones who were wrong. Hiru only misunderstood your intentions because they were completely different from what it had experienced before. After completing the request of the 10-year-old noble girl, Estio received his reward one sigil. As he was about to bid everyone farewell to return to the guild, Sarah's father happened to appear. It's not that I was intentionally spying on you. I just happened to be returning home as well. But when I reached the fence, in the garden I heard Sarahlene's crying. Father, I wasn't crying that loud. Your brother heard it too, didn't you, Jeremy? Yes, father. My sister's voice was indeed very loud. What are you two talking about? We have a guest. Right. You're the member sent by Ignis, aren't you? Yes, sir. I am Estio from the Special Support Department of Ignis. From what I've observed, it seems your ability is used to handle rather unusual situations. What exactly is this ability? It's the ability to read the hearts of animals, sir. Hearing that Sarah's father suddenly changed his tone. Estio, how shameless. Do you know what will happen? When a commoner like you dares to lie to the face of a noble, I'm quite interested to see exactly what you classify as an animal, based on intellect or spirit. What about human-beast hybrids? If you can't answer that, then your true ability is nothing more than simple mind reading. At that moment, Estio heard the inner thoughts of Sarah's brother. No way. If he can really read people's hearts, then he's a monster. Reading the hearts of others, what a fascinating ability. I've met many psychics and heard countless stories, but I've never seen anyone as special as you. A special ability just like the name implies. Do you understand what I'm saying? In this world, there is only one job that you can do. I will soon send a request to the guild. After saying that, Sarah's father walked into the house, leaving Estio in the main hall. Sarah came over to talk to him. So your name is Estio. I almost let you leave, without even knowing your name. Anyway, thank you. I'll call for you again next time. Sarah's brother suddenly asked Estio, does your ability have any limits? I can't read everything. I won't read your mind, so please don't worry. Are you sure? Aren't you just saying that and then you'll read everything anyway? If you're done, then leave. I said get out of our house now. He's our guest. What are you doing? Estio helped me and Hiru. That guy is dangerous. Listen to me, Sarah. No, I hate you. After that, Estio left the Fabian family mansion. He lifted his face to the sky, his gaze fixed on the indefinite distance. No matter where he went, he was still seen as a monster by everyone. Estio, humans are really strange. Nezu is very happy that Estio can read my heart. Estio knows what I'm thinking without Nezu having to say it. Not really, that's also why they hate it. No human wants their thoughts to be seen through. I think that's exactly why humans are so strange. But Estio isn't a scary person. To Nezu, you are much kinder than other people, and you have a kind heart too. The scary thing isn't Estio, but the thoughts that others are hiding. Estio reached out a hand and petted Nezu's head. No matter who gets angry or is afraid of me, or even if they think I'm a monster, I don't really care, compared to being locked alone in the attic. For many years, when we walk together like this, I feel like I'm truly alive. Back at the guild, the manager praised Estio profusely for successfully completing the assigned mission. I knew you would do a great job. It seems you've already caught the Lord's attention, huh? Congratulations. Nobles tend to like special things, don't they? Since Estio has a special ability, it was predictable. But this was even faster than I thought. A special support request to the Ignis Guild. The Jefferson Company, with the largest market share in the city's gemstone trade, has closed for some reason, causing difficulties for jewelry businesses. Find the company owner, Thompson, to investigate the reason. For completing the first request, 1 sugil has been paid. If the second request is also completed, you will be paid 3 sugil. Nezu, let's go. Estio, be safe. Remember to come back soon. On your way back, if it's convenient, buy some melon bread, okay? Which way do we go, Estio? We just need to follow the main road on the map. From the guild here to the southernmost point, it's that far. On foot, it would probably take a whole hour. How about Nezu waits for Estio? Nezu can run much faster than Estio. If you walk for too long, Estio will get tired. No, that's not necessary. I'm fine. I thought I could finally help Estio. A little. As expected, I'm not good enough. All right, then. I'm counting on you, Nezu. See, Estio, Nezu is a pretty fast runner. Thank you. That was a great run. After arriving, Estio knocked on the door and asked if anyone was inside, but there was no answer. What do we do, Estio? According to the information we received, the company owner lives in this building, even though the business is closed. Since this is his home, he won't have left. So the person is inside, I'm not sure. Maybe he just stepped out. Estio leaned against the door and waited for the person he was looking for to return. Nezu asked him, "It's so cold, are you still going to wait?" He replied that he was fine. Soon it was evening and it got colder and colder outside. At this point, the person inside the house couldn't take it anymore and had to come out to talk to Estio. "Hey kid, are you out of your mind? I thought the cold weather would discourage you and make you go home. Are you Thompson, the owner of the Jefferson Company? What does it matter who I am? You were sent here by those nobles, weren't you? I'm not selling anything, so go home. This is the first time I've seen someone as stubborn as you. I'm just asking, but you're not trying to commit suicide, are you? Has my house become an ideal spot for suicide now? There's a bridge 2 blocks away. They say the river water there is warm, so go do it there. That's not it. If it's not, then why? Are you sitting outside someone else's house? Get lost." During their argument, Estio touched the man's hand and accidentally read his memories. Thompson had a beautiful wife named Tina. Thompson had fallen in love at first sight, so her accepting his marriage proposal felt like a dream. However, life after marriage was just a long series of painful days waiting for them. Their first child, a daughter, died just before her first birthday. Then the second and third children as well. It was a cycle of pregnancy and miscarriage. The extreme stress caused her to suffer from depression. She wouldn't even look at the baby, even after its first birthday. And so cracks began to form between the couple. Finally, Thompson decided to close his company. He devoted all his time to focusing on caring for his little daughter. Back in the present, Estio said to Thompson, "If your wife doesn't want to talk, then just try ignoring her. If someone doesn't want to face the truth, even if you force them, they won't listen." Thompson suddenly grabbed Estio by the collar, threw him into the house, and shut the door. How do you know about my wife?" Estio calmly replied, "I'm from the Ignis Guild." "Those damn nobles. Haven't they dug into my private life enough? Now they're sending requests to the guild too. But this guy, just one look and you can tell he's weak. Is this the worst member they have? A bunch of fools blinded by their greed for gemstones. Forgive me for being rude. I am the owner of the Jefferson Company. What request brought you here?" "It's a request for help, so that you can reopen your business again." "The Lord is really impatient, isn't he? Estio, right, come in and talk." "It's not Estia. My name is Estio." "Have a drink as an apology. What would you like?" "Young people like you usually like sweet things like tequila. With fruit, right?" "Hey, young man, it seems you're a bit lacking in common sense, aren't you? At times like these, if you have a drink and get a feel for the other person's mood, then maybe that little request of yours might actually succeed. For this mission to succeed, don't you need to have a good relationship with me? The fact that you mentioned my wife was quite a surprise. Revealing someone's private life is not a good thing. When you talk about others, you have to read the room." "I'm sorry. It's true I was a bit abrupt when I spoke about your wife. To be blunt, you are too naive and childish. Why would the guild send someone like this here? Anyway, for the time being, I have no intention of reopening the business." "You seem quite calm. Aren't you going to ask me why?" "Then why? Why are you thinking about not reopening the business?" "Just as I thought. This kid isn't even interested. I have my wife and daughter. Even if the whole world made me an offer, I wouldn't trade them for anything. But since last year, no. It's been a few years now. My wife's condition hasn't been very good. Ever since we lost our first child, I haven't seen a smile on her face anymore. She grew quieter, and finally, after giving birth to Leah, she wouldn't even leave her room. There was a time I tried to force her to go out. She reacted violently, even biting her own tongue. Luckily, she was okay. My wife would rather die than see our daughter." After saying that, Thompson collapsed, burying his face in his hands and sobbing. At that moment, Estio was thinking, this can't be. Was my ability activated, without me even realizing it? Thompson continued, "I only calmed down a bit after putting Leah to bed, but I guess the story went on longer than expected. Anyway, I'm sorry for causing your mission to fail. But for this year at least, I still have no intention of reopening. Please tell them to find a supplier from another company." "What if I told you that your wife's condition could improve? Would you reopen the company then? If that's the case, perhaps I can help you. I can get your wife to come out of her room." "What the hell? Get her out of her room. How are you going to do that?" Then Estio, without answering, touched Thompson's forehead with his finger. He immediately heard a voice echoing in his mind. "Please do not be afraid." That was Nezu's thought. "I'm begging you." Estio is not a bad person. After coming to his senses, he was terrified. There was just a voice inside my head, and Estio revealed that it was his special ability. Finally, Thompson decided to let him meet his wife. Estio was led to a room with a tightly shut door on the second floor. Thompson knocked gently on the door. "It's me, honey. We have a guest." The room inside remained silent. There was no sound in response. Seeing this, Thompson had no choice but to open the door and go in himself. Inside the room was a woman with her hair down, sitting alone on a chair. Her eyes were completely empty, devoid of any emotion. Estio slowly placed his hand on the girl's head. Then he focused his mind and slowly closed his eyes. This girl's inner world is too quiet. Do I need to push it in a little harder? If so, how much harder? I've never had to adjust my strength like this before. This will probably be the first time I've willingly used it. At that moment, a vortex of dark energy suddenly appeared above the girl's head, then spread throughout the room, causing Thompson to cover his eyes with his hand. When he came to his senses, everyone had appeared in a forest. Just then, a strange plume of black smoke suddenly appeared in the sky. Thompson looked up in alarm. What is this? After a moment of panic, the group continued their journey of exploration in the forest. He saw a basket on the ground, filled with weeds. Not far from there, a large axe was firmly embedded in a freshly cut tree stump. Around it were neatly stacked logs. It was at this moment that Estio unconsciously sensed a strange aura. He immediately turned his head back on full alert. Instantly, a female voice echoed from behind. "It's so hot. Having to work in the fields in this weather?" The group simultaneously turned to look in the direction the sound came from. Tin's soft sigh echoed in the quiet air. "I really want to take a day off." Upon seeing her, Thompson, who was still dazed a moment ago, suddenly called out loudly, "Tin." A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. "She's acting normal, just like before, Hal." Estio's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Tin's retreating figure. "Although it wasn't my intention," at this point Estio made a logical deduction. "But this is clearly your wife's memory." Returning to Tin's perspective, she walked while humming a familiar tune. Tin suddenly wondered, "Should I go relax at the lake with Joan? One day should be fine, right?" Tin was the daughter of a poor farmer. Her mother had passed away before she was old enough to remember, and when she was a little older, her father followed her mother. Besides her, she only had 2 younger siblings left who needed her care. Faced with this cruel situation, Tin could only miserably clutch her 2 siblings' hands. From that day on, Tin raised her 2 siblings by herself. Tin's hand holding the trowel swung powerfully. For the sake of survival, she decisively brought it down to till the soil for farming. Not only that, there were days in the simple wooden room when Tin focused on sewing. In her hands was an old pink teddy bear. Tin's eyes squinted in concentration. Her hand carefully turned the small bead. The next morning, she was back to her farm work. Just then, the 2 children called out her name loudly, "Tin." Her 2 siblings each held a large bundle of firewood. "Tin, I've gathered a dozen branches for firewood." The little girl chimed in, boasting, "Tin, I even gathered some edible grass." Before the sentence was finished, she quickly and gently patted their heads. "Oh my gosh, aren't you guys the cutest?" A child chirped as they ran over, holding up a flower branch as a gift for Tin. "Here, come a little closer." She hurriedly complied, "Like this." The little girl's voice rang out clear and bright. Her hand gently placed the flower in Tin's hair. There. In that simple moment, Tin's heart fluttered like a soft musical note, and then she fell in love. Just as Joan was focused on his work, Tin's voice suddenly rang out. "Joan!" He instinctively turned around towards Tin. Before Joan's eyes was her, an incredibly beautiful and gentle girl. They both burst out laughing, their eyes filled with simple joy. But in that moment, it was as if they were the only 2 in the world. Joan looked at Tin with a shy expression, while she couldn't hide her happiness and laughed out loud. But poverty was like a swamp, drowning their happiness. In Tin's hand were only a few spare coins. She stared at them blankly, her face showing clear anxiety. "This isn't enough to buy both food and medicine for the kids. And I even increased my workload." The little boy suddenly called out, "Tin!" He tilted his head with a curious look. "I heard Joan propose to you." "Yes." Hearing that she could only force a smile. "Did Joan tell you that guy? Your sister can't get married yet. Do you know I've already turned him down 3 times? After a moment of hesitation, Tin reluctantly admitted, "But we've decided to break up." She lowered her head, her voice soft but firm. "I have no intention of marrying him. I need to let him know this as soon as possible." And so Tin and Joan went their separate ways. Scene changed to a mansion, designed in a modern style. At the same time, Tin ran quickly through the street, the sound of her footsteps echoing urgently. Tin ran while looking at the note. "I still need to finish 5 more orders today." She couldn't help but feel anxious. "If I skip lunch, I can probably finish before sunset." Thinking this, Tin unconsciously curled her lips into a smile. "All right, at this rate, next month will be—" Just then, a man suddenly collapsed to the ground. At this sight, her face showed clear bewilderment. Immediately after, Tin clutched the paper in her hand. Without hesitation, Tin quickly ran over. "Are you okay, sir?" Thompson clumsily got up from the ground. The pain made him groan softly. Back in the present, Thompson dazedly recounted the story. "That was the first time I met Tin." He admitted without hesitation, "That's right. Tin saved me." Afterward, Thompson lay quietly in a hospital bed. She stayed right by his side. After a long while, he woke up from his coma. Thompson's face unconsciously turned red, like a ripe tomato. Tin quickly ran over to him, her eyes filled with worry. "You're awake." Time flew by. Thompson knelt on the ground, his eyes looking straight at her. "Tin, will you marry me?" Before her was a ring, exquisitely carved with a prominent ruby. A few days later, Joan frantically chased after Tin. He hesitantly asked her, "I heard you're getting married." In that moment, Tin's hand wearing the ring hit Joan right in the eye. Despair almost consumed Joan's mind. He cried out in anguish, "If you're going to leave me, I'll end my own life right here." As soon as the words were out, Joan took out a strange bottle of medicine. On the other side, Tin's face changed color. She couldn't help but feel horrified. Suicide. He confirmed again, his voice trembling but resolute. "That's right, I can't imagine a life without you." At the last moment, Joan let out a powerful scream. "Tin, please come back to me." At this point, Tin's expression seemed somewhat unwilling. Immediately after, she bluntly turned around and uttered a refusal. "Do whatever you want. Tin turned her back and left without a shred of pity. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. We broke up a long time ago. The words were like a sharp knife cutting into Joan's heart. He staggered after her. What? How could you say that? Tin turned her back without looking back once. If you're done talking, I'm leaving. Before leaving, she slightly moved her lips as if saying goodbye. I hope you meet a nice girl and live happily. Contrary to Tin's expectations, Joan suddenly twisted open the medicine bottle. Instantly, a thud echoed in her ear. Sensing something was wrong, she hurriedly turned around towards Joan. On the ground was his body. Tin frantically ran towards Joan. She cried miserably, begging in desperation. Joan, please wake up, no. Meanwhile, Thompson miserably recounted, I had no idea that there was another man who loved Tin. Estio boldly made a judgment. It seems like she didn't want her husband to know. Right after that, he bluntly concluded, because she feels as if she's been cursed by Joan. Hearing this, he clenched his fists. Though unwilling to admit it, Thompson lowered his head in pain. Anyway, the reason she married me was ultimately for the money, wasn't it? Hearing that, Estio's voice immediately rang out. That could be true. After all, she rejected a poor farmer to follow someone who could give her luxurious gems. He sighed helplessly, as expected. Just then, he suddenly questioned Thompson. If that's really the reason, then, would you change your decision? Faced with the unexpected question, he froze. What? Estio's voice was steady, light but seemingly piercing straight into Thompson's heart. If your wife's decision was influenced by money and poverty, if she coveted the things you have, but at the last moment, he asked the decisive question, then, would your wife still be one of the two people, most precious in the world, that you told me about? After a moment of silence, his voice rang out, as if every word was weighed from the bottom of his heart. No, she wouldn't. Tin is still the person I cherish the most. Immediately, Estio turned to look directly at Thompson. So what has changed? He looked at him blankly, his lips slightly parted. Nothing has changed. Thompson's voice grew heavy. That's right, Tin is still my precious wife. He admitted painfully. But the fact that she's trapped in these memories? Right after that, Thompson couldn't help but shout, infuriates me, because she gave up the chance to seize happiness for herself. At this point, his voice suddenly choked up as if he was struggling with his own pain. Nameless, Tin won't feel anything anymore, even if her daughter dies. In that moment, Tin didn't even glance at the newborn baby. So Thompson held the baby with one arm and gently pleaded with Tin on the other side. Please just hold our daughter at least once. At the same time, Estio placed his hand firmly on the armrest. It's not that she feels nothing. And Estio leaned in to observe Tin. In fact, she is in great pain. He repeated with a confused look. In great pain, he bluntly confirmed yes. At this point, Estio spoke up again. Your wife thinks that each child lost is the price for her sins. Thompson's voice broke, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. How can that be? As soon as the words were out, he lowered his head as if unable to argue. Thompson took heavy steps towards Tin. He knelt beside Tin, his eyes looking straight at her. It's not your fault. Thompson's hand gently took Tin's once distant, cold hand. Leah, our daughter, is not dead. She's alive and will be very healthy in the future, too. She's waiting for you. At this point, his voice nearly broke. So please stop blaming yourself. Come back to us. Thompson used all his sincerity to hold on to her. There's no reason for you to hurt yourself. If there's any pain, let's get through it together, okay? Over here. Tin's eyes were still empty like a soulless person. Although, he didn't give up and still quietly whispered in her ear. Because we are a family. Suddenly, the door shattered. Shards of glass immediately flew out. Thompson quickly used his body to shield Tin. What just happened? She stirred slightly, her eyes opening wide to look at him warmly. Thompson turned to look at Tin in astonishment. Tin, you? At the same time, Leah suddenly burst into tears. The two of them reflexively turned around. Hearing that, she quickly stood up, her eyes scanning around Leah. Right after that, Tin without a word ran forward. A dark staircase appeared amidst the silent scene. Above it, a small object dangled in midair. It was a toy mobile. Tin gently held the baby in her arms. I'm sorry, Leah. I'm sorry Mommy wasn't here with you. Meanwhile, Thompson gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He quickly took out a baby bottle. She's hungry. I can tell just by hearing her cry. Thompson didn't forget to ask, you must be hungry too, right? We have chicken soup. Tin replied gently. Thank you. He couldn't hide his happiness and hugged Tin, thank you. In another development, Estio's hand gripped the staircase tightly. Soon after, his hand suddenly loosened. Estio's entire body immediately fell down. The group screamed in panic, Estio! A pitch-black night sky enveloped the quiet street. The large door of a mansion echoed with urgent knocking. Then the village chief mumbled and walked out to open the door with a still sleepy face. All right, I'm coming. What's the matter at this hour? Right after that, the door swung open. The sound creaked. Before him was a surprising sight. Thompson was tightly holding the unconscious Estio. His face was flushed, sweat beading on his forehead. After a while, the village chief shone a light on Estio's face. He used his hand to open his eye to check the pupil. After a moment of observation, the village chief let out a sigh. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, this young man, could it be that he's an ability user? Thompson quickly confirmed. Yes, he nodded slightly. His voice trembled with worry. He ended up like this right after using his ability. So, the village chief turned to look at Estio, then fell into thought again. Then the problem lies with the ability. This is beyond my scope. On the bed, he still had his eyes tightly shut, his breathing erratic. Hearing this, Thompson repeated with a confused look. Beyond your scope. Why? Where should we go? The village chief replied helplessly. In Galacia, there are no apothecaries that can treat ability users, so... The village chief was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly as if confirming. Perhaps this happened because he had never lost control of his ability before. In most cases, getting good rest is enough. So let's try waiting a few days and see. In the end, he spoke slowly but with no less weight. Depending on the situation, you should request help from the relevant guild. Just as Thompson sighed, Tin suddenly patted him gently on the shoulder. Seeing this, Thompson turned around confusedly. He only saw Nezu hunched over by Estio's bed. Witnessing that scene, Thompson and Tin could only look at each other. He let out a cold snort. You! At the same time, it gently took his hand. A few hours earlier, Nezu screamed in panic. Estio looks like he's in a lot of pain. Hearing this, Thompson showed a shocked expression. Did you just talk? Back in the present, he gently called out to it, Hey! Nezu didn't respond, only crying sorrowfully beside him. After a while, Thompson scratched his head and said, Leah is still at home. So we have to go back first. We'll cover the costs, so don't worry. If you need any help, just come find us. Hearing this, Nezu tilted its head as if in thought. Soon after, it turned back with a worried look. What about the commission? At the unexpected question, he turned to look at Tin. He saw her smile in place of a nod. Immediately, Thompson turned his head towards it. His voice deepened slightly. The request was for us to reopen the business right. For our benefactor, of course, we'll do it. My wife's heart has been healed too, so don't worry. I'll leave this friend of mine to you. At the confirmation, Nezu nodded without hesitation. Rest assured. Later, Thompson and Tin quickly walked out. In the quiet room, a wheelchair sat alone in the corner. Next to it was a messy table of medical instruments. On the hospital bed, Estio lay still. His face was pale from exhaustion. At the same time, it gently called his name, Estio. Nezu's voice trembled, the sound echoing throughout the room. The person you helped is back to normal. The commission was a success. You did it. At this moment, it sat quietly beside Estio. Its mouth moved slightly, so its eyes were half closed, unable to hide the heavy sorrow. Right after that, Nezu miserably bowed its head. Wake up soon and let's go home. The next morning, the first light of day fell upon the city. Scene changed to a cozy room. At this moment, Estio woke up from a long sleep. He glanced around, his breath coming out weakly. Soon after, Estio sat up. His eyes were still dazed like a person in a trance. After a long while, Estio looked blankly to the side. He only saw Nezu looking at him with teary eyes. Without a word, it lunged forward and hugged Estio tightly. The village chief asked him with a worried expression, Are you sure you don't want to rest for a few more days? Until your condition is more stable. Estio gave a forced smile. I was bedridden for a whole 2 days, that's enough. Having said that, one person and one creature left on the snow-covered road. Scene changed to a shop with a hanging sign. Customer satisfaction guaranteed. Welcome to Exnis View. The absolute best with a 99.9% commission completion rate. But inside, gold coins were scattered haphazardly on Huck's table. He laughed as he spoke, his face unable to hide his excitement. I've supported many talents with these 2 hands, but this is the first time a member has produced this kind of result in such a short time. Like you. Estio asked in confusion, Is that so? He confirmed again exactly. Huck couldn't stop running his mouth. Do you know that your reputation has spread far and wide? Not just here, but even to the nobles in the neighboring city. Do you know what people are saying? Hearing that, he repeated with a dazed look, saying, In that moment, Huck's voice kept ringing in Estio's ear. An ability user with a one-of-a-kind power has appeared. Later, he and Nezu stood in front of a mansion. Estio's hand gripped the paper tightly. He looked up Viscount Fabian. Estio looked down at the paper in his hand. Client Viscount Fabian. Details confidential. Reward to be discussed. Confusion was evident in his mind. What kind of request are they making now? After a while, a soldier politely greeted Estio. Please come in. Then Estio and Nezu slowly walked inside the mansion. Just then, Hiru excitedly rushed towards him. It excitedly approached Estio. He called out its name in confusion, Hiru. Hiru happily wagged its tail, its eyes sparkling as it looked at him. Estio, long time no see. Hearing that, he immediately moved closer to Hiru. At the same time, Seraphine walked out with a pout. You like Estio more than me. It quickly turned around. Then it barked loudly, as if to confirm. She let out a soft sigh, half sad, half resigned. Seriously, I can't win against Estio. Yes. Seraphine raised her head, her voice as light as a breeze. So you're here because... She quickly glanced at what Estio was holding. Did Father summon you? After a moment of hesitation, she bowed her head in greeting. Anyway, it's great to see you again. He nodded slightly. Yes, she suddenly asked. And what about you, Estio? He was silent for a moment, then answered quickly. It's not bad. Upon receiving the answer, Seraphine came closer and pinched Estio's cheek. Huh? Not bad, so does that mean it's good or not? Later, he looked up at her, half joking, half serious. Aren't you afraid I can read other people's hearts? Seraphine smiled brightly as if she had no defenses. No, not at all. Hearing this, Estio immediately threatened her. I could find out the secrets. You've always wanted to keep hidden and then spread them everywhere. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing thoughtfulness. Well, that would probably be a little embarrassing. Before Seraphine could react, he continued. What if I could control your emotions? Seraphine's face lit up and she replied without hesitation. That would be great. Right after that, Estio stood up. He looked at her with the hint of surprise. You're not afraid? Seraphine looked up at Estio as if in a daze. Then she replied nonchalantly, Why should I be afraid Estio wouldn't do that? He looked at Seraphine with wide eyes. His eyes clearly showed astonishment and confusion. Just then the butler called out, Young lady! He bowed his head respectfully. Please forgive me for interrupting your conversation, but the master is waiting. Hearing that, Seraphine showed a bored expression. The butler quickly reminded her, Young lady. She turned to leave with a reluctant look. I understand. Instead, you have to come see me before you leave. Don't try to sneak away. Right after that, Seraphine held up her pinky finger and smiled slightly. Promise. In a neatly arranged room, inside the Viscount stood facing one direction. As soon as he heard the footsteps, he spoke, Come in. Estio bowed politely, Sir. I came after receiving your request. The Viscount didn't answer. Instead, he asked a puzzling question. Tell me, do you know about cacti? At this moment, a cactus sat neatly on the table, and a cross. He answered honestly, No, sir. He suddenly reached out and touched the cactus. How can a green plant grow in a desert where there's no water? Isn't it magical? Right after that, the Viscount poured out a stream of knowledge. Because they are plants, it's not that they don't need water. But if they are watered like normal plants, they will rot and die. His voice was steady. Not too little and not too much moisture. You also need to provide enough soil and sunlight. A plant more fickle than you think. Depending on the grower, the size and condition will also differ. At this, Estio suddenly spoke cryptically. If the owner doesn't know its value, they could easily kill the plant. At this, he lowered his head, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. A moment later, the Viscount turned to look at Estio. That's right. His eyes were fixed on the boy. Can you read what's inside a plant? At the suggestion, Estio remained silent. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the Viscount. Estio's gaze locked onto the man's hand, where the ahuru plant was held tightly. His focus began to broaden, almost piercing through to its very soul. Instantly, the ahuru let out a complaint so damn loud. Hearing this, Estio's whole body jolted unconsciously. Just then, the Viscount stepped closer to him. He tilted his head toward the ahuru. It's hard to say that plants have thoughts. It angrily growled back, This old geezer talks too much. But over here, the boy's face darkened, looking extremely awkward. The Viscount suddenly stepped close to Estio. A cactus doesn't have a choice, but you have the right to choose the master who will support you. Immediately after, the Viscount made an offer. Estio, become my subordinate. It doesn't mean I will just employ you. His voice carried weight. You will become a member of the Fabian family. The boy blinked, his tone unchanged but cautious. Are you saying I will become a soldier under your command? What? Because of this, the Viscount let out a forced laugh. A soldier numb. I have no intention of using you. Like a common soldier. As he said this, the corner of his mouth twitched upwards, and then the Viscount paused, his gaze deeper than ever. I will appoint you as an advisor. In the quietly lit mansion of the afternoon, the Viscount's voice rang out, calm but carrying a certain authority. A position where no one in this house would dare disrespect you. The only person you will answer to is me, Viscount Fabian. You will enjoy the highest privilege as a commoner. Right after, Estio raised his head, his gaze unwavering. What will I have to do? Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up unconsciously. You will do things that only you can do. Right after that, the Viscount reached out and gently patted his shoulder. It's very simple. He leaned closer to Estio, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. You just need to read the minds of those I have chosen. As soon as those words were spoken, Ahuru immediately yelled, Kid, don't believe him, it's a trap. That's all textbook manipulator talk. Hearing this, the boy immediately refused, but still maintained his manners. Thank you very much for your offer. But I'm satisfied with my current job. The Viscount paused for a beat. An offer. He let out a dry laugh as if hearing a poorly timed joke. It seems there's some misunderstanding here. The Viscount was seen closing in on Estio step by step. He announced in a serious tone, This is an order. The boy stood still, not flinching, but his gaze was clearly defensive. What will happen if I don't obey you? The Viscount casually replied, For now, nothing yet. But it will certainly follow you eventually. But Ahuru couldn't help but let out a sarcastic remark. So confident, you'd think the old man was a prophet. But Estio remained unshaken. He just bowed his head slightly in a polite nod. Excuse me, but if you want me to change jobs, then please discuss it with the guild first. Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, So you won't come here voluntarily? 4. The Viscount tilted his head in thought. If he agreed this easily, it would be a problem. This is much better. He has to be at least this level, for me to use him properly. After a moment, he made a benevolent offer. I'll give you some time to decide. What is best? After saying that, the Viscount handed Uhuru to the butler. Throw this thing away too. I'll replace this picky plant with a beautiful flower. The boy immediately obeyed. Yes, master. It yelled angrily, Where do you think you're touching me? Let me go, you human, let go. Right after the butler politely showed the way. This way, please. The two walked quickly down the dark corridor. At this moment, Uhuru was struggling relentlessly. Its voice was filled with resentment. Are you going to abandon me? My thorns haven't even pricked anyone yet. When Estio stopped, his eyes were fixed on the dusty body and small thorns of the plant. That cactus? After a moment of hesitation, Estio stammered, If you're going to throw it away, can I have it? The butler replied in confusion, For you. He tightened his hand around the pot. This thing has no flowers and its body is covered in thorns. Not to mention it's also hard to care for. Then Estio reached his hand towards Uhuru. There's no guarantee that it won't bloom. Hearing that, the butler handed it over to him. All right then. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him. Lady Saraline has requested you to wait, so please stay here for a little while. Meanwhile, Uhuru suddenly spoke in a weak voice. It's so cold. I'll freeze before I'm burned to death. Maybe freezing to death will be less painful. Estio looked down at it, shivering from the cold. I won't kill you. It replied reflexively, that. Suddenly, Uhuru fell silent, as if it had noticed something unusual. A moment later, the boy confirmed again. I won't burn you or freeze you. However, this is my first time seeing a cactus, so I don't know what temperature is best for you. Estio hesitantly continued. When you're thirsty, you have to tell me directly, okay? He looked directly at Uhuru. His gaze was gentler than the spring sun. Because I can hear your voice. So if you're uncomfortable anywhere, just say so. A moment of silence, then it spoke cautiously. Are you a god? Estio replied immediately without hesitation. I'm Estio. Hearing that, Uhuru raised its voice to introduce itself. I am... It let out a groan. Too long. It laughed awkwardly. Sorry, plant names are usually like that. Estio quickly came up with a name. I'll call you Uhuru. Nezu beside him looked at the boy with a proud expression. Estio can even talk to plants? So cool. Faced with the praise, Estio was a little flustered. Soon after, he couldn't help but smile with delight. Estio then brought Uhuru before it. This is Uhuru, Nezu politely greeted. Hello, I'm Nezu, you're so small and cute. It responded in a shy voice. Thanks, you look cute too. Suddenly, he reached out and gently touched Uhuru. You're not prickly. It spoke shyly. It's only because of Estio that I'm being gentle. If you touch the thorns the right way, it hurts a lot. Estio wore a puzzled expression. That's possible too. Uhuru quickly confirmed, of course. But I still can't move my body freely yet. Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but feel curious. Yet, he asked doubtfully, you don't know. After a moment, Uhuru explained in detail. If we live long enough or become strong enough, we can move it at will. It puffed up its body, boasting, even though I'm still young, because my will is strong enough. I can at least move my thorns. Estio stared intently at Uhuru. To be able to move just with willpower. However, that peaceful moment was shattered. Jeremy suddenly screamed, Didn't I tell you not to come here anymore? Hearing the sound, Estio turned reflexively. He looked at the boy with annoyance, his voice dripping with contempt. Is your memory that bad? Jeremy's heavy footsteps echoed on the cold stone floor, accompanied by a voice half contemptuous, half mocking. Are you treating my words like a joke, commoner? Seeing this, Estio spoke politely, the Viscount. He suddenly sneered. You say you can read hearts, but it turns out you can even teach animals to talk. At the same time, Nezu stared wide-eyed at Jeremy without any reaction. At the last moment, he once again let out a mocking remark. What a monster. Jeremy brazenly judged him. You created a beast that can speak human language, and now you're even thinking of teaching a plant to talk. Well. As he said this, he glanced over at Nezu. This white-furred monkey has learned human language, so it must be a rare and beautiful pet. Over here, it seemed to sense Jeremy's gaze and looked up. At this moment, he casually turned to Estio. How much? On the other hand, the boy remained silent, his eyes fixed on Jeremy. The man's hand reached out, as if wanting to snatch Nezu with that massive body. The feeding cost can't be cheap, can it? I'll take it off your hands. At the same time, Uhuru couldn't help but curse. What is this muscle-headed idiot? Estio held his head high, his voice firm as he questioned. Nezu is not an item. Hearing this, Jeremy seemed to pay no mind. He arrogantly remarked, how perceptive. Since you can read my mind, I guess the negotiations are over, right? Just take it. Right after, Jeremy clenched a handful of gold coins. This is 10 gold. At this moment, Estio wore a displeased expression. Nezu is not for... He let out a sarcastic remark accompanied by a sigh. Being too greedy isn't good, you know. Jeremy casually pointed towards Nezu. At the same time, he asked in a loud voice, So how much do you want? The boy gave a short, firm answer. I'm not selling him. At this assertion, the man's face gradually twisted with anger. Jeremy yelled like a madman, his hands gesturing wildly as if performing a martial art. A worthless country bumpkin like you dares to disrespect a noble. I've held back from knocking your face in, and yet instead, you ignore my warning and sneak around this house. Below, Nezu looked up with a worried expression. Seeing this, Estio immediately stood in front of it. I only came here because I received an invitation from the Viscount. He flew into a rage. You're quick to talk back, huh? Right after that, Jeremy grabbed his collar tightly, accompanied by a piercing scream. Do you think I don't know how venomous your heart is? Nezu's voice rang like a bell in his head. Don't bully Estio. Hearing this, Jeremy snapped out of it. He released his grip in horror. The boy's body fell to the ground with a thud. It worriedly approached him. Are you okay? Estio winced slightly, his voice weak as he replied, I'm fine. At the same time, Jeremy's expression suddenly changed. He smiled devilishly. Jeremy made another offer. This monkey is loyal too. I'll pay you 30 gold. I need to raise it properly. Estio couldn't help but feel bewildered. What? Right after he bluntly waved his hand. I'll send the gold to the guild. Men, take this white-furred monkey to the breeding grounds immediately. Hearing this, the boy shot up and shouted, I said he's not for sale. A moment of silence, then Jeremy hissed through clenched teeth. How dare you? He roared at Estio's resistance. Dare to raise your voice to a noble, are you insane? At this moment, the boy squatted on the ground, his face showing clear terror. The soldiers had surrounded Estio and Nezu at some point. The boy fell silent for a moment, his body hunched over. It's come to this. One of them immediately rushed forward. Come on, hand that thing over. Instantly, a stream of blood shot out and splattered everywhere. He screamed in agony. My hand before him was Nezu, its hand covered in fresh blood. Nezu slowly extended its hand forward. Each claw was clearly visible. The floor was stained with fresh blood. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the soldiers unconsciously trembled. Jeremy clenched his fists, his mouth still shouting as if to hide, the fear rising in his throat. How dare you harm a servant of the Fabian house? From behind, a group of knights hurried over. What's going on here? He pointed his spear towards Estio. That commoner tried to kill me, arrest him immediately. Hearing this, Nezu couldn't help but retort, You're the one who called me a monster. So why are you all... Just then, its body was engulfed in a net. Immediately after they were electrocuted, causing Nezu immense pain. It couldn't help but feel a little confused. Acting more cruel than a real monster. At this scene, they laughed with triumphant faces. Immediately, the knights tightened their grip on their swords. They advanced towards Nezu step by step. In that moment, it opened its mouth and let out a resentful roar. Hearing this, Jeremy's body involuntarily fell backward. He fearfully backed away step by step as if afraid Nezu would notice. At the same time, the Viscount suddenly appeared. What is this commotion about? Jeremy, you... He was momentarily terrified. Father! After observing for the while, he gritted his teeth. You fool. And the Viscount suddenly grabbed hold of Jeremy and roared, That thing should have been in my hands. But you interfered and ruined everything? He stared wide-eyed in confusion. What do you mean, Father? He didn't explain, but frowned tightly. Shut up, you idiot! Right after that, the Viscount sternly ordered, Soldiers, clean this up. He didn't forget to remind them, capture him alive. As for the beast, do as you please. The knights shouted in unison, Yes, sir! They advanced step by step. One of them suddenly began to cast a spell. Nezu immediately sensed something unusual. Magic? On the other side, the group looked up at them smugly. At this moment, it raised its head with teary eyes. Nezu is sorry. Nezu just wanted to be with Estio. Hearing this, Estio gently reassured, Don't be sorry. At the same time, the men madly cursed, Monster, die. It suddenly moved its lips, accompanied by a cryptic phrase, It seems. Immediately after, Nezu turned back and smiled contentedly. This is the end for Nezu. On the other hand, the knight began to cast his magic. A flame suddenly appeared. Instantly, they simultaneously launched their attacks towards Estio. Smoke and fire immediately filled the entire palace. Jeremy squeezed his eyes shut, a sarcastic thought in his mind. If you had just taken the money, it wouldn't have come to this. Behind the thick smoke, a figure still stood firm, defying 26 hidden in the dense smoke. Estio gradually appeared, his voice cold. The one who needs to apologize is not Nezu. Then Estio cast a sharp glance at the group. It's you! As soon as they saw him, the Viscount's and Jeremy's groups couldn't help but be shocked. How is this possible? He hastily shouted an order to the knights, Seize him! The knight suddenly froze, his whole body swaying unstably. A golden light was seen, gathering between his two fingers. Just at this moment, the knight jolted as if pierced by a bolt of lightning. Immediately, his body began to convulse. He screamed in agony. His entire body trembled as if trying to fight the pain spreading through it. With his anger reaching its peak, another one raised his sword high towards Estio. Just then, the boy suddenly turned around. Under Estio's gaze, the knight was momentarily stunned. His face was pale, sweat pouring down as he stammered in utter fear. In the next scene, the knight raised his sword. Immediately after, he turned the point of the sword towards his own chest. Witnessing that scene, the Viscount rushed forward. Briss, what are you doing? Before he could stop him, he had already stabbed himself through the chest. Fresh blood sprayed onto Estio's pale skin. Despite this, he remained disturbingly calm. His eyes scanned forward. At this point, only 3 knights remained. Their bodies began to tremble. In that moment, Estio glanced in one direction. One of them suddenly went limp, his eyes like those of a soulless person. Immediately after he dropped the sword in his hand, his body collapsed right at the boy's feet. In an instant, the knights fell to the ground one after another. He only saw Estio with his head bowed, his whole body radiating a demonic aura. Jeremy unconsciously whimpered. His body tumbled to the ground, his feet trying to crawl backward. Just then, the boy's gaze suddenly shifted. From the top of the stairs, Saraline appeared with tears streaming down her face. "Father, brother." At her appearance, Estio just looked up with a cold expression. Saraline suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Instantly, she fell freely downwards. The Viscount rushed over. "Sarah!" He painfully clutched her cold body. "Are you satisfied now?" the Viscount brazenly questioned. The boy looked around. "Does this place need any more bloodshed?" Hearing this, Estio asked himself, "Why do I have to keep holding myself back?" Remembering the past of being shunned, he became even more certain. The reason for me to suppress myself? It never existed in the first place. At this point, Estio clenched his fist so tightly it could have drawn blood. "Now if I want—" Immediately the boy smiled with a benevolent expression. "I will stop." The Viscount was almost itching. "It's great that you're an understanding friend." As he said this, the boy lowered his voice and presented his condition. "In return, let's pretend nothing happened here." He began to breathe heavily. His voice trembled as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What?" An angry roar echoed from behind. Jeremy shouted in fury, "You vicious animal, you murderer! You caused all this and now you dare to make such a demand." Hearing that, Estio immediately turned to look at him, but he remained coldly calm. His voice was low. "This isn't a demand." Estio tilted his head and smiled. He once again affirmed, "It's an order." Over here, Jeremy was so angry he was grinding his teeth. After a while, his body began to sway. Immediately after, the entire family of three, including the Viscount, Jeremy and Saraline, all collapsed to the ground. Just as Estio was about to leave, a familiar voice rang out from behind. "Estio." Hearing this, he immediately whipped around. "Suki!" In an instant, its whole body began to transform. Suki's tail was seen to have grown noticeably longer. At this moment, before Estio's eyes was an incredibly fearsome tiger. It turned to look at Nezu. "Why are you so distracted? You can't carry it by yourself." Hearing that, Estio immediately understood and grabbed onto the net tightly. Estio gently placed Nezu on Suki's shoulder. He didn't forget to pet it. At the same time, Suki suddenly made a suggestion. "Get on!" Estio hesitated for a moment. "But that would tire Suki out." "It's fine, I can walk." Its voice replied gently, "Trust me. Carrying you won't make much of a difference." Seeing this, Estio climbed onto Suki's body. "Then thank you." Before taking off, it kindly reminded him, "Hold on tight." Despite the quiet night, Suki carrying Nezu and Estio dashed through the wind. Just then the boy softly called its name. "Suki." Hearing that, it immediately responded, its voice very clear. "What?" The confession poured out of Estio slowly. "It seems I really am a monster. I can read a person's heart, control it, and even make them take their own lives. I've killed so many people." As he said this, he unconsciously felt disgusted with himself. "But I don't feel anything at all." At this moment, Estio began to tear himself apart internally. He confessed miserably, "Even though I know what I did was wrong, I don't feel scared or sad." In contrast to Estio, Suki turned with a calm expression. "So what?" It spoke in a light, casual tone, its eyes flashing with a sharp look. "If it were me, I would have killed them all." Suki's hand waved lightly, as if imagining the scene of herself wiping out her enemies. It continued to speak. "There's no reason to be afraid or feel sorry for those who harmed and threatened and tried to take away what you cherish. You're too soft." The boy slumped his shoulders heavy. "In the end, I was the one who hurt others." Hearing this, it immediately reassured him. "Estio, well, I guess you can be a little sad. After all, you didn't want to hurt anyone." At the same time, Uhuru chimed in to comfort him. "Let me tell you something. There's no way a person who constantly worries about whether they're normal can be a monster. And even if you are a monster, so what? A talking monkey and a cat that transforms into a tiger. Whatever the case, monsters aren't so bad." "Do you hate monsters?" Faced with this questioning, the boy wore a bewildered expression. It was suddenly startled. It stretched out its hand as if trying to deny, Hey, wait a minute. That's going too far. My bad." Right after that, the group dashed off in the cold weather. In another development, Hack suddenly yelled, "What the hell did you say?" The doctor awkwardly scratched his head. "Forgive me, but this is a request from Gion's superiors." He then roared, his eyes looking like they wanted to swallow him whole. "Who is Kao Masunkedo?" Damn bird brain. The doctor suddenly raised his hand in protest. "Not bird, it's avian." Hearing that, Hack nearly went insane. "Damn it!" Just at this moment, Rosalie interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Branch Chief?" The branch chief replied, "What?" Her tone suddenly changed. "Could you please calm down a bit?" Hearing this, the anger in Hack immediately exploded. He roared repeatedly, "Calm down, calm down!" Rosalie accidentally noticed the letter on the table. "Summons request from the Branch Guild. Special Support Division Estio." She bowed her head to read the paper again, her eyes showing clear confusion. A summons, either due to pressure from the royal family, or someone at headquarters has deemed Estio a dangerous power user. On top of that, he's been missing for 10 days now. And there's also a rumor spreading around the Viscount Fabian's estate. In another development, a door tightly wrapped in chains suddenly appeared. At the same time, Hack spoke in a serious voice. The kid, he's not the type to harm others like that. At this moment, Rosalie suddenly called out, "Branch Chief!" He turned around wearily. "What is it again?" Immediately, she looked towards the door. "Estio is back." He walked in with a steady gait. "I'm late. I apologize." Hack immediately scanned Estio. He froze at the boy's disheveled appearance. Hack stammered. His emotions seemed to be stuck in his throat. "Wait, you!" He only saw Estio appear with a grimy face, with traces of dried blood still on his face. In that moment, Hack suddenly reached out towards the boy. Finally, he gently patted Estio's shoulder. "Good job." Faced with Hack's reaction, the boy couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "Aren't you going to ask about my progress?" He covered his smile with his hand. "Naturally, you'll have to file a mission report." "Do you know how worried we were when we suddenly lost contact with you?" Rosalie nodded in agreement. "That's right." At the same time, Parker coughed lightly a few times, as if trying to attract attention. Hack slowly approached Estio. He scratched his head in confusion. "Anyway, I'm glad you returned safely, because this job is quite difficult. So there are too many cases where we lose capable individuals for nothing." As he said this, he suddenly slumped and looked behind him. "But where is your partner?" Estio repeated in confusion. "Partner," Hack quickly explained. "I'm talking about your friend, that little white-furred monkey." Hearing this, his face showed clear sadness. His voice was somewhat somber. "He's injured, so he's resting right now." Estio added in a low voice, "He's almost recovered, but we still have to be careful." The man's face softened. A slight smile bloomed as if some of his worries had been lifted. "It's a good thing the injuries aren't serious, huh?" Right after Hack cautiously reminded him. "Just rest today. In 3 days. You can submit the report then." Parker suddenly cut in. "Sorry," he shouted in a high voice, "but that's going to be difficult. Branch manager, Hack of the Galactic. Branch." He immediately turned back, frowning slightly. "I just told a member of the guild to rest after completing a mission. That's all. So what's so difficult about that delivery boy, Bernie Parker?" In that moment, he suddenly spread his wings. The feathers illuminated by the light were incredibly striking. Estio's eyes widened unconsciously, his pupils clearly brightening. An angel Estio only saw Parker fly over to him. "Estio of the Galactic Branch needs to come with me to the headquarters." At the unexpected proposal, his entire body froze. Parker's gaze was fixed on Estio, accompanied by a stern voice. "Immediately." Sometime later, the carriage wheels rushed over the grassy terrain. Inside, he looked up at the scenery outside. Estio's eyes drooped slightly. He unconsciously recalled Hack. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. "Why did you agree so easily?" Estio's hand pressed down on the suitcase. He turned his head back. He answered matter-of-factly. "As long as I'm in the guild, I can't refuse. A decision from headquarters." Right-faced with the SGO's reaction, Hack froze on the spot. Right after, he could only sigh helplessly. "That's true." Returning to the present, he thought to himself with a sorrowful expression, "I feel both grateful and sorry for the branch chief." Thinking of this, Estio couldn't help but feel lucky. "But I'm also glad I found another place to go." The gentle afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, turning strands of Estio's hair golden. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze bewildered by Uhuru's sudden words. "I know," it said with a cheerful tone. "I've figured out Estio's problem." Immediately after, Uhuru began to scold him. "Estio is terrible at saying no, and you're too obedient to others too. If you don't want to just say no. If you hate it, just say you hate it. It's that simple. Why can't you say it?" Then Parker, who was beside them, noticed something unusual. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Estio?" Immediately, Estio turned his head and gave a friendly smile. "It's nothing." Uhuru immediately yelled, "How dare you say it's nothing?" "You're unbelievable," it continued to scold. "I lost sleep thinking about it." To reach that conclusion, Uhuru is mad now. Estio mumbled, "Sorry." "I'm sorry, Uhuru." At this, he reminded in a serious tone, "But be quiet, okay?" Uhuru was still sulking, but eventually sat down. It replied sullenly, "Fine." On the other hand, Parker looked at Estio with suspicion. He asked unconsciously, "Were you just communicating with that plant?" Estio calmly replied, "Yes." Parker exclaimed with a look of astonishment mixed with excitement. "Amazing, I heard Estio has the ability to read minds, right? Can you read what I'm thinking right now?" At the unexpected request, he internally cursed, "So annoying." Estio involuntarily turned to look at Nezu. He was deep in a dream. Suddenly, Nezu's face scrunched up, accompanied by an incomprehensible moan. His face gradually changed, his eyes showing clear worry. Just then, Parker suddenly jumped. He whispered in panic, "Wow, that's scary. They say the white-furred monkey is a monster, so what if I get eaten?" At the same time, Estio suddenly blurted out a string of incomprehensible words. "It's true. I shouldn't have asked, should I? He's casually reading my thoughts." "This is so cringe," Parker shouted in embarrassment. Okay, I'm sorry." Seeing this, Estio asked in confusion, "So you're not curious anymore?" He quickly replied, "That's enough, so please stop reading my mind." At the same time, Nezu had woken up at some point. He glanced forward. Then Estio gently patted Nezu. "Go back to sleep, Nezu. We still have a long way to go." He mumbled, "What about Estio?" He leaned down and whispered, "I got some sleep too." Looking at Estio's appearance, Nezu kindly offered, "You look so tired. Lean on Nezu and sleep. I'll be your pillow." He smiled slightly and whispered, "It's okay." Without another word, he quickly pulled Estio closer. "Nezu's fur is very soft, so hurry." Then his hair gently touched its soft fur. Estio looked up, his lips slightly moving. "Thanks." After a while, he suddenly remembered Parker. "Did you want to say something?" Parker instinctively replied, "Oh, well, looking at you guys like this, you look just like a family." Uhuru hurriedly cut in with a pout, "Me too, right?" Later, the sky suddenly poured rain. Inside, Parker kindly asked, "It's the middle of the night, aren't you cold? Should I turn up the heat?" Estio shook his head slightly, still lying down. "No, I'm fine." Even so, he still wasn't reassured and continued to offer, Should I get you another blanket? If you're hungry or uncomfortable, please just say so." Estio quietly replied, "This is comfortable enough." His gaze held a hint of reminiscence. Much more comfortable than when I had to live in the attic. Thinking of this, Estio suddenly felt a craving. I miss those ocean-flavored candies from the branch chief's office. Outside, the rain poured down in sheets, accompanied by the soothing pitter-patter sound. The cold stream of water kept falling on the carriage. Inside, Estio looked out into the raining sky. At this moment, Uhuru jumped up excitedly. "This is it. This weather is perfect for telling ghost stories," it said in a spooky voice, "a super scary ghost story." Then Estio suddenly reached out and gently touched Uhuru's thorns. "Humans are the scariest things of all." Right then he looked up at Parker, who was dozing off. He was seen turning over, yawning widely. Witnessing this scene, Uhuru complained, "That guy is snoring with his mouth wide open." At the same time, Nezu's ears twitched slightly as if sensing something unusual. He woke up with a start, his face showing clear terror. Seeing this, Estio kindly tended to Nezu. "If that noise woke you up, you can go back to sleep now." He suddenly looked off into the distance. There's something gathering around the carriage. Nezu suddenly felt uneasy. It's neither human nor animal. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice. "I have a really bad feeling, and they're here to kill us." As soon as the words were out, the driver hurriedly threw the door open. "We're in big trouble. We're completely surrounded by a pack of monsters." Parker slowly sat up. Surrounded. "How many enemies are there? Can we escape?" He was slightly flustered. "That!" Immediately after, the driver announced in a loud voice, "They're all harpies with high combat power." Hearing this, he looked bewildered. "But harpy monsters only appear when winter comes. So why?" The driver grew more and more urgent. "I don't know either." He stammered, his face pale. "Even if we break through the encirclement now, it would be very difficult to escape, because their speed is faster than a horse's." At the same time, Nezu jumped down. He offered, "Nezu will go out and take a look." Hearing that, Estio quickly reached out to him. Before he could stop him, Nezu had already jumped up. Nezu dashed outside, to the driver's shocked expression. He reminded Estio in a loud voice, "Stay put." Inside, the boy's arm was still suspended in midair. At this moment, the sky began to pour rain, as if signaling a bad omen. In the dark and silent night, the carriage stopped in the middle of a dense forest. The driver looked around, a confused expression on his face. "But letting allies like you fight those harpies alone is a bit..." Parker panicked, backing away and shaking his head vigorously. "I'm just a delivery guy. I don't have any combat skills." The suffocating atmosphere was gradually broken by Estio's voice. "I'll go help." He blurted out in a worried tone, "But Estio, you're not the combat type either." Estio turned his head and replied softly, his voice as even as the cold wind blowing through the trees, "I have no intention of fighting them." Hearing this, Parker unconsciously shivered. He froze his eyes wide as he looked at Estio. His eyes are different from before. They're cold as ice. Just then, Parker had a realization. If he's not going to fight, does he intend to use that white monkey as food for the harpies? In the dim night, the sound of flapping wings was heard. Parker hurriedly approached him. "Estio." He immediately spoke up, his voice somewhat cautious. "Harpies are very brutal beasts that move in flocks." Parker looked up at Estio. "They're not enemies. You can fight with your strength, alone. They're very different from aimless wanderers like me." Faced with his determined stance, Parker pleaded desperately, "Please listen to me." He whispered, his voice laced with clear fear. "It won't end by just taking down a few of them." At this moment, Parker looked frantic. "While we haven't been slaughtered yet, it's best to run." In that instant, a harpy suddenly swooped past his head. It seemed to be targeting Parker as it charged. At the unexpected sight, he was nearly frozen to the spot. At this moment, Parker stared wide-eyed at the harpy that was hunting him. He only saw fresh blood splash onto Parker. At this point, he squinted and glanced outside. Before Parker's eyes was Estio, who had rushed out to block the attack. Parker shouted in alarm, "Estio!" At the same time, the harpy, not letting go, bit down hard on his shoulder. Over here, Parker whimpered, "I see the slaughter now." Immediately after, he yelled in a panic, "Your shoulder, its teeth." After a while, the harpy stopped attacking Estio. His shoulder was bleeding non-stop. Suddenly, it let out an ear-piercing shriek. Above, its comrades heard the sound. They all looked down below where Estio and the harpy were fighting. Just then, it suddenly jolted backward. Instantly, Nezu appeared and grabbed the harpy's neck. He angrily slapped the harpy straight in the face without a shred of mercy. Its body was seen sliding across the grass. At this moment, Nezu worriedly turned to Estio. "Estio, are you hurt?" He honestly replied, "A little." His eyes darted quickly. "There's blood." The blood stain on Estio's shoulder was seen to have dried to a dark red color. He glanced back. "Compared to my life, it's nothing." Parker looked flustered. "Sorry, no thank you." In that instant, a swarm of harpies descended like a storm. Seeing this, Parker screamed in fear, "There's more!" The group looked up in unison with wary expressions. On the other hand, Estio calmly observed them. "I don't know if I can use it on multiple targets again." Just then, one of them aimed straight for him. As Estio's cold gaze swept over the flock of harpies, the air seemed to freeze. He commanded in a loud voice, "Freeze!" Amidst the chaotic scene, the trees swayed endlessly. Immediately after, they fell into an unusually still state. Before Estio's eyes, the flock of harpies stood motionless. He looked up at them, his mind in turmoil. Should I kill them? After a moment of hesitation, Estio waved his hand, signaling, "Go back to where you came from." As soon as the words were spoken, the harpies turned and flew back. But from behind, Parker looked up, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Just now!" Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. A monster just obeyed a human's command. At the same time, Estio turned back to Parker. "Let's go back to the carriage." Nezu excitedly replied, "Okay," not forgetting to add a few words of praise. Estio is still so cool. Back to Parker, he still hadn't collected himself. On the ground, the harpy that was hit earlier was still lying motionless. In the silent night, the scene gave off an eerie feeling. Now, Parker looked up in terror. Those harpies disappeared instantly. He glanced at Estio in bewilderment. Did it all end that easily? Now I understand the reason why headquarters is always scouring for him. Over here, Estio carefully reminded, "Be careful going in, Nezu." He kindly asked, "Are you hurt?" Parker was still standing frozen. He looked at Estio with a wary gaze. Very dangerous. After a torrential downpour, the night sky became clear. The carriage carrying Estio was still moving forward. Estio inside the carriage was completely asleep, soundly and unaware. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You're so annoying." Hearing this voice, it was a bit strange. He slowly woke up from a short nap, but his eyes opened, wanting to find out who was talking to him. Suki quickly walked onto him and continued to comment, "Always acting on your own. This is why I hate humans." As soon as he saw it, he was quite surprised. Suki didn't let him say another word. She continued to urge, "Get some sleep. Don't run around like a fool and get bitten by a monster again." Suki's eyes, as she looked at him, became strangely contemplative, feeling quite guilty for his actions. Estio immediately spoke from the heart, "Sorry." She had no intention of blaming him this time. She gently walked towards him and advised, "Don't apologize. Just stay out of trouble and you won't have to apologize in the first place." Estio looked blankly at Suki. She sat quietly to one side, thinking, "Estio, don't get hurt again." After a long time of travel, the carriage finally arrived in a land covered in cold snow. Ahuru quickly jumped around with a delighted look. A wonderful morning. Seeing it act so strangely also made Estio feel quite confused. "What are you doing?" Ahuru smiled and greeted, "Ha!" While he still didn't understand what was happening. Legs had grown from the bottom of its pot. Seeing this scene also made Estio jump in surprise. He was so surprised he couldn't believe it. "You can walk." This also made Ahuru laugh out loud. It glanced at Estio. "Are you surprised? Because a cactus suddenly that can walk is running around you. When you wake up." Then its face became very thoughtful. "I'm shocked too." While the two were still talking this time, Nezu quickly approached. Nezu stared at Ahuru with sparkling eyes. "You can walk." Nezu's fingers quickly moved closer to it, teasing, "Congratulations, ha!" Hearing that, it laughed and nodded in agreement. "Thanks. Thanks." Hearing the different conversations made Parker wake up from his deep sleep. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. "What the—" What hit his eyes was the sight of Ahuru and Nezu still laughing and playing happily. This made Parker feel it was very interesting. "Your friends are so weird, huh?" Although he had his own thoughts in his head. But what's so strange about a walking cactus? After all, he can chase away a whole flock of harpies with just one word. Now Parker unconsciously remembered when Estio stood there, looking at the harpies flying in the sky. He didn't know how Estio had ordered them back to their nest. Thinking of this, Parker was a bit speechless as he looked at the injured Estio sitting there. If it's Estio, if he made friends with a dragon, I wouldn't be surprised. He quickly stretched and thought. The ability to read hearts and dominate others. Suddenly a voice exclaimed, "Awesome!" Seeing Estio's slightly confused look made Parker become bewildered. Estio repeated his praise, "Your wings." Hearing that, Parker finally understood something. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Thanks, ha." The carriage carrying the two of them continued to move forward, passing through this cold land. While preparing breakfast, Estio's face was thoughtful. Now that I remember, he saw Ahuru, who after getting legs was always running and jumping playfully, like a child. Estio felt a bit curious and asked Ahuru, "Do you need water?" Ahuru didn't think much. It immediately refused this request. No, I'm full of water." Then Estio, looking around the carriage here, asked it in surprise, "You've eaten already?" Hearing that, it shook its head and was about to explain many other things. Not exactly. Simply yesterday when Estio was injured. Estio nodded, listening silently to the story it told. Ahuru recalled, "Didn't you bleed a lot?" He remembered the wound on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. That's right. The bright red blood from his body was constantly dripping down slowly. In fact, so much blood dripped that it started falling to the ground below. Unfortunately, Estio's blood drops fell directly onto Ahuru, who was still sitting innocently to one side. Finishing the story, Ahuru pointed to its head and explained in more detail, "I drank a little of your blood." After hearing this story, Estio fell silent in thought. Seeing him look strange made Ahuru confused. After a short period of thought, he slowly lifted it closer with his hand to examine it. His face had become completely bewildered. "Unbelievable. You drank my blood." Ahuru nodded very firmly. This conversation also made everyone inside the carriage fall into a bewildered silence. Seeing that everyone was thinking along a different line, Ahuru hurriedly shouted an explanation. "Don't misunderstand, folks. I couldn't even move back then. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. The blood just happened to fall on me, and then..." It continued to recount when a flower grew on its head. "I bloomed for the first time too, you know." After listening, he just fell silent, realizing something. This time he gently held Ahuru in his hands, unable to hide his surprise. "Interesting. You bloomed after drinking my blood." Hearing him say such strange words, Ahuru repeatedly reminded him, Wait. You should focus on the detail, that a normal plant drank my blood and learned to walk." Instead, Parker, on the side, was speechless after hearing this story, not knowing what else to say. He only knew that a short time later, Ahuru quickly gave the bright red flower into Estio's hand. "This is a gift. Please accept my sincerity." He gently took the flower it gave him. "Thank you." This made it very excited. Ahuru was about to say something else, when suddenly a yellow light immediately appeared. "I'm the one who should be thankful." Ahuru's flower glowed with an incredibly strange light, making it hard for anyone to believe. A second later, the flower automatically withered and gradually floated away. Just like that, the remaining essence quickly entered Estio's wrist. Looking at this situation, Estio was a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. The flower melted away. Ahuru also became extremely disappointed. "My fruit!" But a second later, it realized something was wrong. It hurriedly shouted his name, Estio, but Ahuru worriedly announced, "The light on your shoulder." Estio also looked at it blankly to see what was happening. Estio also gradually felt a change, coming from the wound on his shoulder. Feeling a bit of disbelief, he looked bewilderedly and examined his current wound. Realizing the wound no longer had any feeling like Estio had thought, he quickly removed the bandage to examine the wound. With his own eyes, seeing that yesterday's wound had completely healed, Estio said in surprise, "This flower seems to have healing abilities." This also made Ahuru, on the side, become very excited. "Isn't it great?" Remembering something important, Estio called out, "Hey, Nezu!" Hearing that, he reacted with a start. He quickly recalled last night. "Suki visited us last night, right?" After a short moment of thought, Nezu seemed thoughtful and then replied, "You're half right, half wrong." Nezu actually already knew. Suki has been on the carriage with us since last night. Estio, just standing up and putting on his clothes, was surprised, thinking, so it wasn't a dream? He grabbed the carriage door, preparing to rush outside. Seeing him suddenly go around to the outside to check the situation also made everyone inside the carriage extremely worried. Estio, Parker, was even so scared that he hurriedly ran after him. Doing that on a moving carriage is very dangerous, but Estio paid little attention to this. He quickly looked up at the roof of the carriage. "Suki, I know you're there." Then Estio tried to waiting to see if Suki would appear before him or not. A second later, luckily Suki appeared before him in time. She quickly meowed a few times as a signal. Seeing that she was safe made him let out a breath of relief. "On the roof. It's very dangerous. Come inside." After hearing his advice, Suki was a bit unbelievably strange, but she still obeyed Estio, slowly moving towards the carriage door. "It seems you're in a more dangerous situation than I am." With his help, Suki finally quickly jumped inside the carriage, safely. Seeing that she was safely inside, he let out a sigh of relief. After that, Estio quickly closed the door and sat right next to Suki. This also made Parker feel surprised. "A cat!" Parker had no idea that the small cat in front of him was actually a giant monster. "Is that your pet cat?" Estio heard such an innocent question. Estio shook his head in refusal. "No, Suki is not a pet cat." Suki quickly yawned, yawning from her sleepiness. This also made Parker curious and about to say something else. So. But it was as if Estio had read his thoughts. "She's not a stray cat either." Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief, seeming to have vaguely understood the story. "Oh, so you're friends?" Seeing Parker look strange made Suki very confused. "Who is that idiot?" Estio quickly explained to her, "This is Parker." But perhaps she didn't care much this time. She gently sat on Estio's lap and asked softly, "Is that wound of yours okay?" Seeing her care about him like that, Estio smiled and gently explained, "Ahuru helped heal me." This also made Suki become very disdainful. What can that tiny little cactus do? Ahuru immediately got a little sulky at this disdainful remark. As if understanding Ahuru's mood, Estio gently explained, "It has healing powers, Suki. If you're going to follow me anyway." Suki lay there silently. She stubbornly said what she thought. "I'm not following you." I just happened to see you were injured while I was exploring. Seeing that she still wouldn't open up, Estio was a bit impatient. Why don't you come with me from now on? Suki just remained silent. No, replied, but its tail quickly shot out straight. Time flashes back to when Estio found Suki. He had become incredibly happy, and it seemed Suki also cherished every moment. The scene shifts to a horse-drawn carriage traveling on a long road. Suki's voice echoes from inside. Let me be clear. I'm only coming with you because you told me to. How do you always manage to get hurt when I'm not around? Hearing this, Estio gently nodded in understanding. Thank you, Suki. He gently stroked its head with his hand, making it feel that something was different. But Suki didn't think much of it and silently closed its eyes. Estio has changed. I don't care how he's changed, but this kind of change is fine. Time passed quickly. Finally, the carriage came to a stop on its journey, while Estio was still wondering what to do. Next, a voice called out. Estio Parker pointed towards the large gate ahead and announced, "We've arrived." At the teleportation gate that connects to the headquarters. Yes. A moment later, Estio, leading Suki, and his friends went to tour the place while Parker quickly reported their information to the customs officer. Parker and Estio from the Ignis Guild. You can just bill the guild for the fee. The officer heard this and nodded in understanding. Yes, it's been confirmed. For security reasons, the gate can only be used 3 times a day per adult. He also didn't forget to add a warning. You might experience some side effects after using the gate. If you accept these conditions, we will open the entrance for you. Estio stood to the side, silently contemplating and observing the place more closely. After confirming the paperwork was all done, Estio walked forward without hesitation. Just like that, he slowly entered with anticipation through the teleportation gate. A blinding light made Estio involuntarily shut his eyes tight. As soon as he got used to the light, he slowly opened his eyes to look ahead. A luxurious, splendid, magnificent place quickly appeared before Estio's eyes, leaving him somewhat stunned. At the same time, Parker and the others also quickly arrived. Looking at this splendid palace-like place made Estio look impressed. This is the guild's headquarters. While he was still pondering, Parker's cheerful voice rang out. Welcome, Estio. He smiled and introduced, this is the headquarters of the Ignis Guild. After Estio nodded in understanding, he silently looked at the huge headquarters, with its incredibly vast details. The two walked down a long corridor, continuing to a higher floor. It was the first time Estio had been to a place like this. He felt a bit surprised. A seemingly endless spiral staircase as if ascending to heaven. Walking ahead, Parker remained silent and contemplative. It seems that over here, Estio was still lost in his own train of thought. But, does heaven really exist in that sky? He quickly thought of the fearsome people, who possess both power and money. Those with power and wealth naturally can't do without. The sycophants who are always behind them, flattering them. These people and their supporters. Thinking of this, Estio wondered, is it better the higher I climb? Realizing how foolish his question was, he sighed and shook his head, dismissing his thought. While he was still lost in thought, Parker turned his head back and smiled, announcing, "We're here." This seemed to surprise him. That was fast. Parker looked a little awkward and explained everything. This is a magic staircase. It's quite similar to the teleportation gate. Anyway, you were supposed to meet the guild master, but they've been absent for almost 3 months now. Parker also didn't forget to add, so naturally you'll be meeting the vice master. Before them was a large door to a room. Parker, along with Estio, quickly approached this large door. Without further delay, Parker quickly reached out to ring the bell to see if there was any response. A short time passed. The two of them stood there waiting, but it seemed nothing unusual was happening. Everything fell silent again, making both of them a bit awkward. Dr. Parker sighed helplessly, not knowing how to explain this situation. It seems the vice master has gone back to sleep. Estio and Nezu, after hearing these words, were immediately baffled. Sleeping, there was no other way. Dr. Parker could only press the doorbell, repeatedly and quickly. After a series of continuous rings, the large room door finally swung open. Then Estio on the side was fortunate enough to grab Ahuru in time to dodge the large door. The recent violent action also made Parker become dazed, not knowing what to do. Remembering he had almost lost his life, Ahuru became so angry it trembled. Just now, it furiously and continuously screamed curses. My head almost flew off. How dare you? Hearing this, Estio silently thought, where's a cactus's head? The person inside the room, holding a sword, quickly appeared. Now Gwen, looking sleepy, rushed out. Who is it? He looked tired as he stared at the people who had disturbed his deep sleep. Looking at Parker right in front of him made Gwen very confused. I don't think I ordered chicken. Hearing this, he angrily replied, I've told you time and time again, Vice Master, I am not food, Hearing the two of them argue, Ahuru sighed and quickly agreed. So he was right about the chicken. Remembering something important, Parker immediately got straight to the point. Anyway, I've brought a guest. This made Gwen confused, not understanding what was happening. A guest? Which guest? You keep saying these confusing things. Your guest? This series of actions made Gwen annoyed. He yawned and was about to go back for another nap. What nonsense are you talking about? Why should I entertain a guest? Isn't there anyone working downstairs? I'm going to dock your pay for waking someone who was sleeping soundly in the morning. Seeing him act so strangely also made Parker extremely annoyed. You! Now Gwen quickly turned to go back into the room. Go away! Suki suddenly meowed. As soon as he heard the little cat's meow, Gwen was stunned, bewildered to the point of disbelief. A cat! In front of him was Suki still sitting there and meowing. Finding it very interesting, he chuckled and crouched down to get a better look. You're so pretty. Are you the guest too? While Gwen was still reaching out to pet Suki, it suddenly turned and walked away. It went straight to Estio's leg. Seizing the opportunity, Parker also immediately got to the main point. He is the new replacement for the special support position of the Galatia branch Estio. He was holding the cactus Uhuru in his hands, standing next to Nezu. Seeing him appear, Gwen immediately stood up and said something very confusing. A guest, you say? His face broke into a grin, feeling very intrigued by this. You brought our guild's leader. Unable to be rude any longer, he quickly extended his hand towards Estio in greeting. I am the Vice Master of Ignis Gwenleski. As the two shook hands, he continued to comment, so I finally met the rumored leader. Hearing Gwen say such confusing things also made Estio feel curious. Leader. He was still pondering, when Gwen quickly urged everyone, come on in. Just like that, he slowly stepped inside the room. Thank you. But contrary to the splendor outside the palace here, Gwen's room was incredibly messy with all sorts of different things. This sight also left Estio speechless. It was the first time he had seen a bedroom this messy. Isn't this a pigsty? Such a messy room also made Nezu feel awkward, not knowing what to do. If Nezu has to go in there, Nezu will just step on those things to get by. But as if understanding everyone's mood, Gwen immediately stepped into the room. It's fine, it's fine. He smiled, stepping on stacks of documents as he announced to everyone, I don't care what you step on, but... This time he glanced at Nezu, finding it extremely interesting. That white monkey friend speaks quite fluently, huh? Is it part human? But Nezu was very surprised by his speculation. How did you know? Hearing that, he laughed. Just a guess. After saying that, Gwen quickly approached Nezu. Just kidding, if I were an animal. It's just that... His words were somewhat hard to understand. I wouldn't like telling humans about how I'm able to talk. Seeing him act so strangely, Estio was surprised. His inner thoughts and outer actions are too different. While he was still deep in thought, Gwen quickly glanced at him. Do you want some coffee? Estio immediately shook his head in refusal. No, thank you. Seeing that he didn't seem to want coffee, his face became thoughtful. My apologies. You're probably not old enough to appreciate the taste of bitter things. Coke might be better. Just like that, Gwen turned to prepare the drinks. Estio behind him didn't know what to say. I didn't refuse because it's bitter. A moment later, Gwen had prepared a tray of things. He even had some biscuits ready and placed them right in front of Estio. Holding the hot cup of coffee in his hands, Estio's face was thoughtful and speechless. While he was still lost in his endless thoughts, Gwen quickly made a comment. It seems our new leader is quite young, isn't he? Hearing that, he immediately looked up and explained, I've already had my coming-of-age ceremony. Seeing him so earnest, he burst out laughing, with great amusement. That's why I said you're young. When adults are told they look young, they don't deny it, they say thank you. Remembering something important, Parker quickly called out Vice Master. This made him, who was drinking coffee, look up in surprise towards him. Parker's face had become extremely annoyed by Gwen's series of actions. You sound like some kind of creep who likes teasing kids, so just stop it. Seeing that too much time had been wasted on this, he laughed and got to the main topic. All right, let's talk business. It was the Guildmaster's intention to call the leader from the headquarters. Hearing this, Estio showed a clear look of confusion. Really? But why am I... Yes. Before he could finish his sentence, Gwen immediately guessed his intention. The leader, you mean? He nodded firmly in confirmation. Gwen laughed loudly as if nothing had happened. He even calmly added a few words. That was also the Guildmaster's idea. I'm just the messenger. At first, the title of leader was just a newly added title, so I don't know the specifics of what it is. This flood of information also made Estio and Parker stand frozen on the spot, not knowing how to respond. Estio felt a little worried. Looking at the coffee cup in his hand, he wondered if the guild was a trustworthy place. Although he didn't want to think about it, he felt quite adrift. Their positions and attitudes are too secretive, and their stance changes frequently. However, Estio's eyes gradually became judgmental as he looked at Gwen, who was sitting opposite him. His face grew strangely contemplative. At least there haven't been any lies yet. While he was still thinking, Gwen continued his remarks. From now on, you will receive missions very different from before. Clearly, Estio still didn't understand the deeper meaning behind this statement. Different how? He acted as if nothing was amiss, and continued to look at the coffee cup in his hand. They will be special missions that only the leader is capable of doing. Suddenly, a very smug smile appeared on Gwen's lips. Inside the vast headquarters, Gwen's voice echoed. They will be special missions that only the leader is capable of doing. Before hearing all the information, Estio thoughtfully considered leader. Suddenly something was thrown forward, catching Estio's attention. In front of him now was a strange large sack. Gwen quickly announced, "Take it." He still didn't understand what was happening. When he smiled and said, "It's your promotion gift." On the piece of paper, the words were clearly written, "Leader of the Ignis Guild Estio." His voice continued to ring out. "It has the new guild uniform and badge, and other support equipment along with the guild's coin." Parker was a bit dazed seeing Estio's reward in front of him, but he felt a little curious. Gwen continued to look to one side, and finally, Nezu seemed very interested in all of these actions. He laughed and quickly shared what he was thinking. "This is just my personal curiosity. It has nothing to do with the guildmaster." While Estio still didn't understand what he meant, he continued the conversation. "How strong is the new leader? That the guildmaster wanted you to join us this badly. I've been wondering about that while waiting for you." Gwen wore a look of great anticipation. "So could you give me a demonstration before you leave?" Little leader Estio, hearing that he just remained silent, surprised by his series of confusing words. Before he could understand what was happening, Gwen immediately took the sword from his side. "Now show me how strong you are." A long time passed. Only Gwen was seen, sitting right next to his sword, inside his room. He suddenly broke into a big amused smile. The coffee cup and biscuits on the table were still intact, as if nothing had happened, except that the coffee cup of Estio had fallen to the ground below, spilling all over the floor. But it seemed Gwen was somewhat contemplative. He looked at the remaining coffee cup on the table. "Fight against something like that, don't make me laugh." Flashing back to a moment ago. Back then, Gwen was very excited, gripping the sword in his hand to see how strong this kid. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately charged at Estio with his sword. Really is. He sat still, not reacting at all to his strange action. Seeing that he had no intention of dodging, it made him feel somewhat confused. Why isn't he defending himself? While Gwen was still charging forward to attack, something flashed past, making him freeze on the spot. His face showed he really didn't understand what was happening. He continued to look at Estio, who was still casually holding the coffee cup. He didn't even lift a finger. When he looked at himself again, it turned out Gwen had put his own sword to his neck. Although he tried to resist, it seemed all his efforts were futile. "It won't move." While he was still trying to control everything, Estio looked up at him and said, "What you wanted to see." His eyes carried a hypnotic quality, looking at him with very strange eyes. "Is this enough for you?" That series of actions also made Gwen let go of his own sword. Back to the present. Gwen recalled those embarrassing images of himself. He sighed and put his feet up on the table, preparing to continue his work. "Man, I'm tired." Looking at the piles of documents still on the table, Gwen sighed wearily. "Leader, you should have been more specific, guildmaster." He became very contemplative after witnessing Estio's actions. "This is more like a ruler. How are you supposed to control a predator that's stronger than you?" This thought made Gwen let out a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing I didn't get eaten alive." He recalled Estio's cold face at that moment. He kept thinking about all the interesting things that would happen, which made Gwen smile with interest. Now finally, perhaps he was waiting to see what would happen next. A new era has begun. The scene shifts to the corridor, below the main headquarters. A voice rang out. "Wonderful this time." A pot filled with nutritious soil quickly appeared before Ahuru's eyes. "Did you go to the trouble of preparing this large pot of soil?" Estio asked in surprise. "Do you like it?" Hearing that, Ahuru hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, I like it a lot." Seeing it so happy with its new home made him feel happy too. "That's good, Ahuru." After arranging a new home for Ahuru, Estio continued to look around his office. The place was very spacious with expensive items displayed inside. It even had a living area for Nezu and Suki, so that the room wouldn't feel too empty. The room was even decorated by a servant, with paintings of famous landmarks from around the world. Looking at the large room before him, Estio became very confused. They didn't have to do all this. Suddenly, Nezu's cheerful voice rang out. "Estio!" Look, Nezu was very excited, pulling out some clothes and showing them to him as it announced. New clothes, even the luxurious clothes, were carefully stored inside a suitcase, in an orderly fashion. Huh. Hearing that, Estio nodded in understanding. Clothes. Nezu became very excited about this. It's not just clothes. It quickly picked up the paper in its hand and read out the items prepared for him. It's imbued with magic too. How cool is that? Needless to say, its face had become more excited than ever. It has self-cleaning and temperature control capabilities, shock absorption. While Nezu was still excited about the future, Estio on the side was thoughtfully wondering, does Nezu want to wear clothes? Remembering something important, he suddenly called out to it. Wait, Nezu. Nezu, hearing this, turned its head back in confusion. Estio quickly walked over and told it his thoughts. I'll see if I can buy clothes that Nezu and Suki can fit into. This also made it very confused. Nezu doesn't need clothes. Even Suki immediately came over to voice its opinion. I also find it annoying and troublesome, so don't bother. Estio sighed and gently sat down, looking at it with worried eyes. What if you get cold because you don't have clothes to keep you warm? Or feel embarrassed about being naked like this? Hearing this, it was speechless, not knowing what to say. You're driving me crazy. Suki quickly let its weak, small body be petted by him. Animals don't wear clothes at all. We have fur? Even Nezu on the side was examining all the new clothes prepared for Estio, and added, I heard that. People often wear nice clothes to be treated well. They call that background. He was very confused, clearly not understanding what Nezu was talking about. Background? The room was quiet for a moment. Remembering the words Nezu had told him, Estio's face became very bewildered. If I have a better status, things will be okay. Hearing him say that, Nezu smiled and explained things more clearly. More people will like you. This also made him feel very confused. Just because some people have a high social status, does that mean more people will like them? In that case, do people not like the king? Nezu was about to explain something more. At least it looked at Estio with bright eyes and continued to explain. They won't attack you on sight. After saying that, its face was very serious as it declared, Nezu will do its best to protect Estio, but it will be a big problem if someone stronger than Nezu attacks you. Involuntarily, Nezu remembered the scene when it was helpless, unable to save the one it wanted to. Mother? Seeing the sadness on Nezu's face, Estio seemed to understand something more. He gently reached his hands towards it as if in empathy. Seeing Estio act so strangely also made Nezu very confused. To Nezu's surprise, he immediately removed the chain from its neck. He didn't forget to add, I'll take this off when no one is around. Being chained up like this must be very uncomfortable. After seeing that the chain had been removed from its neck, Nezu felt a sense of comfort. It hadn't had in a long time. I'm fine. But at least this way it won't get in the way when I walk. Estio looked at it seriously, then sighed and replied, Seeing you like that makes me uncomfortable too. Hearing that, it nodded in understanding. All right. At the same time, Suki also quickly jumped from Estio's shoulder down to the ground. But what he cared about right now was only Nezu. His face became very happy as he looked at it. Thanks for the new clothes and for being happy for me. After saying that, Estio didn't forget to confirm one more time. And also, you don't need to worry anymore. Seeing how heart-wrenchingly understanding he was, Nezu was also dazed, not knowing what to say. Estio. Estio had his own thoughts. Because now, if I want to, I can make anyone kneel at my feet. This time he announced to everyone around, because he had felt the change coming from his body. Moreover, my power is getting stronger. Estio even wondered to himself, why should I worry? Many confrontations had made it easier for him. Even when facing those harpy birds, Estio wasn't afraid at all. Think about it, isn't that convenient? Thinking this, he clenched his fist. Although he really didn't want to say these things, he still just silently admitted to himself, perhaps the human race is more selfish than myself. The scene shifts to a tavern in the town. A happy voice rang out, there's a request. Parker quickly pulled out a letter that had been stored, carefully and handed it to Estio. He was tasting a new dish. Seeing the letter that Parker gave him made him somewhat surprised. Out of courtesy, he immediately accepted the letter. Thank you, Parker. But because Parker was standing close to him, some chicken feathers fell into his soup bowl. As Parker became very excited, laughing loudly and scratching his head as he replied, This is my job. Have you gotten used to the headquarters yet? Looking at the letter in his hand, Estio seemed thoughtful, then nodded in understanding. It's quite comfortable. I was getting a little bored since there was nothing to do, but now that there's a request, I feel a bit relieved. No. Seeing him looking so thoughtful made Parker so interested that his eyes lit up. You're very meticulous, Estio. No, should I call you leader now? Estio just calmly asked back, Do you want to eat with me? Hearing that he was so happy, he said a few words. Really, I'll go get my meal right away. After Estio opened the letter, he slowly became lost in his own thoughts. Even if they call me leader or commander or something, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do. Before his eyes was the letter, with concise lines from the sender. Request form, requester. Mubian Rheinsager, reward. This familiar name also surprised Estio. Rheinsager. He quickly recalled the name Rheinsager. While he was still pondering, Uhuru quickly came closer to announce, I know that place. It became very serious, as it recounted everything it knew about the place. It's one of the new ducal families in the country. The head of the Mubian family is the current emperor's cousin, and is able to use his body very flexibly. I see. Hearing this, Estio understood something more. Have you met him? Uhuru became very proud and nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm well connected. Hearing their conversation, Nezu became very confused. What's it saying? He gently turned his head to explain more clearly to Nezu. Uhuru said it has met the person who sent our request. After understanding the whole story, Nezu became very interested and continued to praise it. Uhuru knows everything. That's amazing. You're a wonderful cactus. Continuously hearing praise made Uhuru blush with a bit of embarrassment. Thanks, you're pretty cool too. Suki on the side was still fast asleep, completely unaware. After thinking for a short while, Uhuru continued to recount to everyone, the Mubian guy I know is a little crazy. In its head, it pictured a mysterious person holding a sword. I don't know anything else, but his swordsmanship is pretty good. This information also made Estio, who was listening, feel surprised. That strong, it shook its head, denying all of it. No, Its face became incredibly serious as it recounted the whole story. Not just strong. Before becoming the head of the Jiaton family, there was another person famous for their swordsmanship, but rumor has it that he defeated that person with just a single stroke. This man even possessed a strength so powerful it made everyone shudder. He also won when facing monsters, winning every single battle. After hearing this information, Estio felt extremely puzzled. So someone that strong also makes requests. While he was still pondering, Parker quickly grabbed his meal and walked over excitedly to announce, "Time to eat this meal." He placed the meal set down on the table. His face became extremely eager. Estio also nodded gently. "Parker, hope you enjoy your meal." Looking into Estio's soup bowl made Ahuru extremely confused. There's fur in the soup. But just as Ahuru was about to say something more, Estio gently turned his head and patted its head. Just like that at the dining table, Estio seriously read the letter in his hand. The letter clearly stated different parts that caught his attention. Request description. After Estio had read each letter very carefully, after getting a rough idea of the problem, he was surprised to realize something important. Just as I thought, there's nothing specific. Looking at Parker, who was still intently eating, he quickly asked, "Are you done eating?" Parker heard this and nodded, "Yeah." Seeing the opportunity, Estio quickly picked up his food bowl and stood up. "Let's go then." Parker was a bit thoughtful about this action. Parker's face looked a bit strange with a hint of confusion. He carried his meal and followed behind Estio. Parker was about to say something else to him. "Commander." He heard this and glanced back in surprise. Parker continued, "I noticed this before, but you're quite unique." He still didn't understand what Parker was trying to say. "What do you mean?" After hearing that, Parker stammered, "No, it's not that." At that moment, Estio was bewildered, not understanding his friend's sudden strange reaction. In Estio's mind, he thought of past scenes where people constantly shoot him away. "Get out of my sight, you damn monster!" Just thinking about the terrible past made Estio too tired to face it. Come to think of it, he continued to walk forward thoughtfully, without a word. "It's been a long time since I've eaten with someone." Very quickly, the scene shifted back to the hallway, a large one at the headquarters. Here, Estio's footsteps slowly moved forward, preparing for the current mission. While he was still deep in thought from behind, Parker immediately ran after him. Seeing Parker suddenly running after him made Estio stop a little confused. This time, he turned his head to look back. The two of them stared blankly frozen on the spot as they looked at each other. Seemingly understanding the intention that Parker was going to follow him made Estio very surprised, and he cut in to ask, "Do you still have business at the main headquarters?" "Huh." Hearing that Parker was very serious and explained as if nothing had happened. "I haven't had work in a long time. The request form I gave you was the last one." This made him want to congratulate him, "So you're taking a break." "Congratulations!" But Parker's words were very confusing. "No, I'm still working." The two of them just stood there staring intently at each other. "What?" Why, seeing that Estio was still looking dazed, Parker became even more confused. "You don't know." Of course, he still didn't care about what was happening. "Know what I—" Parker quickly placed a hand on his chest, smiling as he introduced himself. Bernie Parker have been transferred to the command team." "Huh?" Estio stood there stunned, not understanding what was happening. "The team." Contrary to his attitude, Parker became extremely cheerful and nodded to confirm this. "Yes, from today on. I've been transferred to the commander's support team. Parker didn't forget to extend his hand towards Estio. "So now you can consider me a soldier directly under your command. I look forward to working with you, Commander." After hearing this barrage of information, it left him stunned, not knowing what more to say. "Me too." But out of basic courtesy, he also quickly shook hands with Parker. "All of a sudden, I have a teammate and a soldier under my command." Then Estio sank into thought as he looked at the badge pinned to his chest. "Commander." Seeing his dazed look made Parker a little awkward. "Commander, are you okay? Maybe this is a bit much." Remembering that there wasn't much time left, Estio immediately spoke up. First of all, he turned his head towards his room and instructed, "Let's pack our luggage." These words also made Parker feel very confused. "Huh. Where are we going?" Just like that, Estio quickly walked away, not forgetting to announce the upcoming mission. "I'm planning to go out to our client's place, Mubian Vega." Very quickly, Estio and his teammates arrived at the gate, the spatial portal. While he and everyone else were still waiting, Parker quickly walked over and spoke, just as I thought. On his back, he carried many different items. He even didn't forget to chat. "Aren't we going to need camping gear?" This series of actions by Parker also left Estio frozen and speechless. He looked at Parker in confusion and instructed Parker, "We're not going camping." But it seems Parker wasn't very concerned about these things. "I also brought snacks." To the surprise of Estio and his teammates, Parker quickly presented some very strange-looking cookies. Salty crab and grilled octopus crackers. Seeing that it already smelled bad made Estio not dare to eat it. But Parker became extremely excited. "This is a limited edition, so I spent my whole salary to buy it. Since you're the commander, I'll specially share some with you." Just seeing these terrifying cookies was enough to make Estio immediately refuse. "No, I'm okay." His action also made Parker become very sad. Everyone was still talking to each other, when suddenly, an employee pointed towards the portal behind them and announced, "Excuse me, the Hyga domain is outside of our departure route. Instead, we will take you to the Reno's underground cave. This place also cuts our travel time in half." This also made Parker surprised to the point of being stunned. Cave. Underground cave. The staff member continued ignoring Parker. He quickly controlled the portal. "I will activate the gate. Have a safe trip." Estio and his teammates slowly walked through the gate, the spatial one. His every step was very steady as he went to where he needed to go. But on this side, Parker was very hesitant, not knowing whether he should enter or not. Underground. Realizing that everyone had already gone through, there was no other way. He could only run after them and call out, "Please wait for me." As soon as he stepped into this world, everything was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Parker's footsteps slowly moved forward one by one. He and Estio looked at the entire space, the giant cave in this place. Just seeing this dark space made Parker scared to the point of being speechless. His whole body trembled. It seemed like he didn't want to face this mission. While Parker was still afraid, the man behind him appeared behind him and scared him. "Hello." Parker, scared to the point of trembling, screamed in desperation. Unfortunately, he jumped into the air, and his head hit something, causing him to fall down in pain. Looking at the clown, Parker lying still on the ground, everyone seemed to be at a loss for words at this sight. Feeling a little worried, Estio asked, "Are you okay?" Parker heard this and sighed in response. "I see those guys behind me." Right after he sat up, the manager smiled and praised him. "You're acting like a lively pigeon, aren't you?" This also made him raise his guard. "Who are you?" He was a little surprised by this question. "Who am I?" The old man smiled and announced to everyone present, "I am the manager of this portal." "That flying kid over there?" After confirming the manager's identity, Estio quickly got straight to the point with him. "Excuse me, manager, are we in the Reno's underground cave?" The manager immediately shifted his attention to Estio. He laughed in surprise and praised him. "This child is so polite." As he walked forward, the manager continued to chat. "It's been a long time since anyone has visited this cave." The small bats, upon sensing the strange movement, continuously flew out. "But why would a young person like you come here?" After that, Estio also recounted the mission he had received. "We are on our way to the territory of Hyga." Hearing the familiar name made the manager jump in surprise. Hyga. Suddenly his eyes became strangely frightening. There aren't many adventurers who dare to go to that land of death. Hearing him say those words, Estio couldn't hide the doubt in his heart. Why is Hyga's territory called the Land of Death? The manager, after thinking for a short while, also slowly recounted the whole story. Why? The emperor didn't dare keep his multi-talented relative by his side, because that person was an all-rounder, young, strong, and also very handsome. At this point, he burst out laughing with great amusement. Just that alone shows how many thorns the emperor had to be wary of. After a few brief stories, the manager pointed ahead. "See that path between the dark caves?" He recounted very seriously. "Although it's the only gate connecting to Hyga's territory, no one knows what's inside." Parker heard that and was startled, feeling a little anxious. No one knows. What does that mean?" He burst out laughing with great delight. "It means I can let you guys go, but I can't guarantee that your lives will be spared. Even if you get torn into 100 pieces, no one would know." This also made Parker on the side become terrified. Are there monsters in there? But this attitude of his only made the manager feel more excited. "You're stating the obvious." Simultaneously, the image of eyes lurking in the dark was quickly revealed through the manager's story. The territory ruled by the Duke is full of deadly long-fanged monsters. He was very excited, his words somewhat threatening. It means that Coward is afraid of his own relative. After finishing his speech, the manager laughed loudly again, while Parker fearfully hid behind Estio. But clearly, Estio didn't have time to care much about such things. He quickly looked around the space. Feeling a little confused, he continued to stare at the manager right in front of him. Seeing Estio's attitude, the manager felt a sense of respect. Look at this kid, not scared or distracted at all. Estio's eyes widened, as if judging whether this manager was evil or not. After a short period of observation, he slowly walked right up to him. This time, the manager pointed directly at Estio and gave his advice. "You'd be better off being a little careful." Although his words were somewhat hard to understand, he still patiently added, "Try not to let that cowardly king notice you." Looking into the manager's eyes also made Parker on the side feel scared. If you don't want to be swallowed whole before you even break out of your shell. As soon as he finished giving the necessary advice, Estio continued to make a suggestion. "Please send this message to the Duke for me." He turned his head, preparing to go into the dark tunnel right in front of him. "I am very willing to accept his invitation." This time, Estio walked forward. His words carried a hint of mystery, just like the manager at that time. "And when that time comes, His Grace can speak to me freely without having to hide like this." Just like that, he left before the eyes of this manager. Inside the dark tunnel, only he was left alone, standing there deep in thought. Remembering all the words Estio had just said, made the manager burst out laughing in great delight. He slowly raised his hand and pulled down the skin on his face. "Speak freely without having to hide, huh?" Just like that, the manager's facial skin disappeared, leaving behind a youthful face. He smiled cheerfully. How interesting. Chap 36. Inside the pitch-black tunnel, fortunately there were faint lights scattered about. Estio and his teammates stepped in one by one. Parker continuously looked from one side to the other. His body trembled violently. Feeling something was strange, he was startled and turned his head to find that Estio and his teammate were staring at him. As if understanding Parker's mood, Estio sighed and announced, "I didn't know you were afraid of being underground. Sorry." This also made Parker extremely confused, not knowing what to do next. How did you... Realizing something wasn't right, his face became surprised. "Did you just read my mind?" Estio continued to speak. "I'm sorry if I was rude to you." No. Just a few simple conversations had already cheered Parker up. He became cheerful. "See, no, it's okay. You can read as much as you want. You're the commander after all." He smiled shyly and scratched his head, explaining, "Instead of saying I'm afraid, it's more accurate to say it's a characteristic of my race. It would be more logical." Estio heard this and was curious. "A characteristic of your race?" Parker also slowly recounted, "Because avians usually live on high mountains and hills. We feel uncomfortable in a confined area like this." After speaking, he scratched his head a little shyly. "It's also hard to fly here because it's too narrow." Estio heard that and was surprised. "Is that so?" After carefully observing the space, Estio quickly turned his head and announced to Parker, "Since this cave connects directly to Hyga's territory, we'll arrive in half a day, if we travel without stopping." He didn't forget to voice his thoughts, for everyone to hear. "Because of the limited use of the portal, we have to wait a day to use it again, so I thought just going through the cave would be faster." This idea also made Parker admire him for being so smart. This way is really more effective. After that, Estio took all the blame. "It's also my fault for teleporting without thinking about the team." He quickly shook his head in refusal. No. Parker's face was somewhat hard to read. He quickly waved his hand to explain. "Don't be like that. Don't worry about making mistakes or anything. You just need to give the order." Hearing this, Estio suddenly repeated the two words, "give the order." He quickly voiced his speculation. "You saying that means you accept to follow all my instructions, without regard for your own desires?" This also made Parker feel confused. But actually, in Estio's mind, he had his own thoughts. In the end, it's no different from dominating their minds and controlling them. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, Parker continued to speak. "It's not that I don't think about my own desires. I'm here because I want to follow you." Hearing this information made Estio a little confused. "You want to follow me?" Unconsciously, Parker remembered when he was in danger. Estio saved him in time. "Yes, you are my superior, but you also saved my life." Hearing him say that, Estio didn't pay much attention and turned to leave. "It was because I was also in danger at that time." Whether it was intentional or not, it seems Parker still greatly appreciated those actions. "Even so, without you, I would have died. I'm really grateful for it." He didn't forget to add a few more words. "And I have a feeling that I should follow." Suddenly, Nezu sensed that something was wrong up ahead. This surprised everyone. Seeing Nezu acting strangely and frighteningly also made Parker panic. "Why is it like that?" Estio also gently called out Nezu. In the dark cave ahead, very strange movements quickly echoed. This made Estio raise his guard. "Is it a monster?" Nezu silently nodded to confirm this. "There are a lot." Seeing the two of them looking so serious also made Parker on the side become anxious. "A lot? How many?" Nezu continued to express its feelings. "They're very numerous, and they're fast too." The thought of this made him desperate, to the point of being speechless. So how close are they to us?" Its voice echoed right below us. As soon as Nezu finished its sentence, strange cracks quickly appeared on the ground below. It seemed that from below the ground there were creatures wanting to appear here. Golden bodies, bizarrely quickly emerged from the ground. Needless to say, at this point Parker was so scared he screamed and cried. A series of golden black-headed worms quickly appeared here, making him even more desperate. Sandworms. Looking at the worms that suddenly appeared before his eyes made Estio somewhat confused. Giant worms. Ahuru on the side was surprised. "Sandworms, it's the first time I've seen them." Nezu was still growling on high alert. Fortunately, Ahuru was right beside them and quickly reassured everyone. "It's okay, they're not aggressive. Their temperament is very gentle, so as long as you don't touch them, they won't get angry." After speaking, it didn't forget to point towards the sandworms and announce, "Look, they're just observing us." It seems that as it said, the sandworms were just standing still, assessing the situation in front of them. Ahuru became very certain and declared, "Moreover, they have no reason to attack us. They don't eat humans or plants." This also made Estio feel curious. "So what do they eat?" It laughed and explained as if it were obvious. "They eat dirt, just as Ahuru said. The worms. These sandworms are taking the opportunity to eat dirt into their mouths." As soon as the sandworms, the giant ones, ate their first bites, it felt that they were incredibly docile and cute. Estio and his teammates also lowered their guard with this cute animal. But contrary to everyone's attitude, Parker became extremely scared and screamed, "Help me!" Ahuru seemed tired and speechless with him. "They won't kill you." "Hey, you lame chicken, are you crying?" After thinking for a short while, it seems that Estio had a plan of his own. He took a few steps forward, then announced to everyone, They said we can pass through. This also made Parker extremely scared. What if they eat us? He remained calm and reassured everyone. They don't eat people, probably. Seeing Estio continuously moving straight towards the giant earthworms, Parker worriedly said, "Commander, if you get caught by them." But it seems he didn't care much about these things. He even walked past the earthworms. It's okay. They've known we've been here for a while. They're probably curious, because it's been a long time since anyone has appeared in the cave. After speaking, he didn't forget to turn his head back and announce, "They said they made this cave." It seems only Parker was scared. The sandworms. Oh my God. After carefully observing these giant earthworms, he repeatedly urged, "Their emotions are quite similar to human curiosity. So you can just go through?" This seemed to be difficult for Parker. Parker's whole body trembled, not daring to face such a scary creature. Oh my God. The earthworms still wriggled on the ground. Just seeing these sandworms or getting close to them made Parker so scared that he held his head and screamed. Estio was about to say something else. "Parker, if it's too difficult." As if understanding his intention, Parker immediately refused this request. "No, I can do it." Just like that, Parker's body trembled as he slowly moved forward. Estio saw this and thought to himself, speechless. "I was just going to ask the sandworms to move a little." After a long time had passed, Parker finally made it through. He sighed and complained, "I'm all dirty." Nezu sighed and nodded, adding, "My fur smells like poop." But it seems that Estio didn't care much about these things. The smell isn't that bad. Everyone was a little confused and couldn't believe it. So the smell is really bad. He also gave a forced smile and comforted them. "What's wrong with a bad smell?" "No, it's a bad smell. It's good." Seeing his face also made Parker feel speechless. A guy who knows how to control minds like him still can't lie, can he? Discovering something important. Parker's face became extremely excited. "It seems I misunderstood this Reno's underground cave." Walking ahead. Hearing these words made Estio seem surprised. "What do you mean, Parker?" He continued to remember the image of eyes from the darkness, intently observing everyone's movements. At that time, there was a story that said there were many monsters attacking people down here, so not many guests came to visit. Then he remembered the sandworms he had met earlier. Even though they look ugly as sin and stink to high heaven, the sandworms are very nice. This made Estio listen with curiosity. "You're still scared even though you know they won't attack us." He walked as he recounted his thoughts. "They're slimy, so they look scary. Just looking at them appear, I thought I was about to be eaten by them." But Estio was the complete opposite. "Really, I think they're cute." This made him speechless, and he retorted, "Cute, that wriggling, slimy thing." Just like that, the two of them continued to chat with each other, over a long distance about the sandworms. "Yes, they came all this way to find us, and they act cute when they move their bodies. That's acting cute." Time passed in a flash. Parker's voice was a little tired and discouraged. "It's been 3 hours since we entered the cave." Then Estio, walking beside him, quickly comforted him. "We must be almost there." Just thinking about what was stuck to his body made Parker even more uncomfortable. "I want to wash this smell off as quickly as possible. Even just a quick rinse would be fine." While walking forward, Nezu's nose immediately sniffed something. It quickly pointed forward, announcing to everyone, "There's water nearby. I can smell clean water and the sound of a waterfall over there." Then Estio and Parker silently looked in the direction Nezu had pointed ahead. At the same time, both of them froze a little surprised when they saw a light emanating from the front of the cave. In this place, there were even waterfalls splashing into the air, a familiar rushing sound. Then Estio was a little surprised and couldn't believe it. A waterfall inside a cave. Estio stared blankly at the large waterfall right in front of him. The whole group looked up in awe. He and everyone else quickly moved closer. It's a real waterfall. Estio quickly approached the water to investigate the situation. He slowly scooped some water into his palm, observing to see if there was anything strange. After confirming, Estio announced to everyone, "The water seems very clear." He didn't forget to turn his head back and remind them, "It's quite cold, so be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure quickly rushed over. Just like that, Nezu immediately plunged into the water below, sending drops of water splashing into the air. These water droplets even splashed onto Estio's face, who was sitting nearby. "It's been a long time since I've had a refreshing bath in nature." Nezu became extremely happy. "It's so cool here, Estio." Seeing everyone having fun like that, Ahuru on the side also felt excited. This looks fun. But it seems Estio and Parker were soaked by the splashing water. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly glanced at his friend. It seems Parker also somewhat understood and turned his head to look at him. This time the corner of Parker's mouth quickly opened wide as if to say something else. Seeing the slimy appearance, the two of them burst out laughing with great amusement. Parker quickly walked towards the lake. "Since it's already..." "So you say." Hearing that, Estio also nodded in understanding. "I guess so." Over here, Nezu was getting excited. "Estio is coming down too." Remembering something wasn't right, Parker turned his head in surprise to look at him. "But aren't you going to bathe the cat?" It seems Suki wasn't too fond of this idea. Its face even showed a hint of anger. Hearing that, Estio laughed and explained, "Suki doesn't like water." Seeing how stubborn it was, Parker could only sigh. But he still didn't forget to quietly urge, "But the water's already here." A little bath should be fine, right? You'll get sick if you're dirty. Unable to stand it anymore, Suki shouted curses, "You bird-brained chicken!" Seeing it use foul language, Estio quickly reminded Suki. As if understanding his intention, Suki voluntarily walked towards the clear water. "It's nothing. I'll bathe myself." Its trembling paw slowly reached out, preparing to touch the water's surface, but it really didn't want to do this at all. "I really don't like water." While Suki was still hesitating, not wanting to get in the water, suddenly someone threw it in forcefully. Parker held it and smiled, diving into the water and announcing, "All right, let's go." This time, Suki was startled into realizing it was in danger. Parker still didn't pay any attention. He jumped high into the air, flying, then immediately dove straight into the cool, refreshing water. Seeing that Nezu still hadn't moved, Estio worriedly called out Nezu, but the next scene made him jump in surprise. It turned out that at this moment, Suki's paws were brutally pushing down on Parker's head. But no matter how much it tried to escape, water still continuously splashed onto its face. Seeing Suki trying so hard to not let water touch its body, it also made Estio feel a little amused by the scene. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it quickly climbed onto the shore. After being safely on the shore, Suki then stared resentfully into the lake. Needless to say, it had become extremely angry at what just happened. "I won't let him get away. Where is that bird brain?" Seeing it behave like this, Estio gently comforted it. "Calm down, Suki." He smiled and turned to look at it, reminding, "Thanks to that, your fur is clean now." Afraid it would get sick, he also didn't forget to carefully dry its body with a towel, bit by bit. "Sit up a little straighter so I can dry you off." Then Parker finally emerged onto the shore. He smiled friendly and asked, "How was it, cat? Did you like it?" Just seeing him made Suki so hateful, it wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. "I'll kill him." Estio held it tightly and gently called out Parker. Parker seemed to be eagerly waiting to see what Estio wanted to say. "Yeah." This time he seriously chided. Suki was startled. Then he looked at Suki and requested, "Apologize and promise not to do that so suddenly next time." His words this time also made Parker realize his mistake with a start. Feeling very embarrassed, Parker quickly scratched his head and apologized. "Sorry about that." After apologizing, he didn't forget to add a few more words. "Next time I'll give you a heads up before the flash dive." Seeing that time was running short, Estio quickly turned around. "All right, let's get moving." Suddenly, Ahuru on the side kept calling out, "Ah ha ha ha." Finding it a bit strange, Estio quickly approached. "What are you doing?" It continued to explain to him, "I'm thirsty." Hearing this, Estio glanced at the lake. "So water," Ahuru sighed helplessly and explained. "I just drank some, but it's not good. This must be what a hungry cactus feels like." Such a picky eater. He gently placed Suki on the ground, not forgetting to remind it. "Go on, drink some water. Being too picky isn't good." Suddenly, Ahuru sadly asked, "Can you give me something else to drink?" But Estio still didn't understand what it meant. Something else. It continued to explain something stronger. This time, Ahuru thought of the delicious taste of Estio's blood from back then, with its special and delicious texture. Hearing it say that, he seemed surprised and thought to himself, could its eating habits have changed since that day? This made him feel hesitant and indecisive. Was it a blood-drinking plant all along? Estio slowly reached his hand towards Ahuru with certainty. He gently petted its head. "My blood is different from others." Naturally, this made it very happy. Getting head pats feels nice. After thinking for a short while, he quickly instructed, "Show me your thorns." This also made it feel surprised. "What?" But Estio kept urging, "Hurry up." On the side, Parker hurriedly brought his cloak over. "Estio, your cloak." After hearing his instruction, Ahuru immediately showed him its sturdy thorns. Seeing the fresh red drops of Estio's blood run down, it became extremely excited. Blood, there's blood. This also made Parker worried. "A leader," he gently turned his head back to reassure him. "I'm just feeding the cactus, so no need to panic." The fresh red drops of blood continuously poured into Ahuru's body, causing it to bloom more and more different flowers. A moment later, Estio, along with his teammates, continued on their journey. This time Parker continued to ask, "Do you think someone intentionally created that waterfall?" Hearing that, he nodded thoughtfully. "Probably." This made Parker very hesitant. "I hope it wasn't the sandworms that dug out this waterfall to make a bathing spring. It feels like some great creature once lived here." Seeing Parker act so strangely, Estio seemed surprised. "Why do you think that—" He quickly approached and added, "I heard that caves like these usually have an owner." His face became radiant. "Haven't you heard leader caves have tigers, wolves, or—" Images of mysterious undiscovered creatures quickly appeared through his story. As dragons. Hearing this, Estio was a little confused, remembering the enormous shape of the dragon back then. Dragons live in caves too. "Yes," Parker nodded with great certainty. "Yes. I learned that dragons' territories are often caves. Recently, there have also been some discoveries of dragon lairs in caves." Then he, along with Estio, looked all around. The damp space. But their bodies must be huge. This place is a little too small for a dragon to live in. Remembering something important, Parker smiled and gestured forward to announce, "But some people say that dragons, the strongest species of all dragons, have two physical forms. Estio couldn't hide his curiosity. Two forms? Parker quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, one form with wings, a tail, and short front claws. Something like that. They say that unless they use their powers, most of them try to maintain a human form. After this series of information, Estio understood more. You mean dragons live by transforming into humans? He very calmly spread his hands and explained, it's more than just transforming, it's like they have two bodies. Dragons are a species greatly favored by the gods. The more he heard this information, the more flabbergasted Estio became. Isn't it written in the Holy Scriptures that the human body is the embodiment of God? So, Parker quickly approached, smiled gently and voiced his thoughts. Like this, dragons also have a second form, created in the image of God. Although to confirm all this, we'd need to meet a real dragon in person. It seems he had understood something more. I wouldn't know since I've never been to a shrine before. Hearing that, Parker couldn't hide his surprise and asked again, really every village has to have a place of worship? He nodded in confirmation. Because I was born in a very poor city on a mountain. His face was a little sad as he continued walking forward. Besides, even if they were favored by God, it seems Estio had been through too much to conclude that, in the end, they were nothing. His eyes revealed an unspeakable sadness. Even if they were a species favored by God, they all went extinct and nothing is left right. Seeing him still so contemplative, Parker quickly tried to comfort him. No, actually it's the opposite, leader. This seemed to surprise him. The opposite, Parker continued walking forward. As he recounted everything he knew, I heard that the dragons abandoned this world and left. Parker continued to add important information. Although they are called guardians, they are the most powerful predators at the top of the food chain. Who could possibly make dragons go extinct? But it seems Estio didn't quite want to believe this. Weren't they killed by humans? Hearing this, Parker laughed and shook his head, waving his hand. No way. He quickly came over and placed a hand on Estio's shoulder. The real reason is because of the continuous evolution of humans and the devastation of the wars that followed. But before everyone's doubt, he didn't forget to add a few more words. The dragons wept when they saw the world begin to shatter. God gave them a final choice. His voice echoed continuously, describing a completely different place. They could continue to stay in this world as its guardians. It seems that Parker was very sure of what he had said, or leave this world, to go to a separate world just for them. Hearing this, Estio understood, so they left. Just like that, everyone walked and talked with their heads down, very cheerfully. I don't know if it's true, but according to the Holy Scriptures, that's how it is. Then Parker smiled with interest and continued. But one thing is for sure, dragons are greatly favored by God. Maybe even more favored than humans? While they were engrossed in conversation, Nezu suddenly sensed something was wrong. Estio, something is following us. But Estio, hearing this, seemed surprised. The sandworms again? Nezu's attitude immediately changed completely. So they weren't as friendly as they said, huh? It quickly looked towards the dark cavern right in front of them. I think they want to kill us. At the same time, a clawed foot finally appeared. The fierce wolves looked at Estio's group as if they were enemies. They only wished they could eat the group alive. Seeing their ferocious appearance, it also made Parker jump in fear. They're cave wolves, they must live here. Nezu became extremely angry at their actions. They don't look very friendly. Maybe they're sensitive because they're hungry. While still thinking, it sensed that something wasn't quite right. It looked up at the sky in surprise. This time, a giant wolf was aiming straight for it. An attack from above. Following that, other fierce wolves charged forward in the same way, waiting to attack. Unable to sit still any longer, Nezu jumped high into the air. It used all its strength to strike directly at these wolves, as if to repay all the friendliness they had shown. After Nezu landed on the ground, the wolves also fell to the ground. Nezu's eyes became extremely angry, seeing these wild wolves dare to take advantage and touch it. But the only thing was, Estio's group was now completely surrounded by the pack of lone wolves. They even targeted Nezu's large form to launch a surprise attack. Noticing a strange movement behind it, it angrily turned its head back with bloodshot eyes. Just one of its punches could send the fierce wolves flying, fierce, to the side. At the same time, its hand was now covered in blood from the wolves. Wild. After seeing Nezu's current strength, most of these wolves were somewhat in awe of this. Witnessing the battle between the two sides, Estio's face became strangely contemplative. He quickly glanced in another direction. After contemplating for a short while, his hand slowly reached forward. Estio's face gradually became calm. He was waiting to see what would happen next, if he made a move. Just as he predicted, all the fierce wolves became like little dogs, obediently sitting still right in front of him. Nezu immediately realized Estio used his power. It sat still there, looking at Estio with sparkling eyes. Estio hesitated for a moment. I don't want to kill them, but wolves live in packs, don't they? He closed his eyes tight. If that's the case, as soon as he opened his eyes again, his voice slowly echoed, from now on, I am your master. The fierce wolves, after hearing Estio's words, seemed to have been mesmerized and obediently understood. All of them raised their heads and continuously howled at the sky. Inside the vast cave, the roars of these fierce wild wolves echoed continuously. At the same time, the alpha among them slowly changed its posture. All the wolves had cleared a path for Estio to walk forward. Realizing that things were becoming easier, he turned his head back to look at everyone and gestured, "Let's go." Just like that, Estio and all his teammates walked past the fierce wolves as if nothing had happened. While walking behind him, Parker turned his head to talk with Nezu. "Man, I just gave this white-furred monkey a bath, but now it's all dirty again." Seeing this, it seemed surprised, looking at its white fur now covered in mud. "It's okay." Nezu smiled a very friendly smile and announced, "I'll wash up again later." Seeing that Parker was a bit friendly, it quickly introduced itself. "And my name is Nezu. Calling me White Thingy sounds weird, so just call me Nezu." Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. "All right, got it." The two were still talking, when suddenly he realized something was wrong. Seeing the light up ahead, his voice became very joyful. "There's the exit, just like that." Estio and his teammates finally got out of this dark tunnel. He looked at the beautiful scenery right before his eyes. Parker's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at the grand palace in front of him in awe. "That's Rheinsager. Everything here is built so sturdily, with magnificent architecture. Even on the city walls, there are soldiers strictly on guard. As a precaution, the soldiers here also didn't forget to prepare additional cannons." Parker was still excitedly walking forward. Estio from behind silently observed his surroundings. "So this is..." His face showed some surprise as he took in everything here. The Rheinsager territory. While walking forward, everyone's feet suddenly started to tremble. But Parker was so bewildered he didn't know what to say. "What was that?" "An earthquake." Nezu right beside him shook his head in denial. "It's not an earthquake." Realizing something was strange, it glanced in another direction. "Look over there." In front of Estio and everyone else was a group of soldiers on horseback. This time everyone looked intently at the flag carried by these soldiers. The troop riding large horses slowly advanced. Seeing a troop of soldiers approaching made Parker very impressed. "So many." As soon as they saw Estio's group, the representative quickly asked, "Are you the leader of the Ignis Guild?" Estio stepped forward and nodded in confirmation. "Yes." After receiving this confirmation, the representative quickly bowed and reported, "The Lord is waiting for you." Very quickly, the scene shifted to another large town nearby. As soon as they saw Estio appear, the people here became very bewildered. Nobles there working, they had to stop what they were doing and continuously discussed among themselves very animatedly. "No, look at that guy's clothes. He's a member of Ignis." It seems Estio and Parker were the hot topic of discussion for all of them. "One of them has wings, they look strong. New mercenaries, are they preparing for battle?" "A battle?" After hearing this information, another person immediately proposed, "Then we must fight too." The others also nodded in agreement. "That's right, we must." The people here were filled with fighting spirit, continuously cheering "fight." This time all the people in the town had gathered and loudly declared, "Sir, if you need our help, we are always ready to help. Let's protect this city." This series of actions made Estio freeze for a moment. He praised them in awe. "This is truly a wonderful land." This also made the representative feel confused. "Why do you think that?" It seems Estio really cherished the patriotic spirit of these people. Because the hearts of these people, even in his head, he had his own thoughts. Strong hearts, wishing to protect the place they lived together. Thinking back on himself, Estio felt a little weary and sighed, closing his eyes tight. "I have never, not even once, felt the desire to protect the land I was born in." Very quickly, the scene shifted to a grand palace, luxurious and opulent. Inside here, the furniture was exquisitely decorated. On the walls were paintings by various masters, adding to the luxury of the place. Estio and Parker and their teammates walked forward step by step. But while he was still observing everything, here the guide's voice rang out, "Excuse me." He looked a little worried as he glanced at Estio and announced, "But the only one allowed to enter is the guild's leader." Although he really didn't want to because this was an order, he had no other choice but to inform everyone. Others are not allowed to enter, unless they are personally invited by the Duke, but Estio remained silent. Listening to everything this guide said, that's the rule. After thinking for a short while, he turned his head back to inform everyone, "Do as he says." Hearing that Nezu was about to say something more, but his face became very serious as he comforted everyone. "I'll quickly check the request and come right out. Just wait here, okay?" Although very reluctant, Nezu could only sigh and nod in agreement. "Yes," even feeling a little scared. Nezu didn't forget to look ahead. "If anything happens, scream for me." Estio smiled gently and nodded in understanding, then stepped inside. Afraid that Estio would worry unnecessarily, Parker loudly declared, "Leave this to me, leader." His eyes sparkled. "I'll take good care of..." Before he could finish his sentence, the door slammed shut. This also hurt Parker's little heart. Nezu right beside him gently comforted him, "It's okay." After entering the room, Estio thought with some concern, "I don't think I've ever left the three of them together like this." Alone, he recalled the image of the three of them. Will they be okay? But the more important matter was at hand, so he had no other choice. Just get the information, confirm the request, and he was about to step forward when suddenly Estio saw Uhuru right in front of him. Seeing it still walking around here made him freeze for a moment. He searched his memory. Come to think of it, Nezu was carrying it for a while. But while he was still lost in his own thoughts, a voice called out, "You're here." The man in front of him spoke. "Did you have a prior appointment?" Seeing that Estio still hadn't reacted, Mobian slowly stood up, putting down all the work on his desk. He smiled, took off his glasses, and greeted him. "You said you would be happy to accept my welcome?" His face showed great anticipation. "Isn't that what you said, Estio?" But as soon as he saw Uhuru standing before him, it made Mobian freeze for a moment. Looking at it still standing there made him very confused. A cactus. It also quickly reintroduced itself to him. "My name is Uhuru. I'm a cactus." Mobian, after witnessing this scene, was frozen for a moment. Noticing his strange attitude, Uhuru showed its own awkwardness. At this point, Mobian was speechless, not knowing what to say. Just like that, his astonished scream echoed throughout the entire place. Uhuru and Mobian screamed at the top of their lungs. Standing motionless, hearing the screams coming from both sides, he helplessly half-closed his eyes and placed a hand on his head. Suddenly, the door burst open. 3 guards stormed in with swords drawn, shouting, "My lord! Is something wrong?" Mobian stiffened and coughed a few times. He quickly glanced to the side. Uhuru stood still without making a sound. Mobian crossed his arms, forced a smile, and ordered, "It's nothing. Return to your posts." The guards, with clear confusion on their faces, looked at each other. He watched the door close and let out a sigh of relief. Mobian raised a hand to his mouth and forced a laugh. "I heard the leader was a rather eccentric fellow, but I didn't think he was a cactus." Uhuru remained motionless on the floor. He squatted down in front of it, wondering, "I heard the leader was a normal human." "You can really walk and talk like a person, huh?" It snapped back with a curse. "What, you fool?" Mobian spoke with interest. "Your thorns are quite sturdy, I like that." Uhuru grumbled, "No matter what I'm like. This blockhead can't be the Duke." That day, Estio cut through the misunderstanding with a deep voice. "I am the guild's leader." He looked down, confused. "Didn't you say we've met before?" Mobian looked up at Estio. Then he smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Just a precaution." Mobian stood opposite Estio and questioned him. "I don't know if you have a habit of dressing up as a cactus or not." He immediately replied, "I don't have such a hobby." He continued, "But you have the ability to do so, don't you? The ability of psychological manipulation." Then Estio furrowed his brow slightly. Mobian waved his hand excitedly. "So I was right, huh?" "It was just a guess. Because someone with the ability to read minds can also control others." He hesitated and asked, "How much do you know?" Mobian raised a forefinger to his lips, still smiling as he answered, "I was just guessing." "Don't be so sensitive, my friend." He judged him. "Truly, there's nothing to doubt. The pressure he exudes is truly endless." Estio pensively stared at Mobian. He extended a hand politely and said, "Let me introduce myself again. I am Mobian Reinsager. I am the one who sent the request to your guild. It's a pleasure to meet you." Estio silently watched his hand. After a moment, he also shook Mobian's hand. "I am Estio from the Ignis Guild." Estio got straight to the point. "So what is the request?" He cut him off. "First, there's something I'm a little curious about." Mobian looked at Uhuru beside them with suspicion. "If you're not controlling this thing, then what is this talking cactus?" "A monster!" It roared in indignation. "Who are you calling a monster?" It vaguely realized something. "Well, that's true. But is it okay to call me a monster like that?" Uhuru jumped up and down, shouting, "I won't go easy on you!" Mobian turned pale, goosebumps covering his skin as he stammered, What's it saying?" The noise echoed throughout the room. Estio helplessly watched him sitting on the table, dodging Uhuru's pursuit. He knelt down and called, "Uhuru, come here." It stopped nagging Mobian. Then Uhuru zipped back to Estio's side. He picked it up with his hand and wondered, "Your Grace, can you hear what Uhuru is saying?" Mobian awkwardly held the hilt of his sword at his side. That?" He closed his eyes and casually replied, "So those were the words of that cactus. I heard everything." Mobian's hand was trembling uncontrollably. "But it's so scary." He looked at Estio and Uhuru and asked, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to hear?" "You seem confused. I'm sorry for asking this. But can you also hear the voices of plants?" Estio's cheeks flushed. "You have that ability too." Mobian took a step toward him and replied, "I don't." "What do you mean?" He tightened his grip on his sword. "If it were the sword I always hold, then I would understand." Estio, confused, asked, "What does your sword have to do with it?" Mobian explained with a faint smile. "Some bonds are strengthened by fresh blood." "Such as?" Estio's eyes darted to Uhuru upon hearing his answer. "If that cactus drank your blood, for instance." Mobian placed a hand on his chin, understanding dawning. "Is that so, Estio? This must be your power. Your ability, your ability is to allow the voices of plants to reach my senses. This ability can be activated through words. You can also give verbal commands." Mobian raised his index finger, explaining, "But if enough blood is absorbed, you don't need to say anything to activate your ability." Estio stood up, evaluating. "You know more about my power than I do." He waved his hands frantically. Don't get me wrong, I didn't specifically investigate you. It's just that the information I've gathered over the years just so happens to be useful now. Estio was stunned. Investigate. Does that mean there are others with abilities like mine? Mobian smirked and replied, there were. He turned his head to look away. For now, it's just a hypothesis. Mobian continued helplessly. To be honest, because the physical traits passed down in my family for so many generations. I was misunderstood because of my hair color. Estio was confused. Misunderstood? He gripped his sword. Black hair. His eyes widened. Black eyes. Estio was dumbfounded. And a freaky ability. Mobian pointed the tip of his sword at him. Everyone wonders about this that the Haga family, he maintained a confident posture, and said, are descendants of the Black Dragon. He fell silent, not answering. Uhuru suddenly spoke up. Black Dragon? It sized him up fearfully. His ego is insane, it's kinda scary. Mobian gritted his teeth in anger. Estio broke into a sweat looking at Mobian's expression. Duke. He slapped his forehead. Ah! Mobian grinned full of excitement. I can feel the essence of the Black Dragon flowing through my veins. Uhuru called out, let's go home, Estio. He smiled until his eyes crinkled, waving a hand. Sorry, I was just kidding. Obviously, I'm not a black dragon. Mobian sheathed his sword. I was just talking about some old rumors. He turned his back and walked away. Because that rumor is related to the request I have. Estio wondered, what is your request? A soft thud was heard. He reached out to catch the bag Mobian threw. This is heavy. He spoke seriously. Mobian leaned against the table and declared, want to find the true descendant of the Black Dragon. Estio's eyes widened. He held up one finger. 1 month. Mobian stated his terms. If you try to help me with this for the next month, my request will be considered fulfilled, regardless of the outcome. He closed his eyes, hands on hips, assuring him, so there's no need to worry. Just do as I say. Estio hesitated. If you, the Duke, abandon your post. He had already thought of that. Mobian proudly announced, I've already found a replacement. 1 month will be fine. He asked nervously, let me tell you up front. I'm not a close-quarters fighter. Do you have soldiers with you? Mobian wondered. Soldiers. He waved a hand arrogantly. Why would I need something like that? Mobian took a few steps. He put his hands behind his back, his voice resonating. If you're talking about swordsmen, I am the top swordsman in the Empire. Uhuru drooped, complaining, so cringe. Ew. Mobian narrowed his eyes and continued. Besides, he threatened in a cold voice, if anyone wants to interfere with my business, they're the ones who should be fearing for their lives. I'm not like the clan heads before me. Not even the Emperor is an exception. Standing before the door, Mobian's assertion echoed. No matter who they are. He grabbed the doorknob, preparing to leave. Just then, Estio spoke up. Can you confirm that your desire to find the Black Dragon? He stood behind Mobian, questioning, is unrelated to your current thoughts. He laughed awkwardly, thinking, he read my mind. Mobian looked at Estio, silently assessing him. He's a bigger obstacle than I thought. He agreed. All right, I'll rephrase. He placed a hand on his chest and continued. The one making the request this time is not the Duke of this nation, but simply an individual. Me, Mobian? It has nothing to do with politics. Estio was stunned, then lowered his head and replied softly, I understand. Mobian spoke with conviction. The Haga family certainly has no blood relation to the Black Dragon. His eyes widened. But it is true that Black Dragon blood is mixed in. Mobian opened the door. Outside, Parker was playing with Nezu and Suki. He looked up when he heard Mobian's voice. One of my ancestors drank dragon's blood, and from then on, they gradually gained power over time. Estio was astonished. That, he leaned against the door and retorted, is quite similar to your cactus. Isn't it? Uhuru snapped, brat, don't drag me down to your level. But Estio stepped closer to him. Then your grace. He proposed, please choose our first destination. Mobian averted his gaze. A moment later he turned back and asked, where should we go? Estio was surprised. Huh. Mobian's eyes narrowed slightly. My destination for this month? He held out a hand. Mobian pointed towards Estio and announced, eyes to investigate you. The one with the Black Dragon's power, as recorded by my ancestors. Estio's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Parker and Nezu looked at the two of them confused. Mobian gestured with his hand, turning his head away as he spoke. Isn't it interesting? He imagined a black dragon and continued, among all dragons, the pure power of this black dragon has the attribute of darkness, relying on mental abilities. That can dominate the normal rhythm of life. Parker, Nezu, and Suki looked on blankly, understanding nothing. Mobian put a hand on his chin. The way I see it, your ability to dominate is too similar to the black dragon's to be a coincidence. Estio exclaimed in disbelief, no way! He gave a wide smile, revealing his motive. You're right. I called you here because I always thought you had some connection to dragons. Mobian smiled until his eyes crinkled again, holding out his hand. So let's help each other out for the next month, all right? The massive castle was plunged into darkness. A frantic voice echoed, where did he go? Through the spacious rooms, Mobian was called out repeatedly. Then Jeria smiled brightly and exclaimed, there you are, my lovely star. Jeria looked at Mobian sitting on the grass outside and asked, are you playing hide-and-seek because you can't sleep? He looked up blankly. Yes. She scooped Mobian up and offered, then let me tell you a fun bedtime story, okay? He replied, yes. Jeria, with a gentle smile on her lips, continued. The blood of dragons flows within you, Mobian. He asked, dragon's blood. She glanced at Mobian and said, yes. Isn't it wonderful? It's a gift from the black dragons, the most precious and beautiful in this world. He retorted, you're a liar. Grandfather told me that dragons disappeared a long time ago. Jeria exclaimed, Lord Hicken really said that. Her voice echoed down the hallway. It's true that the other dragons may have disappeared, because the world has become too vast and complex for dragons to protect. Jeria opened the bedroom door. Mobian pouted regretfully. What really? She reminded him. However, please remember this, won't you? For my little star. Jeria laid him down on the bed and instructed, the dragons with whom we share this bloodline have not yet disappeared. The proof is our family. For a very long time, our family has always produced healthy children. Mobian was incredulous. But didn't they die a long time ago? She placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Dragons are the guardians of the world. They do not age, get sick, or die. Jeria smiled gently. I told you, didn't I? They are the noblest and most beautiful creatures in this world. They are surely protecting our family from somewhere. Mobian's eyes widened, his cheeks flushing. He turned his head away and exhaled sharply. What if the dragons aren't protecting us voluntarily? Then it means we're too weak for them to even bother with. A young Jeria sat on Mobian's bed. Compared to real dragons, we are nothing. However, by living virtuously and continuing our family line, we will be the only living proof of their existence in this world. She watched him with a gentle gaze. Mobian stammered, asking Jeria, then why doesn't that dragon leave and just stay silent like that? Jeria smiled until her eyes crinkled. Because the black dragon loves humans very much. Back in the present, Mobian's eyes shot open. He sat up abruptly, placing a hand on his forehead. That dream again. Mobian slowly opened his eyes at the sound of a voice. You're awake. He looked at Estio sitting across from him. You didn't sleep. He replied, I just woke up too. The fire flickered between the two of them. The atmosphere was suddenly quiet. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Ah, Mobian asked nervously, did I talk in my sleep or? Estio immediately replied, no, you slept very peacefully. He questioned, really? He dropped a piece of meat into the fire. Yes, really. Ah. Mobian fell silent, nodding. Come to think of it. He looked at Estio, silently assessing him. The calm way he replies is a lot like Jeria. Mobian shook his head vigorously. What am I thinking? Jeria was a gentle, warm woman. Her hair was reddish-pink and completely different from that gloomy, emotionless guy. He looked over at the soundly sleeping Nezu and Suki and asked, but why are you awake instead of sleeping? I feel bad about it. Estio raised the stick. Have you forgotten? He explained calmly. My most basic ability is to read others' minds. If someone is dreaming with very strong imagery, sometimes it will start to bleed into my mind, even if I don't want it to. Estio held the piece of meat over the fire and continued. It's as if it's being transferred to me. His eyes reflected the dancing flames. Mobian probed. So, you saw everything. An image of Jeria appeared. Estio commented. She was a beautiful and wise mother. He laughed and scratched his head. Yes, Jeria. My mother was a very intelligent person, unlike me. Mobian stared blankly up at the sky. He watched the distant stars in the sky. Even though she's no longer here, Estio's voice broke the night's silence. You only slept for an hour. Aren't you going to sleep more? Mobian said in a low voice. I have insomnia. Yes. He smiled until his eyes crinkled. If I got that much, then that's enough. At that moment, the space fell silent. Mobian let out a short laugh. Letting you see a piece of my past memories. It was an interesting dream, wasn't it? Estio replied listlessly, yes. He held up 2 fingers and explained, Jeria was my father's second wife. Mobian's eyes darted elsewhere as he continued, but of course I always thought of Jeria as my real mother. I heard my birth mother passed away after trying to give birth to me. His eyes softened. Jeria was... Mobian remembered Jeria's smile. My lovely little star. He looked at the stars in the sky and recounted, she called me her little star. Mobian hung his head in loneliness. But I couldn't give her anything. He gnashed his teeth in resentment. Not even her life. Mobian clenched one hand into a fist. At that time, countless panicked voices shouted throughout the town. A monster has invaded the estate. The monster is coming. The monster attacked one person after another with its sharp claws. Jeria, where are you? Mobian laughed helplessly. That day, everyone died except me. He suddenly thought of a black dragon. If the black dragon still exists in this world, Mobian fell back onto the ground. I really just want to ask it one question. Estio listened in silence. He raised his hand slightly, asking, what should I do? Mobian looked as if he wanted to reach out and touch the stars. What do I need to protect now? Mobian's voice rose in the middle of the forest. I don't need this damn power anymore. He continued sorrowfully. If I stay like this, I'd rather let the Haga bloodline disappear forever. Estio spoke up in a low voice. If you have nothing left to protect, then you can rest. He looked at Mobian and said, useless thoughts often appear when people don't get enough sleep. He was surprised. What? No. He suggested just go to sleep. He thought in bewilderment, is it because I was wondering? If he was a descendant of the Black Dragon, Estio crossed his arms, his voice full of conviction. You won't have any nightmares tonight. Mobian vaguely realized, that's right. He said he could read people's minds and hearts. His eyes gently closed. Wouldn't a few nightmares be no problem then? Clouds drifted lazily across the clear blue sky. A cooking pot hung over the fire. The faint aroma drifted past Mobian's nose. He sat up abruptly, yawning. Is it morning already? Mobian was astonished. Did I sleep that well? A person who can use mind powers is truly amazing. For the first time in a while, I've slept so well. Uhuru's voice rang out, Yo! It grumbled, you just woke up so lazy. Are you related to sloths? He picked Uhuru up and laughed sheepishly. No, of course not. I don't usually sleep this much. It didn't believe him and shot back, no way, liar. It scoffed. Wash your face, and then we'll talk. Mobian assessed, pretty blunt, huh? He flicked Uhuru away and rubbed his eyes. Parker walked over carrying 2 bowls of soup. Here it's hot ham and cheese corn chowder. He took it. Mobian stared at the dish in his bowl. You called this what now? Then Parker sat down beside him and replied, It's a cheese combo soup. Milk potatoes cauliflower. He retorted, Did you make that name up? Countless question marks appeared in his head. Then is it crab ham and cheese soup? Mobian was dejected. Isn't this just a hodgepodge of whatever you brought? Parker explained. Not at all, Your Grace. Don't disrespect my 25 years of cooking experience like that. He exposed him. How old are you to have 25 years of cooking experience? A twinkle appeared in his eyes. I'm 21. I learned to cook when I was just 1 year old. Parker fabricated, I even cooked my own baby food. Mobian snapped, Nonsense. Uhuru chimed in, that makes no sense. Because the avian species are related to birds, they can fly very well by the time they're 1 year old. He closed his eyes, fantasizing. That's right. I was also a talented little bird, able to fly from a very young age, and now with my current job, I even work as a messenger. I'm a recognized member of the command team. Mobian turned his head and asked, So Parker, where is the commander? The entire space fell silent. Parker broke into a sweat, avoiding his gaze. Who knows? He said he was going to scout the area for a bit. It's not like I don't know. He repeated the question, Where is that reliable member? He waved his hand, stammering. Shouldn't we let him be alone sometimes? It was quite a shock after all. It's not like he was adopted or anything, and he just found out he has dragon-like powers. Mobian put down his bowl and probed, When did the commander disappear? Parker thought for a moment, then answered, I think it was when I was cleaning the pot for breakfast. It must have been a while ago. He brought a spoonful of food to his mouth. But he's the commander, so I'm sure nothing happened, right? Parker stared blankly as Mobian shot to his feet. He put his hands on his hips and said helplessly, This doesn't sound good at all. This area isn't safe yet. Mobian's eyes narrowed as he thought. I should have told him to be more careful. Parker exclaimed in panic, What not safe? He exhaled sharply. Mobian listed the dangers one by one. Monsters. An image of fierce bandits appeared. Bandits. A line of stern armored soldiers holding spears. Soldiers from the enemy kingdom. 2 fortresses were perched high in the forest. Haga is still a land that has not escaped war, Mobian continued, saying we're safe without any precautions. His voice was steady. Is only when I'm holding a sword beside you. A soft sound rustled through the rustling leaves. Estio's figure appeared fleetingly. He frowned. Looks like nothing has happened yet. Parker panicked. Really? Then I should go find the commander? Mobian took a few steps and offered, I'll go. He stared blankly at his disappearing figure. Wait here. Mobian leaped high into the air. Parker couldn't help but be impressed. What a jump. He scanned the distant treetops. Mobian jumped through the air. He was shocked to discover something. The smell of blood. Mobian saw Estio's figure and called out loudly, Hey! He landed on the ground. Mobian ran over and asked, Are you all right? Estio turned his head in surprise. The growling of a cave wolf was heard. Only then did Mobian look over in astonishment. He looked at the wolves next to Estio, utterly bewildered. Why are the cave wolves out here? The cave wolf stared aggressively at Mobian. He thought cautiously, Why are these cave wolves outside? Is it because they're being mind-controlled? A dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. Estio's voice cut through his thoughts. Are you ready to leave? Mobian stepped closer to him. No, I'm still eating breakfast. He replied, Then I'll be right back. He looked at Estio with curiosity. But what are you doing here? He stroked the head of the injured wolf pup and explained, They're the wolves I met in the underground cave. Renos! The mother wolf looked up at her cub in the arms of Estio. He continued, They are a species that lives and hunts deep in the caves. But when they left the cave with us, they suffered great losses caused by humans. Mobian put his hand to his chin and looked away. That makes sense, because to the people of Haga, a pack of wolves would be seen as a nuisance, so they would be hunted. Estio hesitated, hunted. He explained they are predators. Mobian imagined people cautiously entering the cave. The Reno's cave system is the only place that connects the Haga territory to the outside world. for people to travel safely here. Eliminating monsters and beasts that could threaten their lives is the right thing to do. The sharp eyes of the cave wolves appeared. Anyway, if we don't do that, the weak will be eaten. Mobian put his hands on his hips and suggested, anyway, just let them fend for themselves. Suddenly, a faint scent wafted to his nose. Mobian looked at the two cave wolves in astonishment and asked, "That one, did you give it your blood?" He was covered in the red liquid. But Estio answered without hiding anything. "Yes, I don't know if it will work or not, but my blood has been able to save injured animals before." He sighed helplessly. "I understand you want to help it," Mobian reminded him. "However, giving away your blood for free like that is not a good idea." He pointed at Estio. "If you really are a descendant of a dragon," he looked somewhat bewildered by Mobian's words, "your blood will have the effect of reviving lesser creatures and turning them into your guardians." He clenched his fist and continued, "Becoming servants of the Black Dragon." Mobian smiled cheerfully, pointing a thumb at himself, just like the Haga family. He narrowed his eyes and turned away. "Am I talking too much?" Mobian offered some advice. "Anyway, you should stop helping them and let them be." Then Estio took a step forward in agreement. "I agree with you, Your Grace. However," he made a proposal. "We can change them now." Mobian paused. "Change them? How?" Estio asked. "Yes, if the wolves promise not to harm the people of Haga anymore." He asked bluntly, "What can you give them in return?" Mobian was silent. He was bewildered. It was once said that the Black Dragon would mediate the relationship between humans and other creatures. "I'm getting closer to my original goal. This..." Mobian smirked. He held out his hand and said, "Just promising not to harm us isn't enough. Perhaps..." Mobian's voice rang with conviction. "If they promise to become one of the guardian forces of Haga, I can guarantee their food and safety." He narrowed his eyes and asked, "How about it?" The smell of food spread throughout the forest. Parker scooped spoonfuls of soup into a bowl. "You're back." Suddenly he shrieked in alarm. Parker looked at the cave wolves next to Estio and yelled, "What are they?" He flapped his wings and legs in panic, exclaiming, "They're cave wolves!" Mobian raised a hand and frowned. "They're our new companions." "Hey, Fluffball." Estio, holding a cave wolf, replied, "We've decided to travel together from now on." Parker screamed his head off. "Commander!" "I can't provide food for wolves too." Mobian shot back. "Is that why you're freaking out?" He shrieked, losing his cool. "Don't you know how important meals are?" Despite the commotion, Nezu was just chilling. Its eyes were sparkling. Just then Estio bent down to let the mother wolf see her cub. Nezu approached. "Is that a wolf pup?" He replied, "Yes, but it's badly injured." "Yes." Estio stroked the cave wolf pup. "I think if we just let its mother worry, the wound will only get worse." He turned to look at Parker and gave a reason. "It was shot in the hind leg with an arrow." "Parker, can you check on its condition?" Parker immediately agreed. "Yes, sir." He quickly walked over. "If it doesn't require minor surgery, I can help." Two neatly folded blankets were stacked on top of each other. 2 vials of different colored potions were also taken out. Parker looked at the unconscious wolf pup. "Let's see." He carefully examined the wound. Parker looked at the wolf pup confused. "There's no wound." "What?" Estio looked down in surprise. "What?" He explained. "If a wolf pup was pierced in the leg by an arrow, its skin would be pierced through. But this is just a tiny scratch." Calling it an injury is a bit of an exaggeration. Parker assessed the wolf pup's condition. "Its temperature is also normal. It seems to have just recovered." He looked up at Estio, puzzled. "Commander, are you sure it was hit by an arrow?" He froze for a moment. Estio replied grimly, "No." He stood up straight and said, "I must have been mistaken." Estio hid the arrow he was holding behind his cloak. "I must have mistaken it for another wolf." Mobian stood behind him, arms crossed, observing thoughtfully. Estio also glanced at him, just like that. Then he put a finger to his lips, signaling to keep it a secret. Mobian immediately spoke up. So he doesn't want his comrades to know about his special ability. He wondered to himself, but why? The fire had long since died out. A pack of wolves huddled together affectionately. Someone's voice called out to the sleeping cat. "Suki!" It cracked open one eye. Estio's voice called out, "We're getting ready to leave." Suki noticed the wolves below. It asked blankly, "What are these things?" It instinctively looked down. Suki leaped down swiftly. "They're our comrades now, and they'll be with us until the mission is complete." Then it sat right on top of Estio's head. Your teammate understood its thoughts, so he replied, "Yes. They will also be new legal citizens of the Haga territory." Suki lazily licked herself clean, ignoring the world. "Do whatever you want." "So have you thought of our next destination yet?" Mobian held up 3 fingers and wiggled them. "I should have said so sooner," he said with a smile, "but I've already chosen our next destination." Parker leaned in and whispered, "When did you decide?" Mobian replied cheerfully, "Just now." He was startled by the suddenness. "What?" Mobian slowly approached Estio. "I heard you grew up in a rural village. Where is that village specifically?" Hearing that question, Estio didn't answer for a moment. A village appeared in his memory. Then Estio answered Serbia Village. He cheerfully confirmed the destination. "We'll go there." Parker let out a few shouts. Hearing that, Nezu also cried out in confusion. Ahuru also started judging Mobian. Why would he do something he knows Estio won't like? Is he a pervert? When Mobian flashed a handsome smile, it thought ill of him. Look at that smile, definitely a pervert. Estio politely asked, "Why do you want to go to my hometown?" He answered simply but cryptically, "I just intend to observe you." He reached out his hand in a friendly manner. "But from what I can see, it seems you don't know yourself very well either." Mobian wants to understand Estio, that's the reason. If I meet the relatives who raised you, maybe I'll understand better. Scenes from the past appeared in his head. So many thoughts were revealed before Estio's eyes. The people who raised me aren't the ones who gave birth to me. No, that's not the problem. He squeezed his eyes shut. Don't want to see them again. Suddenly, Mobian called out, "Hey!" He leaned in closer and made a demand. "You should listen to the request of your master." Mobian asked again, "Don't you think so?" But Estio seemed evasive. "I understand." And he still decided to go there. "Let's go." Scene changed to a place with a clear, blue sky, a beautiful scene. Galactic Branch Guild. A welcoming sound, "Glad to have you back." I can't say that anymore. Hack bowed respectfully to Estio. "Welcome. How have you been, Guild Commander?" He raised his hand, gesturing that he understood. "Branch Manager Hack," Estio shyly instructed. "Please treat me as you did before. I'd be more comfortable that way." Hack looked up, maintaining his previous attitude. "But my rank." "I'm your subordinate now." Estio had to say please. Then he seemed a bit awkward and cleared his throat. "If you say so." Hack chuckled and changed the subject. "How have you been?" Estio, "Yes." The change made him freeze up a bit. But Estio immediately caught on. "Yes." He patted Estio on the back a few times and enthusiastically led him inside. "You've become the Guild Commander. The new uniform suits you well. Please come in." The others followed. Estio, who had been watching from a corner, was completely stunned. "I knew you'd do great things. I told you I have a good eye for people." Parker beside him could only glance over. "Why is he tooting his own horn so much?" Hack patted Estio on the back a few times, proud of himself. "My eye for talent is extraordinary. My salary should be higher. If not at least, I should get all those multi-flavored candies you get from Delphia every month or every full moon." "Right." Suddenly a pale hand covered Hack's mouth. Rosalie arrived with a folder and greeted them briefly. "Estio, it's so good to see you again. I heard you're heading to Serbia Village in the Riverlands." She showed a surprised expression. "But if it's in the Riverlands, that's a long way from here." Thinking about the distance, Rosalie couldn't help but exclaim, "You'll have to cross many mountains and the path is very rough. If you walk there, it will take a very long time, and you'll endure many hardships." So he leaned on his hand and smiled cheerfully. "I'll lend you a carriage so you can travel more comfortably." But Rosalie, seeing Hack was too enthusiastic, spoke up instead. "We will prepare a carriage for you." Estio politely expressed his gratitude. "Yes, thank you." Hack chuckled heartily, inviting everyone in to rest. "Well, everyone must be tired. You guys go rest in your rooms." The sky soon turned a golden orange. The last rays of sunlight flickered through the window. Estio sat alone in the room. He quietly observed everything. It was all the same, just like when he left. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door. Estio stood up and looked over curiously. "Who is it?" The door continued to make sounds. There was a continuous knocking from outside. Then a thought crossed Estio's mind. Who would come here? Then a click was heard. The latch clicked open as if someone had acted upon it. He took a deep breath, then slowly stepped outside. He opened his eyes wide, a bit surprised. Estio called out, "Rosalie." She asked worriedly, "Am I disturbing your rest?" "No." He walked over, denying it. "No, it's okay." So Rosalie came closer. "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Estio honestly admitted, "No, I've never learned." Rosalie looked regretful. "Oh, really? That's a shame. But there are no available carriages right now. It seems they're all being used for other requests." She counted the number in the stables. "We have a few horses left, but if you can't ride..." Estio wasn't in a hurry. "It's okay," he said quietly, "because the deadline for the request is quite long, so I can just walk." Rosalie hesitated slightly. So while she was talking, two people were peeking in from behind. "At least I can call for many soldiers to go with you." But Estio still refused. "There's no need." Rosalie felt confused. "Why?" Mobian from behind the door had heard everything. "Of course I don't have any combat abilities, but since my client has self-proclaimed to be the best swordsman in the capital, I think I can trust him and travel safely." Suddenly he jumped. "Self-proclaimed what?" "Okay then." Rosalie clapped her hands cheerfully. "That's great then. If you need help, just let me know." A hand was gently raised, interrupting the conversation. "Excuse me." Parker boldly stepped out after eavesdropping for a while. "If you guys are done talking, there's something I'd like to say. The cooking ingredients are almost gone." He held up a pot covered in black marks. "The pot is also dirty from being burnt." "Damn, this is so dirty." He laughed awkwardly and made a small request. "So I thought this would be a good opportunity to get a new one. Can the guild provide us with this?" "Yes," Rosalie happily agreed. "For something this simple, of course." "Let me tell you which office to go to." Parker also asked for a few other things. "Can I buy other things too?" She nodded. "All right." Mobian also ran after them, not forgetting to tell Estio, "Well, I'm going to the weapon shop now." Nezu chimed in, "Have fun." Estio did the same. "Yes, be careful, sir." Ahuru, who rarely gives compliments, mumbled, "Good job." Mobian froze for a second. He didn't expect this. I'm going by myself. Estio then expressed his thoughts. I don't know anything about weapon shops. He asked, confused. Didn't you say you've operated in this area before? He denied it, glancing slightly at Mobian. I'm not a close combatant. I just belong to a special operations division. His hand tightened slightly on his arm. So I've never had to use a weapon. He grew more and more curious about Estio. So you don't know how to use any weapons? I thought you grew up in the countryside. You've never hunted animals and found their lairs. He only said one sentence. I don't want to kill them. Then Mobian raised another question. So have you ever killed a person? Estio looked down and didn't answer. He remembered that bloody scene. Blood dripping from the blade. Estio's face darkened as he replied, I have. A thought crossed Mobian's mind. So it's not like he doesn't know what to do. Speaking of this, he fell into deep thought. For a guy who says he's never even slit a chicken's throat, he can kill a person if necessary. He widened his stance slightly. Either way, Mobian tried to offer some useful words of encouragement. I know you have immense power, but people are more fragile than you think. So it's better to have a weapon at least. He smiled, giving Estio more strength. This is also a request from your client, you know. After hearing that, Estio sighed and agreed to follow Mobian for a bit. Nizu, wait here with Parker and Uhuru, okay? Nizu peeked down from the top bunk. I want to go too. Estio wanted Nizu to stay. I'll be right back. Just get some rest. He was a little bored, but still had to wish him be careful. Uhuru suddenly had something to say, but it targeted Suki, who was walking by. Why are you taking the tiger? Estio continued. Suki will definitely follow me even if I try to stop her. She looked up and strode arrogantly. You know me well. Suki was full of arrogance. Who would dare stop me? So both Estio and Mobian went to the weapon shop. The shop door opened. Mobian spoke politely, excuse me. But there wasn't a soul at the counter. After a while, a voice was heard. Who is it? He quickly replied, a customer. The shopkeeper came up, grumbling to himself. My head, I forgot to lock the door while cleaning again. Then he leaned his hands on the counter and announced, I'm not selling anything today, so please leave. Mobian was quite surprised. Why aren't you selling anything? The shopkeeper raised his voice. Why, you ask? Because Viscount Fabian just cleaned this place out. The racks are completely empty. Even though he was short on stock, he still placed another order and forced me to produce more weapons. He crossed his arms and complained irritably. I heard he's gathering troops, but he's run out of equipment. It'll be hard to get more weapons from other shops too. Estio expressed his confusion. Viscount Fabian is gathering troops. The shopkeeper found it strange and asked, Are you from the guild? The shopkeeper revealed some information. Then wouldn't you know more about it than me? The young lady of that family is gravely ill. Estio's expression remained very calm, sick. The shopkeeper was a little surprised. You really don't know the recent news? Suddenly he fell silent. The shopkeeper leaned into their ears and whispered, The rumor is... The shopkeeper uttered 3 words, it's a heart sickness. People are whispering that. The young lady panics whenever she sees blood, and has nightmares every night. A while ago, the family's soldiers were killed en masse, and it seems she's afraid of that emptiness. News about that story just kept spreading. That's why he wants to find so many soldiers. Saraline once looked at Estio with sparkling eyes. If you can read my secret, then that means we're secret friends, okay? At this, his face went blank, remembering that image. Then a loud call pulled him back. Estio. Someone handed him a knife. Here, take this. Estio took it with both hands. Why are you giving this to me? Mobian replied. It's still better than being empty-handed. Safety first. And Mobian pointed, reminding him to watch out for himself. You're too careless with yourself. Then he turned and left. Let's go. But Estio didn't expect a situation like this. Thank you. The two of them walked down a small path. Estio walked leisurely with Suki by his side. Suddenly, Estio spoke up. Suki, he asked curiously, do you remember Sarah? She replied indifferently. I don't remember every human I've ever met, or what they look like. He looked straight ahead. It's probably better not to remember. It seemed Suki still wanted to say something to Estio. She began to share her thoughts. They made your life miserable, yet you still care about them. He suddenly clenched his fist. Sarah did nothing wrong. Suki wanted to know more. So what are you going to do? He hesitated for a few seconds. I'm not going to do anything. Elsewhere at the large mansion, someone inside was screaming. Bring him here now. We can't do that, sir. The Viscount angrily pointed directly at the other person's face, questioning them. Can't do it. The guild dares to cancel my request. The staff member tried to calm his anger. Hey, calm down, sir. Just because you say their name doesn't mean we have to fulfill it. That's right, but... The girl hadn't finished her sentence. Because we received a request. The Viscount continued to yell, It's been 10 days! Estio couldn't believe the person right in front of him. Viscount Fabian? The girl was sweating, handling the situation. I'm sorry, my Lord Viscount. Commander, Estio is now one of the leaders of the guild, even if it's a request. The Viscount raised his voice, cursing, Shut up! He became more and more outrageous. How dare you talk back to me? Do you want this building to go bankrupt? The girl maintained her attitude. I'm sorry, but since this building is under the Emperor's authority, unless we receive punishment, or an order from the Emperor's proxy, the Viscount continued to curse. Shut up! He screamed, as if giving an order. I told you to bring him here now. Mobian, seeing him, also looked annoyed. So that's the Viscount from the rumors? Estio replied hesitantly yes. He hadn't finished speaking. But then Estio stared at the Viscount, who was going crazy. It seems he's the one who's crazy, not his daughter. Where's the dignity of a nobleman? And why show up looking like that? Mobian offered a solution. It's best to just ignore him and walk past. Estio agreed. I think so too. Then the two of them approached. Then the Viscount glanced over at them. He yelled, calling for Estio. His eyes were dark from lack of sleep, but they still flashed with a spark of joy upon seeing him. The Viscount quickly reached out with both hands to grab him. He grabbed both of Estio's arms, as happy as if he'd struck gold. It's been so long I heard you changed jobs. Do you know how long I've waited for you? The Viscount's hands trembled continuously. Will you be staying here from now on? At this point, Estio only felt disgust. Let go. He laughed awkwardly. Of course. The Viscount's face became dazed. I've been a bit of a mess lately. It's me, Leo Zafabian. Listen to me for a moment. His eyes were welling up with tears. My daughter, Sarah. She's not well. You can help her, can't you? Estio became cold. Why should I do that? This was not what the Viscount wanted. What do you mean? This is something only you can do. He yearned for Estio to lend a hand. Yes, if it's you. You can erase the girl's memories, or at least help her sleep soundly. However, Estio turned away, politely refusing. I'm currently on another request. Please go home for now. But the Viscount's whole body trembled more than before. Another request. He waved his hand and screamed, That's not important. Cancel it. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mobian cut in, I don't think so. Then the Viscount noticed Mobian beside him. Who are you? He pointed to himself and smiled innocently. Me, the one who made that request. Mobian made a gesture, waving his hand. I have no intention of canceling my request, so give it up. This made the Viscount grit his teeth, his blood boiling. This young brat? How dare you act so rudely in front of a Viscount? Mobian remained nonchalant. Sorry for not introducing myself. He gave a taunting smile. Mobian R. Hyga. Suddenly, the Viscount's crazed demeanor retracted. What? The two of them faced each other. The previous noise completely disappeared, making the people around them as stiff as statues. But the Viscount's eyes showed no emotion. An important person like you, Duke, would show up like this. He glanced at Estio, who was turning to leave. Mobian again showed friendliness to make peace. Sorry for acting like a young brat of a duke. His attitude held a lot of hidden meaning. The Viscount's face went blank. He spoke, Could it be that you... Before the Viscount's figure had completely dominated Estio's. Do you still hold a grudge against me because of that? Then Estio continuously let out harsh criticisms, and then a fierce struggle. Back to the present. The Viscount pleaded with all his might. Good heavens, please don't hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. He was sincere, using his feelings. Think about it. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry after losing so much? But the answer was not what the Viscount wanted. I've forgotten everything. This is too sensitive a time to think about such things. Estio glanced over, probing. Why? That's right, he's always been like that. He was somewhat disappointed looking at the Viscount. He doesn't know how to recognize his mistakes or apologize at all. Helpless, the Viscount stepped back slightly, begging. I won't ask anything of you anymore. Please, just this once. Help me this one time. He grabbed his shoulders, but Estio remained indifferent. Why should I do that? The Viscount found it hard to find another reason to persuade him. A murderous aura appeared on Estio's face. Let go! The man's hands dropped in fear. He turned and walked away, making it hard for the Viscount to stop Estio. He just left decisively. Mobian also left. He just turned his head for one last look. The man's whole body trembled. It can't be like this. The Viscount screamed, Sarah! He played his last card to persuade the other party. Sarah wants to see you. The Viscount cast aside all his pride to kneel. I'm begging you. That was the love a father could show. Please save my daughter. This startled everyone, except for Mobian's expression. I didn't think it would come to this. Estio's face darkened. His state was not good at all. He cleared his throat. Listen carefully. This was Estio once again being decisive and reaffirming. I will not accept anything you offer, and what I need to do, Estio said firmly, will be decided by me alone. Then he left amidst the final pleas. It seems he's still upset about the past. He still hasn't apologized once. At this moment, at a lavish, white-painted mansion, Saraline stood quietly by the window alone. She looked up slightly. Her once mischievous eyes were now lifeless, with heavy dark circles. Hiru clung to its owner's skirt, barking continuously. A gentle breeze drifted by. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound outside. Suki appeared in front of Saraline. It let out a meow. She quietly wondered, a black cat. It seems she knew why Suki was here. Estio? Suki's one blue and one yellow eye looked at Saraline. You're so much like him. She lay by the window, sharing a few thoughts. At first, I thought he was very foolish. He was thin and very quiet. It seems Saraline really wants to see Estio. He didn't look happy reading other people's minds either. If it were me, I'd love it. I could talk to Hiru all day. And even though he had the adorable Nezu by his side, his face was still so empty. After that, Saraline recalled what his face looked like. But when I saw him, it left a deep impression on her. His eyes are very beautiful. She closed her eyes. The sunlight gently shone into her heart. I suddenly felt so at peace seeing those blue eyes. But when I think about him using those eyes to kill someone out there, Saraline was falling into a daze. I don't know anymore. I can't think of anything. Her emotions seemed to be in turmoil. I'm truly terrified of what my father and brother did. But at the same time, I feel so relieved. She remembered the horrifying past of that day. Although everyone present died, Estio didn't harm my father and brother. Saraline sobbed, expressing herself. I was afraid of myself for thinking that. And a voice spoke comfortingly, "It's not your fault." The person she had been longing for had appeared. "Don't blame yourself for nothing." Suki jumped next to Estio. Then Saraline suddenly called him Estio. He smiled gently in welcome. "It's been a while, my lady." Saraline reached out her hand to take Estio's. For a brief moment, Saraline seemed to freeze. Then she laughed brightly, her cheeks flushing. Saraline gently placed her hand. "I told you to just call me Sarah." Then she asked, "Did you come here after hearing the news from my father?" Estio immediately denied it. "This has nothing to do with the Viscount." "Yes." He recalled some things. "Didn't you say so that time, my lady?" Saraline spoke as if asking again, "Yes." Estio hesitated slightly. "That we're friends." She was happy to hear that. "That's right, secret friends." "You still remember." Estio explained his feelings. "As your friend, I have no intention of harming you or your family." And he made an important announcement that stunned her into silence. "So I will erase your memories, my lady." Saraline couldn't believe her ears. "What?" Estio patted her head reassuringly. "You don't need to be afraid, my lady." He gently advised Saraline, "This is necessary for you." And Saraline decisively pushed Estio's hand away. "What are you talking about?" Estio's words weren't finished. "Otherwise," he asked a fatal question. "Are you planning on just dying?" This left her not knowing how to answer. "That," Estio emphasized the benefits of it. "If you forget everything about me, you can laugh happily when you see your family." The next morning, Saraline was trembling with anger, her head hung low. Saraline's hands clenched. "What do you mean it's what I need?" Then Saraline grabbed Estio's clothes and yelled in his face. "Is not knowing good? Is it okay to just ignore things I don't like? To look away, ignore, and forget everything?" She felt utterly disappointed. "Is this what adults are like?" Estio spoke gently. "That's not what I meant." But Saraline couldn't take it anymore. "Then what did you mean, you idiot?" Tears were welling in the corners of her eyes. I'm scared I'll have to forget all these messy feelings." Saraline's legs were unsteady, bullying others without realizing it, hurting them. "I'm scared I'll smile because I don't know what I'm doing is wrong." She didn't want to become a heartless person like her father. Then Saraline called Hiru and picked it up. "Hiru, come here." Hiru rested on her shoulder, seeming to comfort its owner. "If I forget about you, I'll forget everything about Hiru too." Saraline's tears streamed down. "I never want that to happen." Estio hesitated, then asked Saraline's wish. "What do you want to do?" She slowly uttered to continue. "Yes, my long-held wish to be your friend." "Yes." Saraline tried to smile through her pain. "That's enough. I'll handle the rest myself." Estio's voice was full of concern. "Is that really okay?" She nodded. "Yes, it is." Then Saraline became cheerful under the bright moonlight. "After all, I am Saraline Zafabian," she warned in a serious tone, "so don't even think about erasing my memories." Estio replied like a promise, "I understand." He had also settled things properly. Suki turns to leave. "Well, see ya." As Estio and Suki were about to fly out the window, it seemed Saraline still had something to say. She was a little doubtful of her own abilities. "Can I really do this?" Estio gave her a dose of hope. "Yeah, if it's you, you've definitely got this." Then he jumped without a second thought. Saraline rushed over to look. She called out his name worriedly, "Estio." Then a sight caught Saraline's eyes. Feathers floated gently through the window. Saraline became more positive. She followed Estio's journey in her mind. He has so many friends now. The sky quickly darkened. Estio's group walked in silence. He then stopped in his tracks. Estio turned back to ask his two friends, "How did you two know I was going to the Fabian estate?" Parker touched his hair, playing dumb. "Me, sir?" Mobian dragged me along. "Said we were going to find you." Mobian crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "What do you mean? How did we know?" The scene from the afternoon replayed. Back then, Estio had told the Viscount coldly, "What I do is my own decision." He walked up the stairs step by step. The rooms were empty. Everything was silent. Mobian quietly followed Estio. He called out, startling Mobian. "Sir Mobian!" Estio turned around and said, "You should go rest first." Then he zipped downstairs, leaving him stunned. Estio moved with nimble speed. "Wait!" At that moment, Mobian sighed helplessly. "Oh, for crying out loud." He put his hands in his pockets and remarked, "He still acts like such a kid." "Yeah." Then Mobian snapped his fingers. "With him acting like that, how could we not know?" He cheerfully put an arm around Estio's shoulder. "But I had no idea that young lady was so down bad for you." He just uttered two words, "It's not." After a while, Mobian stopped teasing. "I'll stop talking now, Estio." From up high, Nezu waved. "Welcome back," it happily announced. "Dinner's ready." Hearing this, Parker's and Mobian's stomachs started growling. "I'm a bit hungry, too. Since we have to leave tomorrow, let's get something to eat." Then Estio thought about the next day. Tomorrow. He had to reach his destination. Tomorrow we'll arrive at Serbia Village. They seemed to be getting really hungry. Tonight's dinner was special beans, meatballs, eggs, and fried rice. Isn't that a pretty basic meal for a guild? A tired cry echoed through the mountains and forests. So tired. The echo was so strong even the rocks seemed tired. Uhuru complained while walking. My feet hurt so much. Nezu asked the wilting Uhuru with concern. Are you very tired? It opened its arms to help. Let me give you a piggyback ride. Uhuru was so happy he jumped into Nezu's arms. The group continued on their way. Parker took out a handkerchief. He wiped the beads of sweat from his face. The road is so bumpy. Even a horse-drawn carriage would shake a lot here. Mobian pretty much agreed. I think so too. We've already come this far. But it's still a long way to the village, Estio replied. We still have a bit further to go. His steps continued to climb higher as he spoke. This village is pretty isolated. Being this deep in the forest explains it. He gently looked up and around. Then Estio was lost in thought. Come to think of it, I really did live in a very remote place. Parker and Mobian shared the same opinion. You couldn't even get robbed in a place like this. How can you get robbed if there's no one around? Then Parker casually asked, Commander, how long has it been since you've been back to your hometown? Estio kept walking, leaving them behind. I just left the village at the beginning of this year. Parker continued his questions. So you left after your coming-of-age ceremony? It seemed like the wrong thing to ask. Estio's expression darkened a bit. A bad memory surfaced. Get lost, you bastard! Constant insults due to discrimination. It must be true that he's a cursed child. It was all dumped on Estio bit by bit. He froze, lost in that dark memory. Then a voice snapped Estio out of it. You felt a great sense of responsibility. So you went to work as soon as you became an adult, huh? He turned back. Responsibility. Parker nodded. Yeah. He smiled at the positive thought. Leaving the place where you grew up, even though it's a really tough thing to do. Whether it's to chase a dream or whatever, Estio couldn't say a word. A few seconds later, he denied it. That's not it. Then Estio turned away, his heart heavy with gloom. It wasn't because of so-called responsibility. He gently clenched his fist. I left just because I wanted to live. Both Parker and Mobian shrugged, looking at each other in confusion. Mobian moved closer to Estio. But you think your family's still in Serbia village, right? He answered. Probably. Mobian counted on his fingers. Both your parents are still okay? And you're the youngest with an older brother and sister. I did a little digging. Mobian imagined a warm atmosphere that Estio had never considered. They must be really happy to see you come back, right? But he was only met with Estio's silence. Parker worried about him. That's weird. Isn't Estio happy even after becoming a guild commander? He started to analyze this psychological puzzle. He rarely talks about his family. His expression is bad when it's mentioned too, but why? There's no way that they wouldn't like a son with such amazing abilities. Just then Parker noticed something. Red smoke billowed in the distance, startling him into shouting. Fire! Mobian looked on in shock. Then Parker spread his wings and flew towards it. I'll go check it out right now. Mobian raised a hand to his forehead to get a better look. What's with that smoke, a forest fire? Estio replied no. He said flatly, that's where the village is. He whipped around, looking worried. What? So the village is on fire? Estio was nonchalant. Who knows? But Estio didn't say another word. Mobian grew more and more confused. Why is he so calm? Even Nezu showed signs of unease. What should we do? I wonder if the villagers are hurt. The black smoke billowed more intensely. A big fire! Like this in a village isolated from the outside world. It'll be hard to handle. Mobian stood there assessing the current situation. Although since we don't have anyone with the ability to control water, we're in a tough spot. Suddenly Nezu's eyes sparkled. Ability to control water. He silently agreed and continued his analysis. A mage could use a nearby water source. Elemental mages can even create rain. Parker landed on his wings. He returned to report. I just went to check. Nezu quickly asked, how is the fire big? Parker shook his head, denying it. No, that... Parker's answer left the whole group stunned. It's not a forest fire right now. Estio suddenly cut in. Wait! He whipped around, wanting to confirm the information. What do you mean right now? Parker had witnessed a fire. The thing is, the villagers built a pyre and a shrine and set it on fire. Uhuru was getting annoyed to the point of going crazy. So what's the story? Sheesh just spit it out. Why is it so hard? He was sweating anxiously. If I'm not mistaken, as Estio listened patiently, Parker's voice continued slowly, on the burning platform, and dropped a bombshell. There's someone tied to it. Estio froze after hearing those words. On the burning platform. There's someone tied to it. But his eyes were filled with horror. Parker! His fists clenched at his sides. Are you saying the villagers there tied someone up and are burning them? Parker answered hesitantly. Yes, it seems so. The person tied up also seems to still be alive. Because of that, the four of them fell into a heavy silence. It was incredibly awkward. Estio kept his lips pressed tightly together, convincing himself. No way, he must be mistaken. Despite thinking that he still rushed into the forest. Estio zipped past many large, tall, and lush canopies. His footsteps grew more and more hurried. As he rushed, he thought, the people of Serbia wouldn't dare go that far. Even if they are wicked, they wouldn't dare commit such a heinous crime. but the worried calls of those behind him echoed. But, Estio worried, anticipating the worst, if they really are that wicked. An image of his grimy childhood self appeared in his mind. According to his memory, the first person to be tied up there should have been me. In the village square, smoke was indeed rising. Estio stopped abruptly, stumbling on a stone. He panted heavily. His eyes were fixed on the crowd, just as Parker had said. Many people were standing here watching this burning at the stake. Very casually. The sight made Estio even more horrified. The girl on the pyre cried out in despair, "Please help!" He immediately recognized her. "Bella?" Bella sobbed, pleading with them. I'm not like that. Please believe me." She called out to people one by one, but they all avoided her gaze. "Dino Louis." She quickly turned to someone else. "Uncle Jack," the woman next to him yelled. "How dare you call my husband, you witch?" The heat from below made her panic even more. "Please save me." At that moment, Bella remembered her childhood memories. "Mom, Dad." Her mother wouldn't even look at her. "I'm too busy to play with you." Her father also coldly shooed her away. "Don't bother your parents, just go play outside." Tears welled up in her eyes from sadness. "But I want to be with you." While she was despairing, a voice suddenly called out, "You're Bella, right? Want to play together?" "Yes." The girl immediately turned around. "Together?" The other young people in the village held out their hands. "Yeah, let's play together." Bella turned back with a bright smile and quickly ran over. "Yes." They happily surrounded her, brightening the scene. "You're so cute. Do you want to be my little sister?" In her mind, the girl realized, so this is what it's like to be loved. "I'm so happy." From then on, she grew up with a smile always on her face. The young people in the village called her by an affectionate name. Lovely Bella. The adults also looked at her with fondness. "You're getting prettier every day." And Bella craved it even more. "I want to be loved." Everyone had to be captivated by her. "I love you, Bella." She basked in that love. "Love me more." Until one day those rose-colored scenes shattered. "You!" The woman screamed furiously. "With my husband? How dare you?" The man stammered, "Honey, I love..." Bella was stunned as they pointed at her. "I thought if I did that, I would continue to be loved." The man's wife pointed a finger directly at her. "That girl is a witch. You were bewitched by her." Back in the present, she still tried to call out to him. "You said you loved me. You said you loved me." In response came scornful words from the villagers. "Die, burn the witch." The surrounding flames began to lick at her body. "It's so hot." Bella could only shut her eyes tightly. "I don't want to die like this. Somebody help." Suddenly, a pair of glossy cat ears appeared. The cat sat on top of the pyre and let out a meow. The sound drew her attention and she looked up. Then Bella exclaimed in surprise, "A cat?" This presence made the crowd even more fearful. "A black cat? In this situation? It's a sign of the devil." "She's definitely a witch." Suki casually meowed again while making eye contact with her. Bella suddenly felt a sense of resentment and started to sob. Its big round eyes caught her attention. "Its face, it looks just like him." "Yes, it's all his fault." The cat's face seemed to mirror Estio's. "If he hadn't left, I wouldn't be..." But just then, something very fast sliced through the air. The sharp object cut through the ropes that bound her. Suddenly freed, Bella was stunned and amazed. The people below were also dumbfounded. What was that?" Just as Estio appeared with a sword in his hand, a villager shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Bella's eyes widened in utter surprise. A strong gust of wind made his coattails flutter. She was lifted up by Estio and carried off the pyre. Estio, despite doing something so contrary, he still maintained that cold demeanor. The village chief was a little scared and took a step back. "Estio!" But that emblem, what caught his eye was a very intricate emblem. The Ignis Guild. The two of them landed on the empty, fireless ground. Estio immediately demanded, "What is going on here?" The village chief angrily clenched his teeth. "That girl." He tapped his staff on the ground to regain his stern composure. "She is a sinner. She has committed a grave sin that has angered the gods, and now she must pay the price for it." He continued to ask, "What did Bella do?" Someone else spoke up for him. "That whore seduced a man and killed him." Rosette, Estio's sister, looked at them with a disdainful gaze. "Look what you've become after you came back." "But so what?" She continued to scorn him. "The girl you just saved is a murderer." From her spot, Bella quickly objected. "That's not true." However, Rosette didn't stop. "She's a witch who goes around seducing the men in the village. She kills them and eats their livers. I heard she likes to eat fresh organs right out of the corpse." It wasn't just her, many others chimed in. "We have to kill her, a disgusting witch." Estio remained calm and demanded, "Is there any evidence, a fair trial?" But she immediately dismissed it. "Why do we need that?" Suddenly another guy chimed in, "Protecting a sinner like that. You truly are a cursed child, Terios." Estio's brother crossed his arms and said, "If you're going to leave, you should have..." Had disappeared without a trace. He shrugged, looking down on him. "Why did you crawl back to the village like a rat?" But instead of arguing, he just asserted to them, "Bella has never killed anyone." Terios scowled like a monkey, clearly not believing him. He continued explaining his assertion. "I just read Bella's memories." Estio presented the evidence. "In her memories?" Nothing like that happened. Bella also nodded in agreement. That's right, I'm innocent. But that wasn't enough to convince the villagers. He used that weird power of his. He could be lying. How can we believe him? Someone agitated threw something. Get out of here, you monster! It hit Estio in the head, drawing blood. The village chief's face went pale with fear. What? He turned around and yelled, You idiot, what foolish thing have you just done? Suddenly, heavy raindrops began to fall. Dark clouds rolled in and the rain began to dot the stone ground. Someone spoke up. The scene was soaked in rain and tension. A stream of red blood rolled down his cheek. It dripped and accidentally fell onto the tip of his shoe below. Bella said worriedly, Estio, you're bleeding from your head, but he just gave a helpless smile. This place hasn't changed a bit. Estio's eyes glowed a brilliant blue. At that moment, a voice rang out, Stop! The command quickly spread through the crowd in front of him. Their knees involuntarily buckled to the ground. The others followed suit without resistance. However, they still growled accusations. I can't move! You just cursed us. Terius looked up and said, You disrespectful bastard. Even though we're the ones who raised you, a few fluffy white feathers drifted down from somewhere, catching his attention. Feathers. Mobian was the first to speak, breaking the silence. That's enough. Parker's turquoise wings folded gently. He and the rest of the team stepped forward. Don't you dare speak so carelessly to the commander of the Ignis Guild. Where are your manners? Rosette exclaimed in surprise. The famous Ignis Guild? But behind them, the fire had been extinguished by the rain at some point. Since this weather isn't suitable for hosting guests outside, I will escort the members of the Ignis Guild to my home. Everyone else go home. The village chief carefully suggested, Everyone you may follow me. The guild members immediately followed him. Bella seemed to have something on her mind that was hard to say. She gathered all her courage to stop Estio. Estio! Her grimy hand tightly gripped the corner of his coat. Thank you for saving me. The young man coldly brushed it off. I wasn't trying to save you. Don't get the wrong idea? The girl tried to explain. Even if you say that I know what you're really like. The voice from in front of her suddenly changed. He turned his head and reminded her, You still owe me. Even now. Estio's eyelids lowered pensively. As much as you wish it for it. I was the one who was supposed to fall into that pit of fire. But Bella immediately objected. That's not true. But he directly flung her hand away. I'm not so kind as to accept someone who disgusts me. He also took the opportunity to warn her of something. After this is over, I hope we don't have to see each other again. Because you and this whole place just exhaust me. Bella's stammering voice rang out. Back then. Only now did she dare to admit her fault to him. I didn't know anything about you? And I believed the things they said about you. But now I know it's not the truth. A faint smile appeared on Bella's face. I get it now. We're the same. We were both abandoned. Before she could finish, someone interrupted. What are you doing? Mobian raised an eyebrow questioningly. Are you going to keep listening to that nonsense? Estio immediately replied and continued walking. No, let's go. After taking a few more steps, the person behind called out again. Estio? The girl trembled with despair. When we were little, we were friends, right? He answered without a trace of emotion. When were we ever close enough for you to say something like that? With that, he quickly left with Mobian. Left behind, Bella was so shocked she collapsed to the ground. What? She covered her face and cried out in agony. Why? In the end, the cold rain continued to fall. The pitter-patter of water hitting the roof echoed continuously. Inside the chief's spacious house, a small gathering was taking place. The Ignis Guild. He chuckled without hesitation. To think such a great person was born in our village. In contrast to that expression, Estio was completely emotionless. The man tried to salvage the situation by changing the subject. Right. It's been a long time since you've seen your family. So a welcome home is in order? The round table was full of people, but no one was talking. But the village chief had to break the silence. Estio has made a name for himself. It's wonderful that he's back, isn't it? He even tried to bring up the past. It feels like just yesterday he was only this tall. His father also mumbled in agreement. Yes, that's right. But the charade was cut short when Mobian spoke up. It doesn't seem like our commander came back here because he missed you people. He crossed his arms with a very obvious attitude, but rather to fulfill my request. The village chief scowled. I know you're the one who made the request, but don't interrupt when adults are talking. His finger gently touched his lips. A chipped cup. Speaking so crudely, huh? Mobian took a sip and muttered, Good grief. Whether they're nobles or commoners, you old-timers all talk the same. Then he suddenly returned to a serious demeanor. Give me a proper answer. Both Estio's father and the village chief jumped. He carefully asked the question, Are you a nobleman? He raised an eyebrow, slightly interested. Me. Mobian's hand reached into his coat to find something. A bag of coins was poured out by him like toys. I said I was the one making the request. The eyes of the people at the table lit up as soon as they saw it. The fish had taken the bait, so Mobian smiled to himself. He continued, They're yours. If you answer my questions, I'll give you all the money on this table. The village chief's lips twitched, wanting to say something. Without another thought, he began to praise him. Oh my... You should have told us you were a nobleman. My lord? Rosette smiled brightly. I knew it, you exude such an elegant scent, as if you were bathed in honey. Mobian shrugged and explained to them, It's not honey, I use perfume. The girl was immediately captivated by the item, perfume. He even deliberately showed off more. I use a distilled fragrant oil, a courage given by the emperor himself, to massage my feet every morning. Since it's a gift, it would be rude not to use it. The other person exclaimed, You are truly amazing, my lord. At this moment in his heart, Mobian was silently judging them. I was hoping for something special since this is where Estio grew up. But this place is truly disgusting. The village chief's eyes crinkled into a smile. But my lord, I don't know what kind of information country folk like us could possibly provide for you. He held a bean in his hand, looking bored. I was surprised because you people are more foolish and blind than I thought. If I didn't know you were the commander's family, I wouldn't have guessed it by looking. It's truly amazing. The bean was suddenly crushed by Mobian. Enough nonsense, let's get to the point. The remnants fell onto the dining table as he presented his case. At least you fools. I should be able to answer questions. About your own experiences, right? Mobian posed a question. Are you really Commander Estio's family? Estio's father and mother glanced at each other as if exchanging words. Then they answered hesitantly, Yes, of course, Estio is our son. She even turned her face towards the young man with some intention. Estio was suddenly grabbed and had his head rubbed. He's our beloved son. But that answer was dismissed by Mobian. No. He stood up and interrogated them directly. I'm asking if Estio is blood-related to you. If you lie, there will be punishment right here. So speak honestly. The mother still insisted, My lord, the boy is my son. But Estio secretly broke out in a cold sweat under the pressure. He looks just like his parents and siblings. So why would you doubt it? Terios and Rosette also pressed their lips together, waiting nervously. Mobian turned towards them. Were you present when Estio was born? Terios then admitted frankly, I don't remember. Estio's father interjected to smooth things over. The children were too young back then. Terios was only 3 at the time, and Rosette was only a year older than him then. Mobian shrugged nonchalantly. But I remember everything I heard and saw when I was just 1 year old. Parker, sitting next to him, suddenly blurted out, That's because you're special, Sir Mobian. But he turned the conversation to Estio. Are they telling the truth? He looked at him surprised. Why are you asking me? Mobian didn't hesitate to give his reason. Because you're the only one who can tell if someone is telling the truth or not. He muttered these words under his breath. Check if they're lying. He silently turned his face to the side. But his father was now clearly very scared. His mother also stared intently at him just like that. I can't. When he was little, she had used those large lips to scold him. The boy cowered. In the corner, terrified of the verbal assault, Estio slowly opened his eyes when he was called. Listen here, the father said bluntly. Reading other people's memories is a very bad thing. He pointed at him to accuse him. You're a monster who does all sorts of evil things. Back then, he could only stammer, unable to explain. That... A hand clamped over his mouth, stopping him from saying it. Estio's mother repeated her warning. Understand? The threat made his eyes fill with even more despair. They backed him into a corner. You are never allowed reading our minds again. If you do that, then... Every word was etched deep into his mind. You'll never be part of our family again. Estio's tears welled up unconsciously with fear. Those words kept replaying in his head. You'll never be part of our family again. It left him completely bewildered. What did I read back then? I can't remember. Estio squeezed his eyes shut. What was there to remember? A voice from the present called out to wake him. Hey, Commander? Baker asked worriedly. Man, you don't look so good. You okay? Estio hesitated before answering. That... Nezu's whimper also startled him. It hugged Uhuru and looked sadly at him. Then Estio forced a smile to reassure it. I'm fine, just thinking a bit. He pulled himself together and then looked up. Don't worry. His father and mother were sweating non-stop. This made the suspicion even clearer. They were definitely hiding something. The young man stood up, aiming right at the people who created that painful memory. He walked past the two of them while they just held their breath, waiting. Estio's hand gently rested on both their shoulders. Estio remained polite as he made his request. As per the client's request, could you two let me see your memories for confirmation? The mother suddenly got agitated and slapped his hand away. No way! She protested fiercely. We already told you, Estio. It's because you do things like that you became a monster. You have no idea how hard we tried to... Mobian cut in by smashing the wooden table. Rosette, frightened, quickly hid behind Teriot. He growled a reminder, that monster nonsense again. You should shut your mouths. Even Estio was surprised. Monster. That's kind of sad to hear. Nezu pouted in agreement. Yeah, I don't like it. Baker gave a forced laugh and rubbed his head. Actually, I'm not human like you guys either. I'm an avian, a bird person. While he was chuckling, Uhuru had climbed onto the table by itself. A small sound was made as it stood up. The cactus spoke up. What's up? Let me in on this. The village chief Estio's father and Rosette's eyes went wide. She screamed in terror, a monster! After that shock, she fell backward, causing everyone to panic. Rosette, Rosette. Uhuru was both flustered and confused. Hey, wait, what? This thing is scary. It tried to explain that line. I know you're faking it. Wake up, lady. The cactus then listed the people present. Geez, there's a talking hairy monkey here. Estio was also mentioned, and a guy with black dragon blood. There's also a talking chicken, but I'm the only scary one. Being called a chicken baker's feathers all ruffled up. Uhuru let out a loud, indignant cry. It jumped directly for Estio to catch. A small plant was sobbing in his arms. Uhuru's tears flowed like rain. Everyone looks down on me. But Estio smiled. They're not looking down on you, they're just scared. Being able to scare so many people is pretty impressive. Uhuru was reassured and gradually cheered up. If you say so, then I guess I'm pretty awesome. Then his face turned serious and he returned to the main topic. Estio requested of the people sitting at the table. If you want to receive the client's reward, you should cooperate. Terriot immediately yelled, "Who do you think you're threatening?" He was so agitated he grabbed Estio's shirt. "You damn bastard." Terriot got right in his face with a scowl. "You're such a burden. From the very beginning," he started spouting off wild accusations. "We had to live in shame because of you. Why were we also stoned and cursed just because of you?" Estio remained silent while the other man continued to scold him. "I put you in the attic so I wouldn't have to see you. You little brat." A smug smile spread across his face. "You know that attic wasn't built for living in." Terriot revealed more. "Did you know that in the winter, that place becomes a freezer, so no one could possibly survive in there?" His father suddenly cut in, "Terriot, that's enough." Mubian had been watching silently but now started to pay attention. Terriot pushed even harder. "We didn't feed you for a whole month, but you survived like a cockroach." He ignored the person next to him trying to stop him. "I told you to stop." In the end, he unconsciously blurted out, "If you're still alive after we sent you to Hell's Gate, what are you if not a monster?" Both of Estio's mother and father had looks of disbelief. He uttered a sentence, his eyes growing colder. "So that's how it is." Terriot continued to spill the hidden truth. "I hate you. You're the biggest outcast of them all. It's disgusting. You just keep living like that." "My family because you imitate mom's eye color." Mubian raised an eyebrow, curious at those words. "Imitate eye color." The cloth-covered hand gently grabbed the wrist. "Terriot, for a long time now." He stated his thoughts bluntly. "I've hated you too, brother Terriot." These words made him even more pissed off, so he gritted his teeth. "You?" Terriot raised his fist in anger. "Bastard!" The painful sound of flesh hitting flesh rang out, but instead of Estio, it was his father who took the blow. "Dad," Terriot was surprised. "Father." It was only then that the man began to speak. "He's your brother Terriot. I'm not forcing you two to get along." He sternly reminded him of one thing, but you can't deny him. "Why won't that guy listen?" He stubbornly yelled. "You hate him too, Dad. You've always been afraid of him." The other man immediately admitted, "That's right, I'm scared." His whole body was trembling nonstop, but I've never hated him. Why Estio from behind was also doubtful. "If you don't hate me, then why?" His hand gently touched the man. A light from his power flashed. "Why did you do it?" The space around them instantly transformed. As he entered the man's memories, Estio's face showed astonishment. "This is..." Everyone in the room was affected. "This light." They were teleported in the blink of an eye. The place was now strangely empty. A dark and gloomy sky appeared before them. A rumbling sound. Hidden deep in the clouds, it echoed continuously. Estio's father was breathing heavily. In his hand was a crude axe, and he was trying to climb a very steep slope. A black crow suddenly rushed out aggressively. Startled by it, he slipped and fell down below. The bird just flew away, leaving the lone man in the dense forest. Estio's father tried to crawl up. "Damn it!" He looked around in confusion. "I took the wrong path, damn it!" Then a strange light flashed from somewhere in the forest. It led to a spot not far away and drew him in. Light. His feet hurried in that direction. As he ran, he called out, "Excuse me, hey over there! Help me!" He hurriedly begged the person. "Please wait for me for a bit. At least stay with me until sunrise." The scene ahead became blurry because of that pure white light. Estio's father quickly covered his face with his hand, but when he looked closer, he gasped in amazement. "Oh my God." In the middle of a clearing, a large hole was carved out. A giant block of gold was shining brilliantly. He kept muttering under his breath, "Lord." Without much thought, the man slid straight down into the deep pit. The tips of his shoes were illuminated by the honey-like golden color. He approached the gold ingot half believing, half doubting, though shocked joy was also mixed in his expression. "This is definitely..." Estio's father hugged it tightly. "Gold, gold." He started to mumble, "I can take this." But a growl interrupted that thought. A black wolf silently approached. Its amber eyes were fixed on its prey. Frightened, he quickly backed away from the animal. The wolf also snarled, baring its sharp teeth. In the father's mind, it became clouded by fear and the prospect of gain. That light was truly captivating to him. But next to it was a smear of not yet dry blood at the wolf's feet. He suddenly thought of his wife and children waiting at home. He tightened his grip on the axe handle. If I can bring this home, my life could turn around a bit. Mustering all his courage, he leaped forward with the weapon in his hand. The wild beast also raised its head to meet the challenge. The man put all his strength into the attack. The black wolf bit hard into its opponent's arm, causing blood to flow. Taking this chance, the sharp axe blade was swung high. A very faint sound was heard along with a spray of red blood. Splattering, the animal lay motionless on the ground. While he gasped for breath endlessly, the axe was thrown to the ground, as the man also collapsed. Estio's father's hands excitedly touched the gold ingot. If I take this... That very night, he rushed back to the village. His hand pounded on the door nonstop. "Honey, open the door!" She, holding Rosette in her arms, exclaimed in surprise. "No, you're..." Her husband suddenly demanded. "Pack your things first." She asked confusedly, "Are you crazy? What's with this sudden nonsense?" He carefully closed the door. Then Estio's father added, "I don't have time to explain. We have to take the kids and leave this village." She was still skeptical. "You have to explain it to me before I decide to wake them. Up and pack." While talking, he undid the strap. "I got lost in the mountains." This made her worry. "What, are you okay? Are you hurt or..." He immediately put the basket down. "I'm fine. You'll be surprised when you see what I found in the mountains." The wife looked in curiously. "What is it?" He answered happily. "A precious gem I've never seen before." 3 thin layers of cloth flew with the wind as they were thrown off. He still excitedly told his wife it's gold, but her attitude was very indifferent. "Are you nuts?" At this, Estio's father quickly looked. "Because you..." Appearing inside the basket was not gold, but a child. Estio at that time was smiling adorably at them. The man was so shocked he was speechless. "No, wait, what the..." Before he could finish, a punch landed straight on his face. Estio's father lay sprawled on the ground. "No, honey, it's a misunderstanding." Her face darkened fearsomely. "Gold, a precious gem you've never seen before." He shakily raised a hand. "No, what I brought home wasn't..." Her angry voice echoed through the house. "Shut up!" The next morning, he returned to that forest. Doubt still mingled in his thoughts. It was clearly a gold ingot. The child looked innocently at the person before it. "Am I possessed?" The wife personally followed behind to keep watch. Her face was grim, a single command written on it, "Put it back." "And where you found it, now!" Sweat poured from Estio's father, so he could only obey. As he walked, he couldn't stop thinking. If that chunk of gold was a person, then what about that beast? A sudden fear startled him. Did I kill someone? The two of them crossed the forest and approached the base of a tree. They were surprised to see a few formally dressed people standing down in the pit. Around the edge of the pit were countless other villagers. Estio's father reassured himself. Right. A pit this big, of course they'd find it. Just act normal." But words from nearby caught his ear. "I heard the priests are from the temple. Looks like they're planning to do something." The young man said confidently, "From what I've heard, the thing that was supposed to be here seems to have disappeared." He stammered, Excuse me, what's going on?" The person raised an eyebrow, confused. "You came here without knowing anything." His finger pointed down below. "See over there." But in that direction, a few people looked quite bewildered. "Those are priests from the Holy Temple." Hearing that, he jumped. Holy Temple priests. Trying to regain some composure, Estio's father asked in a low voice, "So why are the priests here?" The man answered friendly enough. "They say a dragon's treasure fell here." The couple exchanged a look. The person added affirmatively, "Yes, a dragon." The people behind them went pale. Aren't dragons divine creatures? Because according to what's been discovered, it was said to have hidden itself for 100 years. The Holy Temple must be in chaos right now. The event was recounted in more detail. However, they say someone killed the guardian of the dragon and stole the treasure. That takes some nerve. They deserve to be punished 1,000 times for daring to steal a dragon's treasure. His whole body trembled involuntarily. If they're discovered, they'll be executed. The royal family would probably handle it before the dragon even has a chance. They wouldn't survive. Night fell again on the poor village. The two returned in silence to the dark house. Estio had already fallen asleep in his arms. His father whispered very softly, "What do we do?" Just then, Terriot suddenly pushed open the door. "Dad?" He was also surprised and called his name Terriot. The child ran up eagerly. "Dad, did you go to the market? What did you and Mom buy? Anything good?" The two adults turned to look at each other as if with many unspoken thoughts. Finally, he just nodded as if they had reached a mutual understanding. A faint smile came from his mouth. "Nothing, Terriot." The boy quickly noticed something else. "Then what's that?" Estio's father gently put him down. "This is a child. He'll be your little brother." Terriot tried to touch him. "A little brother." The man nodded kindly. "Yes, a child even younger than Rosette." He asked them happily, "Really? So this is my second little brother." The man's reply was still very certain. "That's right." Terriot curiously observed Estio. "His eyes are dark, but so bright." "What's his name?" suddenly asked the man, was a bit flustered. His name is..." His eyes turned towards his innocent children. Then he unconsciously uttered a name, Estio. The baby's cheeks blushed slightly as if he understood. "The boy's name is Estio. This entire story was laid out before their eyes, so Tariat was extremely shocked. "What is this?" He panicked and loudly questioned the others. "What is this, Dad?" The mother just pressed her lips together without answering. Even he went silent. "Mom, Dad, what is that bastard?" At this point, Estio's father stammered out a few words. He turned to the young man. "I'm sorry, Estio." His palms clenched and trembled. "I'm truly sorry." His legs then buckled, and he knelt on the ground. "Please forgive me. I really didn't know." His father didn't dare to look up. "No, I still don't know exactly what you are." He didn't make any comment, but just looked away. The man continued to explain. "I couldn't let my whole family be killed. But that doesn't mean I blamed or hated you at all." His eyes, glistening with tears, looked straight at him. "I'm your father. I just wanted to protect everyone." Only his earnest voice echoed in the house. "Because the more you showed yourself outside, the more danger everyone would be in." After hearing all that, Estio still appeared indifferent. He suddenly looked down, showing a hint of surprise. The father still tried to express his thoughts. "I also decided to protect you. I really wanted to treat you like my own child, by giving you a name and watching you grow up." In his eyes at that moment there was a clear amber color, but it suddenly changed to blue. "You're not normal. You just imitate normal people." The older he got, the stranger he became. Human language, human emotions, even the rare development of a human. He also knew well what he went through. Your growth process slowed down while living in the attic, but no matter what, you still woke up and walked out as if nothing happened. "I was so scared." With all his regret, Estio's father cried out, "Please forgive me. I was wrong." He sincerely prostrated himself before him. "Please forgive me. I was wrong." Even Estio was very confused. An apology? In exchange for the actual lives of his family. "It would have been better if I couldn't read this much." He raised his arm and clenched his fist. Then, he unleashed all his anger with a punch to the wall. The glass began to crack from that immense power. The memory was also destroyed. Pieces of it fell clattering. Some people remained very calm, while some were drowning in fear. The food on the table was scattered everywhere, looking very messy. The village chief was scared out of his wits. His true identity? A dragon. A dragon. Estio's face darkened mysteriously like this. He turned the toe of his shoe to one side. Tariat immediately recognized the action. Are you going to kill us?" He stammered, begging, I'm still your brother." Spare me, I'm sorry. It's my fault, so let me live." The mother could only cover her face in resignation. Estio wondered, is it this easy? Estio walked up to Tariat himself, making him jump, thinking of those eyes pitch black like a cold-blooded killer. The fact that they're this weak. In the end, he still didn't act and just walked away. Mubian and Baker followed his every move. When he stepped outside, he realized it had started raining again at some point. Suki also followed quietly by his side. The whole group just ignored the downpour and left together. Even after leaving the house, Mubian was still concerned about Estio. He looked pensively at the back of the leader. The young man led everyone to the mountain from that day. He climbed the slope that his father had once climbed step by step. The path ahead was obscured by many trees, making it very dark. But Estio continued to walk down a path overgrown with weeds, incredibly lush. The whole group stopped in front of a turquoise lake. But Estio thought to himself, that pit has become a pond. His silhouette was reflected on the lake's surface, as the rain fell ceaselessly. For a moment, he remembered the wolf that had once protected him. "Why?" Estio stared intently at these questions. "What was your name?" Mubian from behind suddenly knelt. His other hand propped his staff on the ground. He slowly spoke to him, "You knew everything." The other man immediately admitted, "I figured it out myself." Mubian looked up and said, "But if I said that I didn't know..." "They did all those things?" Would you believe me?" Receiving no answer, he probed further. "Do you resent me?" But Estio maintained a strange composure. "Should I resent you?" Mubian immediately objected, "It's not necessary." Estio then turned his face away. "Your request was fair, and I accepted it." In the middle of the desolate, rainy forest, he posed a question. "Because the request was entrusted to me. Don't you agree?" Then he answered firmly, "I agree, and I will protect that." This was unexpected, so Estio showed surprise. Mubian's hand rested on his chest. "Haiga is the clan that drinks dragon's blood." He presented himself to him with a more solemn identity. "Mubian of Haiga, my name granted mercy by the gods has been saved. To ensure a tragedy like this never happens again, Mubian bluntly proposed, I want you to choose me as your guardian." After those words, no one spoke again, only the patter of the rain remained. Estio's lips quivered, wanting to say something, but he stopped. He thought about the position Mubian had mentioned. A dragon's guardian. Receiving the blessing of dragon's blood also has its price. The price is the submission of one's soul. It brings with it countless bloody battles. The one who becomes a guardian must obey, and the master's safety is the top priority. It could be said that it is extremely dangerous. A blood pact. It was past midnight, so the members of this party had to return. "You walked a lot today. Get some rest, Commander." But the inn room was already prepared, so they stayed there while Estio lay still on the bed. Suki moved stealthily again. It carefully observed his face. Suki was a little relieved. He must be very confused, so it's good that he's sleeping like this. Just as it finished the thought, the other person suddenly stirred. The cat's vision was blurred by something flashing past. Then Estio hugged the cat tightly in his arms and called softly, "Suki." Having no other choice, it also lay down. "It's okay, Estio." Its big round eyes looked straight at the young man. "No matter what you are." Then it slowly drifted off to sleep. It doesn't change anything. It was just early morning, but the sunbeams were already gently shining through the window. The young man was still sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. Because the light shone in, he was awakened soon after. When he sat up, Nezu and Suki were lying on either side of him. Estio whispered to himself, outside. The sound of a door opening was suddenly heard. Then Baker appeared cheerfully. "I was going to wake you up, but it looks like you're already up." "Good morning." He was about to say something else. When Mubian cut in from somewhere, "Come down and eat." Baker's face immediately turned grumpy. "I was going to say that." The weather was nice for only a moment before the rain and wind returned. They say it'll take about 2 days to get to Galaxy. A very cozy breakfast was served on the table. But it's raining too hard for the carriage to go anywhere. Now we have to wait until the sky clears up. Baker casually picked up a piece of bread. "So, Commander," he ate while also implying something. "Yes," Estio replied hesitantly. "I guess we'll wait for the next mission." Baker immediately let out a surprised sound. "But that dragon," Mubian cut in. "Do you intend to continue working in the guild?" He calmly gave his opinion. "Yes, you also have duties with your status as a duke. You can't just be an ordinary guardian," he said seriously. "I intend to give up all my current positions." However, Estio dismissed it. "There's no need for that." But Mubian was firm in his decision. "A guardian cannot leave their master. You know they can't exist on their own." But Estio fell into deep thought. The only thing I know is the truth about myself." He reminded them coolly, "Other than that, there's nothing else." Mubian also realized, that's right. If we're talking about Estio's real age, he's still just a newborn dragon hatchling. Their lives followed a different set of rules. The maturation process for a dragon is quite long. 100 years is the minimum, the longest is 500 years. After hatching, a dragon is cared for by its mother for up to 100 years, and only then does it start to become an adult dragon. But he came to a conclusion looking at Estio like this. The commander here is no different from a newborn. There were still other things that troubled him even more. He may look human, but that form is just an imitation for survival. A random question popped into his thoughts. Why didn't the black dragon protect its own bloodline? The more he speculated, the more shocked Mubian became. What if it's not that it didn't protect? There must be something hidden behind all this that Estio doesn't know about. But because it couldn't, after enjoying breakfast, he quickly said, "The mission's complete, let's go home." Mubian, however, was adamant in persuading Lord Estio. "Why are you so determined to stay with the guild?" He strongly suggested a solution. "At least you should come with me. Instead of here, my territory is much safer." He maintained his, put on a stoic face and said, "I might not be the being you think I am," Sio stated frankly. "To be honest, everything so far has been the truth, and I'm not sure I want to know anymore." "You shouldn't, please just leave." Mubian tried to stop him, but couldn't argue with that. He silently gritted his teeth. "The only remaining trace of the dragon, the master I've always wanted to find. But if everything I've done so far was for nothing," his hand clenched into a fist. "Is the Haiga family really that useless?" Sio suddenly added. However, he told Mubian one thing. "I will contact you in the future," Sio said slowly. "Please go back and continue with your work. I'll call you when I need you." He looked completely shocked by the offer. To put Mubian at ease, he gave him a solemn promise. "I swear." Returning to headquarters, the first thing he received was an order. "Get some rest," the bewildered boy blurted out, as papers flew all around him. Win, however, was totally chill, leaning back in his chair. "Get some rest. The chairman said he wants to see you. He'll come looking for you soon, so get some rest until then." Sio's eyes widened in disbelief. Win quickly got out of his chair. He held up a blanket. "This is very precious to me, but I'm giving it to you," he explained with a hint of envy. "You don't know the joy of being a burrito and rolling around in bed, do you?" Wen shrugged and suggested some cool ideas. "Try reading a book in a warm room. Since you have a blanket, you can crack a window for some cool air. You could have some snacks, kick back for a bit, take a nap, wake up, and try a chocolate bar." Sio quietly took the blanket as Wen continued to ask enthusiastically, "So want to grab some stuff from my room?" His palm tightened slightly. "I'm good?" So Sio had no choice but to head back to his room with Nezu and Ahuru. "We'll get some rest. Don't push yourself too hard. The chairman will see you later." As they were walking, Nezu suddenly called out to Sio. He immediately replied in a very normal tone, "Yeah." It asked with concern, "Are you really okay? Even though I don't know much about your family." "But," Sio seemed unfazed by the words. He understood all the implications behind it. "Even though they made you go through all that." Ahuru suddenly growled, but still, it angrily cursed at those people. "I can't stand it. I'm gonna go back and shove thorns in their mouths." Sio immediately turned around and said to Ahuru. He glanced away, not wanting to get too involved. Even if they change, we won't, so... But since you left, the village has gone back to its own rhythm. Nothing needs to change. Outside the window, a new day had dawned. He woke up after a long sleep, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling. Sio suddenly felt completely lost. I've never known how to relax. What am I supposed to do? He swung his legs off the bed. His pale hand opened the window, letting the breeze in. Sio gazed out into the distance. The first thing that caught his eye was the stunning nature interspersed with the surrounding houses. A while later, Sio sat quietly under a green tree. As he was calmly enjoying the moment, he noticed something. 3 men who had just gotten off a carriage were waving at the captain. He leaned over and said to Lena, "Hold on, let me go say hi." Lena, however, used this chance to get to know a fan. "So that's the captain you're always chasing after. Should I go over and say hello?" Suddenly, Parker flinched and changed his mind. "If we all go, it'll be too loud. Maybe he's having some private time." This made him hesitate, standing not far from Sio. "It's hard to say. I can't read any emotion on his face." Parker quickly stopped him, which startled him. "It's fine, I'll go alone." He flew over to Sio and asked a very simple question. "Captain, have you eaten yet?" Sio looked up and asked back, "Is it noon already?" Parker scratched his head and answered honestly, "Actually, it's been a little while. I'm waiting for a friend. They're busy with something." Then he smiled at Sio. "I'm taking a break just like you." Sio looked straight at him. "Is that so?" Parker friendly invited, "Wanna hang?" He also invited the others, Nezu, Ahuru, and the cat too. Hearing that, Nezu got excited. "Me too." Sio suddenly became unusually hesitant. "Wouldn't it be awkward for you if I sat with you?" He immediately denied it. "Not at all," Parker tried to explain. "Don't worry, those shameless guys won't." But Lena cut in an acquaintance. Parker turned to look at Lena with a puzzled look. "You two know each other?" He answered vaguely, "Maybe." Lena faced him tensely. "Looking at it this way, it seems not." He widened his eyes and looked at Sio. Sio didn't back down, staring right back. Then Lena suddenly broke into a welcoming smile. "Ah, right, Sio, you're so unique, of course I remember." The person who had journeyed with Sio and smiled comfortably at him. At that moment, Sio called out, "Lena." He was overjoyed. "So you do remember?" Lena held out his hand as if to get reacquainted. "I thought you were toast thanks to that white furball. Glad to see you're still alive and kicking." Back to the main point, Lena recounted the old story. "I scouted the whole mountain, but it vanished without a trace. Everyone thought you were in its stomach," Lena said in a tone of disbelief. "I never thought we'd meet again like this." Nezu popped up from behind. Seeing it, Lena looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Something was whipped out with a whoosh. Lena turned pale and brandished a weapon, white furball. Parker, equally terrified, stopped him. "Lena, calm down. Nezu is the captain's partner." Nezu used its puppy dog eyes and cuteness to persuade him. "A partner that wild white furball is a..." After looking at it, Lena didn't even dare to make a move. It was then that he was startled to realize who this person was. Sio. So he tamed the beast by reading its mind. Sio was making a bigger and bigger impression on him. Even more impressive than I thought. And Lena's eyes fell on the badge pinned to his shirt. He put his weapon away. "Holy crap, you're a chairman!" Parker smacked him, nagging. "Lena, show some respect. Even if you are the combat division's ace, you still need to be polite to him. The rank gap is huge." Lena didn't seem to get it. "Rank," Parker emphasized again, "it's insubordination. Best case you get demoted, worst case exiled." "Got it." Then Sio stood up and said to him, "Parker, go eat with your friend." Parker was taken aback. "Aren't you coming with us?" Sio's tone was a bit weary. "I'll eat later. This situation is uncomfortable for me," Sio said bluntly. "And the way you spoke to Nezu, I find that uncomfortable too." Lena and Parker froze on the spot. Then he breezed past them. Later, Lena wasn't in a good mood now. He called out, "Hey!" Lena called him with more respect, "Chairman Sio." But he just glanced back. "Is there something else?" Lena bowed a full 90 degrees. "I'm sorry." This made Sio's eyes widen in surprise. He bowed before everyone to show his remorse. "My words weren't out of annoyance. I was just really surprised. I won't call it white furball anymore. And I never thought an acquaintance would become the chairman. From now on, I'll call you chairman." "Yes." Then Lena winked. "So please don't get the wrong idea. As an apology, let me treat you to this meal." Hearing that, he felt awkward. In the end, all of them went to grub, no one left behind. "Well, since we're going anyway, we have to eat at the best restaurant," a voice enthusiastically suggested. And this was the best restaurant in the city of Rivato. Lena waved to the waiter. "Let me do the ordering. I guarantee everyone will get the best food." Sio was skeptical. "Really?" he replied firmly. "Of course." Sio looked pensively at Ahuru. It was unusually quiet today. Ahuru also didn't seem to be thinking anything. A thought crossed his mind. Is it hurt somewhere? Then someone called out, "Hey!" Jen, with her face covered, asked, "How old is that cactus?" "Huh," Sio replied calmly. "I don't know. I've never asked it." She looked confused. She stated the obvious. "You can find out without asking." Jen's face was unreadable, but Sio became cautious. "Weird, I can't read her emotions." "Who are you?" Lena leaned over toward Jen and introduced her. "Jen isn't human. She's a doll created by the chairman." "A doll," Sio mumbled. Parker added, "Perhaps you didn't know." He crossed his arms and revealed, "The chairman of the..." Exness Guild is the only puppet master in the world. Every gesture of Jen's, from her gaze to the strands of her hair and her tightly pressed lips, Sio thought to himself. Aside from the fact that I can't read her heart, she looks no different from a living person. Then he asked a question. How can you tell she's a puppet? Lena showed him how. Look closely at Jen. A blue star under Jen's eye. Lena said, pay close attention. See the tattoo under her eye? All of the chairman's dolls have that tattoo, so people can tell them apart. He put his hand on the table and said seriously, but you don't need to pay it too much mind. A doll is a doll after all. Dolls can only obey their master. And don't feel pain. He gritted his teeth, glancing at Jen. So treating her like a person only makes things worse. Then Lena winked at Sio. Trust me, I have experience with this. Just then the food arrived. Here's your food. His mood suddenly soured. A living doll. A table of delicious-looking food was laid out before them. Sio glanced at it. All right, everyone dig in. Nezu saw the delicious food and got excited. Looks so good. Sio had to silently agree. Indeed, everyone enjoyed the meal filling their stomachs. While Parker was chowing down, he suddenly noticed something. Then Parker noticed Sio hadn't touched his food. Chairman, aren't you eating? Parker got startled and began to fret. Don't tell me you can't eat raw food. We should have asked you before we ordered. Lena immediately jumped in to fix it. I'll order something cooked. He just shook his head thoughtfully. It's not that. Sio fell silent again. He sighed, dejected. It's not that it's not to my taste. He looked again at the lavish spread of food. The delicious-looking dishes were arranged on the plates, but he found it truly pitiful. Those creatures had been sliced up while still alive, just minutes or seconds before. Sio could feel the animal's pain. The terror and agony of the living creature still lingered. He squinted. It was horrifying. All I see in it is resentment. But Sio thought, there's no need to say it out loud, and said something he didn't mean to the others. I'm not that hungry anyway, but it's fine. Once they were outside, Parker's scolding echoed through the street. You freaking idiot! Lena, this is all your fault. The vice chairman specifically told us to take good care of him. He scratched his head remorsefully. I know, but do you really think I would have done that if I'd known? Parker yelled in anguish while Lena felt helpless. What are we gonna do? Sio bent down and asked Nezu quietly, can you walk? Nezu gently replied yes. Then Parker came up with a pretty good idea. Chairman, how about we take this opportunity to take a tour of the city? The city around here with its ancient architecture is pretty cool. You've only been assigned to headquarters for a short time. Right. And lately you've just been cooped up inside. But Parker was also pretty worried about Sio's feelings. And you look kind of spaced out every day since you got that last assignment. Lena scratched his head, wanting to make things right. Don't worry, I know this place like the back of my hand. He winked at Sio again. Sio was stunned by the look. He zipped over at lightning speed. All right, Chairman. He casually slung an arm around Sio. You don't have anything on your schedule today, right? Lena pointed straight ahead. Then let's go. Sio asked curiously, go where? Lena began to tell stories about the city. Actually, our guild has had a tradition since it was founded. Or maybe Lena just made it up. It's to welcome newcomers, oh yeah. Me, Parker excitedly jumped in. I went through it too. Usually we have rookies patrol around headquarters, so they can get the lay of the land. Then they get called in to describe the city. Like, what's the biggest statue in the square? Where's the oldest candy shop? Stuff like that. Lena told the story to get Sio interested. If you can't answer, they make you run laps until you're drenched in sweat. Then he grinned, showing his fangs. But you're not a rookie anymore, and you've got my help. But Sio's face was still listless. Is that so? He uttered flatly, in that case, I'm in your hands. Lena got totally hyped. He pointed at himself and declared, just trust and follow me. Rivado is the most prosperous and safest city there is. I guarantee you'll have an amazing time. Sio nodded. All right. And then came the curious questions from the two of them for Sio. So why were you crossing your arms earlier? Chairman, Jen, unconsciously followed the three of them, listening to all their excuses and explanations. She watched Sio from behind and smiled very gently. The chairman is such a generous person. On a bustling street with people coming and going. Lena spoke up. This is the famous Azure Street. He continued. The cool thing is the sunlight. Shines straight down the road. Let's get in the carriage and keep going. Sio glanced around and declined. No need, this is fine. Seeing his anxious expression, Lena couldn't help but ask, Chairman, you've been looking around this whole time. Are you searching for something? Hearing that, Sio immediately turned and asked, is there a medical center that can check on a plant's health? Lena was suddenly surprised. He stared at the potted cactus. His voice stammered. If it's for this plant? Lena stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before speaking with difficulty. There's definitely a research garden, but the owner is always busy. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see him. Without a second thought, Sio asked, can you take me there? Lena flashed a bright smile. All right, with you coming along, it's worth a shot. Then he excitedly dashed off. As he ran, he shouted, trust me this way. Parker, who had been quiet until now, approached him with a puzzled look. He's a bit much, isn't he? Sio replied softly. It's fine. Parker raised an eyebrow and looked away, awkwardly scratching his head. He's like an untamed horse. It's gotten to the point where everyone calls him Little Lena. Sio was suddenly confused. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he'd heard. Seeing Sio's expression, Parker quickly explained, as in Little Rascal. Lena was still running ahead, leading the way, swinging his arms up and down like a dance. He leaned his shoulder on Sio, laughing and teasing. It sounds like a pretty girl's name. We often use it to mess with the new recruits. I fell for it once, too. Just then Lena spoke up, cutting off the conversation behind him. It made both of them freeze up guiltily. What are you doing? Talking smack about me, right? Parker smiled. He hurried forward. All right, coming. Sio looked down at Uhuru, thinking to himself, still so quiet. At a white wood-roofed house, hidden behind wide canopied palm trees, the house came into clearer view with every step. Once they were inside the house, Parker was confused. They left the door open. Lena quickly answered. Because the research garden is funded by the association, you could probably consider it the city's garden. They proceeded inside, walking between 2 rows of lush green plants. He was still in the lead, adding in a monotone. So anyone can come in to see the plants and flowers. Parker looked around with curious and unfamiliar eyes. This is my first time at the research garden, too. An image of a large, ancient tree appeared in Parker's mind. He continued, unlike animals, plants don't move or make sounds. He suddenly turned to Sio, curious. Speaking of which, Chairman, do plants talk? Sio replied curtly. I don't know. This made Parker exclaim in shock. Huh? Lena was also confused. Can't you read animals' minds? Doesn't it work on plants? Sio's eyes were glued to Uhuru in his arms. I don't always hear them. Maybe it's only possible with a certain level of contact. He seemed pleased. The more I hear, the more interesting it gets. Lena forcefully pulled a tree trunk towards him. The trunk was bent sharply from his pull. Lena pointed at it and asked, So what is this tree saying? Sio looked up at the tree. He seemed to fall into deep thought, quietly observing it. The battered branches, the fresh green leaves all within his sight. But then Sio lowered his head slightly, his voice quiet. If I can help it, I'd rather not listen. Lena was momentarily stunned, looking confused. Why? He thought to himself, puzzled. If I could read minds, I'd read everyone's thoughts. Whoa! Suddenly a voice rang out. It's welcoming you. Both Parker and Lena looked up and said in unison, Jen. The newcomer was Jen. She also spoke up, Sio. Jen looked up at the high branches. She repeated her words. They are welcoming you. Green leaves scattered through the air. She slowly relayed the fragmented words that she could feel. Nice to meet you, cute child in black. It's good that you're alive. One of the leaves accidentally got stuck in Sio's hair. He gently removed it. Sio gently twirled the leaf in his hand for a moment. Then he suddenly grew curious. Jen, you can hear plants? Jen then turned to look at them. I was made from plants. Sio nodded in understanding. Then he turned away again, looking dejected. He felt a little disappointed. So, it's not that she has the same ability as me. She walked closer to them. Here, listen. Sio refused. No thanks. Jen's face, hidden behind the hood, showed a hint of surprise. Why do you hate plants? Sio turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. It's not that. Then he added his reason, they probably don't want us to read them. The assistant felt as if the ground beneath him was cracking and breaking apart. A cold, gloomy voice said, reading minds without consent is a form of violence. Painful old memories replayed in his mind. He unconsciously mumbled, violence, right. Jen continued to approach him. Sio, plants can't speak if you don't listen to them. Pulled back to reality by her words, Sio was startled. A withered bare branch appeared, accompanied by Jen's gentle voice. Even if they want to speak, even if they want to share, even in the moment they wither and die, they still can't express it. That's just how plants are. She smiled brightly, pulling down her hood. Do you know that to us you are a blessing? Huh. Sio looked down, staring at Jen, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, someone shouted, cutting her off. You people! Green, holding a rake, angrily demanded. What are you doing in the garden? Parker hurriedly bowed low and quickly replied, I'm so sorry Lena touched the plant without permission. Lena was dumbfounded to hear his name. Why are you throwing me under the bus? Green quickly denied it. Not the plant. He stomped forward angrily. He pointed straight at Nezu, who was whimpering on a patch of flowers. He pointed accusingly. You're stepping on the flowers. It immediately lifted its foot. But a poor little plant had already been squashed. Nezu was so flustered its limbs went limp. Sorry. As it shifted slightly, a soft snapping sound was heard, which made it freeze in terror. Another tiny stem was crushed by Nezu. Green was so shocked his mouth fell open. His hand tightened so hard that the rake in his hand snapped in two. He cried, clutching his head in despair. No! Gentle rays of light filtered through the skylight of the house, passing through the lush green canopy. An embarrassed voice was heard. We're really sorry, Mr. Green. Lena approached, scratching his head in embarrassment, looking at Green, who was sadly wiping his tears. Lena, is that you? Still living as a mercenary because no one will hire you. He shouted angrily, What are you talking about, old man? I'm super popular, Green sniffed indignantly. As he spoke, Lena forced a smile. I'm the captain of the combat division. I get tons of commissions. Bringing up that old stuff in front of the chairman is super disrespectful. Green seemed unconvinced, frowning and asking chairman. He looked towards Seo Parker, Jen, and Nezu. His voice was hesitant, uncertain. Could it be that you are? Then his gaze focused solely on Seo. Are you the recently appointed chairman? Green's attitude changed instantly. He smiled kindly, approached to shake his hand, and introduced himself. I am Green's ear, though I can't help much. I am the caretaker of this research garden, Seo replied curtly. I am Seo. Green's grip tightened with each moment. Suddenly a voice echoed in Seo's mind. He was reading Green's thoughts. He was thinking, the ability to read minds. Green smiled cheerfully, his cheeks flushed red. He was overjoyed. Excellent. I want to know what those little seedlings are thinking. After reading his thoughts, Seo paused, looking a bit confused. A magnifying glass was brought close to Uhuru. Green suddenly cleared his throat. Both Parker and Seo stared intently at him. Parker asked worriedly, Mr. Green, how is Uhuru? Green frowned slightly, stammering. This is a bit difficult. He was surprised to hear that. Green observed Uhuru. He said, this cactus Uhuru has been very well cared for. He was a bit shocked, his expression a bit troubled. It's not lacking water or nutrients. On the surface, there's no problem. Parker found it strange. So why isn't it doing well? Then Green put a hand to his chin, his face pensive. I don't know, I'm not sure either. But it doesn't look very healthy. He quickly turned to ask for Seo's opinion. Chairman, may I lift it to check the roots? Suddenly a soft, whispering voice was heard. Roots. Green raised his eyebrows, not understanding where the voice came from. Uhuru on the table seemed to move slightly, making Green freeze. It continued to curse. Whose roots, my roots, seriously, you pervert? He yelled in terror, stumbling back. Good heavens! His face darkened, his voice stammering. Pervert! Don't call me that. One of them spoke up. Are humans always so surprised by common sense? Another one exclaimed indistinctly. It seems the cactus... Uhuru spoke annoyed. What are you looking at? First time seeing a talking cactus. This caused the top of his head to flush red as he scoffed coldly. Estio quickly tried to calm him down. Uhuru, stop it! He immediately obeyed. Got it. Estio reached out and patted Uhuru's head. He explained, you didn't seem normal, so I asked him to check on you. Uhuru asked, is that a doctor? Just then Green cleared his throat and slowly approached the table. Estio introduced him. A botanist. He is Green's ear. But Uhuru's attitude changed. He was excited yet still a bit skeptical. For real a botanist? Estio nodded. Yeah. Hearing that, Uhuru thought for a moment and then made a decision. He decisively lay on his side, revealing the bottom of his pot. From underneath, thick, strong roots poked out. You can look under the pot. Don't you know that pulling a plant out of the soil is brutal? Green gently lifted the pot to examine it. He lightly touched a root to check its health. Strong. After he was done, Uhuru shot right up. See? I'm just a little sleepy, otherwise I'm healthy. Green asked, sleepy? He crossed his arms on the table and stared at Uhuru. Hey, little friend. Just in case, how old are you? Uhuru suddenly became shy, pulling his 2 branches in as if to cover his cheeks. 200! The doctor laughed out loud. No way. This cactus is 200 years old. Uhuru was astonished. You don't believe me? He remembered the size of the others in his tribe. Compared to them, Uhuru was just a tiny thing in their midst. He added, to be precise, I'm older than that. It's just been 200 years since I became self-aware. In my tribe, I'm the smallest. Green's eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed, and he was choked with emotion. Good heavens. He jumped to his feet excitedly. Captain, this little friend is a rare plant species long thought to be extinct. The giant cactus species. Estio was slightly confused. What do you mean? Green imagined a massive cactus, standing tall in the middle of a desolate desert. On its top, a large flower was in full bloom. He couldn't stop rambling, uttering beautiful words. It's a giant flower. Beautiful in the middle of the desert, legend says, they take thousands of years to grow, but will bear the fruit of spirits. Uhuru quickly cut in. We're not extinct. My mother and relatives are still alive back home. Green replied, could it be? But Green couldn't take his eyes off Uhuru, smiling warmly. From what I know, the sleepy feeling that Uhuru is experiencing are the sleep cycles during its growth phase. He added, this is my first time seeing a giant cactus. I'm not entirely sure. Estio asked curiously, how long do the sleep cycles usually last? The scene shifted to another corner of the room, where 4 lush potted plants were neatly placed. Bryn's voice was heard. I need to do more research to know the details. I only know that giant cacti grow for thousands of years and have several long sleep cycles. He carefully instructed, this is the research garden at the association's headquarters. I'll have them take care of you until your sleep cycle ends. Get some rest. Uhuru replied dejectedly and bluntly, don't want to. Estio leaned in close to Uhuru. If you feel uncomfortable here, I can ask Sir Haiga Mobian. He's very powerful, so... Uhuru asked with a hint of sadness. Do I make you uncomfortable? Estio stiffened slightly. His mouth was set in a firm line, unsure how to respond correctly. Estio reached out to pat Uhuru's head. That's not it. It's just... He bluntly cut him off with a firm declaration. Estio, I don't want to sleep. I will never sleep. With that, he bowed his head, curling up in Estio's palm and nuzzling gently. His branch touched his hand lightly as if trying to hold on. His next sentence was kept to himself. Because I'm worried about you, Estio. A long while later, they all filed out the door. Green said, because he can still talk. And even move. I'm still not sure if it's okay or not, he advised, but refusing. Sleep could lead to health problems. Please keep this in mind. Estio understood his meaning and replied quickly, understood. Green looked at the silent cactus in Estio's hand. Even though plants are very simple, once you understand them, you'll know how complex and fragile they are, just like animals. An image of potted plants of various species and shapes, potted in different ways inside the house appeared. Bryn's voice continued. Habitat, size, gender, age, or even the shape of their leaves are characteristics that differ between them. He and Estio both looked at Uhuru simultaneously. He smiled. Although the fact that this little friend can talk is an advantage. Green lifted the black bag in his hand. I'm packing some nutrient soil. They will be useful. The doctor took the bag. Estio quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Suddenly, Green reached his hand and rummaged through his pocket. He added one more thing. He took out a tightly sealed glass bottle. Inside was a small scroll of paper. These are instructions from the Guildmaster for you. Estio was stunned when he saw the bottle. You knew I would be here? Green chuckled, scratching his temple lightly. Not at all, I was just informed before you arrived. Estio also took the bottle. He silently stared at the glass bottle in his hand. The sound of a gentle breeze and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Estio thought to himself, so I'm being watched. Seeing that he said nothing more, Green quickly waved his hand to explain. Please don't misunderstand. The Guildmaster is not intentionally doing this to you. It's just that the Guildmaster always cares about everyone. He repeated one word confused. Always. Green imagined an image of puppets tangled in strings. Above, there was a single hand that controlled them all. He added, she is a puppeteer. Compared to the number of dolls that appear in the light, the real number is probably up to 1,000. Parker leaned close to Estio's ear. He whispered, actually, it could be more than that. He added, because the dolls break quickly, she makes a lot of them. He took out the paper and silently read the contents. Exness Guild Guildmaster, security level, Guildmaster, location, Revital City Central Market, time limit. 30 minutes, order find Guildmaster K.A. I at the Central Market of Rivital City within the time limit. A reward will be given after finding her. The instructions will self-destruct after the time limit is reached. Find her quickly. Guildmaster K.A.A. I. The number 30, clearly printed on the paper, quickly changed to 29, signaling that 1 minute had passed. Lena suddenly leaned her head in to read. She put her hand on her chin, wondering magic ink. I wonder what time limit she set this time. When she saw the words clearly, Lena's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wait, not even 30 minutes. The time continued to tick by. Estio announced there are only 27 minutes left now. The paper clearly stated, to the Central Market 30-minute limit. Lena waved her hand dismissively. Oh, well, forget it. Estio asked, does it take a long time for you to get there? An image of residents of various professions, genders, and ages, jostling each other as they moved back and forth appeared. Lena elaborated. That's not it. The Central Market of Rivital is huge. There are 8 main roads from different directions, a complex system of alleys and a large crowd of people. Parker also chimed in. And most importantly, we don't know what the Guildmaster looks like, Lena agreed. Right. The Guildmaster usually communicates through her dolls. Parker also concurred. I think only the Vice Guildmaster has ever met the Guildmaster in person. Before he could finish his sentence, Estio hurriedly dashed past Parker at breakneck speed. The doctor panicked and called after him, Captain! Estio kept running headfirst. I'm going to the Central Market. Suddenly his feet stopped for a split second. Estio turned to face them. He expressed to Green, the plants in the garden are very grateful and fond of you. Green was stunned. He stammered, really? The vibrant yellow flowers basking in the sun were mentioned by Sio. The jingle plant behind you. He listed them all, even the flower that Nezu stepped on. Estio said sincerely, just as you want to listen to them. They also want to say that to you. Green gently placed his hand on his chest. He felt extremely touched. With that, Estio turned his back to leave again. Goodbye. The 4 people. They walked one after another through the bustling, crowded streets. Passers-by were led by Estio. Behind him were Neju, then Parker, Lena, and Jen. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Estio's face was grim. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek, all captured. His hand tightened around the rolled-up instruction paper. Estio was extremely tense. The sound of whispers, big and small, crowded his mind. This made Estio even more confused. If I want to find the Guildmaster in this sea of people, I have to read everyone's thoughts. Estio let out a heavy breath. Suddenly, something flashed by, as fast as lightning, leaving Estio stunned. The streams of people's thoughts kept murmuring in his ear. It's so hot. It's so crowded here. If I snatch this, no one will notice, right? From the inner thoughts of a pushy salesman to a harsh critique of a street food dish. Just looking doesn't cost anything. Come check out the goods. This grilled skewer is trash. Estio squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus all his concentration on the search. Just a little more. Suddenly, from deep within the alley, an echo reached him. He strained to make out each letter. A name flashed in Estio's mind. He was suddenly startled. Kai. Estio's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, a stream of blood flowed from his nose. Nezu worriedly said, "Estio, nosebleed." He wiped it away with his hand and reassured him, "It's nothing." Nezu cried out, "You're bleeding! How can you be okay?" But Estio didn't reply further. He stared thoughtfully into the space before him. Estio thought confidently, "Found her." Immediately, Estio dashed off in that direction. His abandoned teammates immediately called out, "Estio!" The stalls selling vegetables, lined up in a row, came into view. Estio's footsteps slowed slightly before coming to a complete stop. He was now standing in front of a stall selling various plants. A voice came from inside the stall. "Hello?" A blonde girl appeared. She smiled and gently placed a cardboard box on the table. "Do you want to buy some fruit?" The girl asked again. "Or are you buying for yourself?" Estio thought to himself, the Guildmaster's doll. Then he presented this note with the instructions, getting straight to the point. "I've come to find Guildmaster K. AI." The girl said nothing, the smile on her lips growing wider with each passing moment. But Estio was slightly confused, questioning himself. "She's not here, but I definitely just felt her." Suddenly, the light click of a pin clashing with something echoed clearly in Estio's ear. He was surprised, his eyes widening. A cute pink clip was placed in Estio's hair. He looked over, his mouth agape, catching sight of someone's small hands quickly moving away. She immediately spoke up. "Here's your reward for finding me, take it." Now she was sitting with her legs curled up on a wooden plank of the counter, facing Estio. He spoke up, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Guildmaster." Kai smiled and placed a hand on her chest, introducing herself. "I am Kai, Guildmaster of the Exnis Guild." Estio was slightly taken aback. "The Guild." Before he could finish his sentence, another loud shout immediately cut in, interrupting the conversation. Master Jen, laughing happily and excitedly, ran quickly towards them. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, "Master!" She smiled so happily that her cheeks unconsciously flushed pink. Both Parker and Lena were so shocked their jaws dropped. He said in a stammering voice, She's smiling." Then Jen quickly rushed forward and hugged Kai tightly. Estio now had a moment to introduce himself. "I am Estio, after wandering around, after leaving my homeland. The guild has been a great help to me. Though it's a bit late, I want to thank you." Kai reached out and stroked Jen's hair. The two girls were still hugging emotionally. Kai smiled and looked over at him, replying, "Good. The Exnis Guild is also indebted to you in no small way." Estio was slightly confused. "I'm a member of the Guildmaster." Kai suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise, then she smiled again. "I was wrong. The captain is an important member of Exnis. Thank you for enlightening me." Then Kai gently slid off the plank and stepped onto the floor. In an instant, Kai was standing opposite Estio. Her small frame looked up at Estio. "Do you have any questions?" "I have prepared everything, just waiting for you." He wondered, "Why did you appoint me to this position?" As soon as she heard this question, Kai suddenly clapped her hands. "Good question. This is also the reason I came to see you." She suggested to Stowe, "It's not good for outsiders to hear. Let's use the captain's specialty, shall we?" He was suddenly confused. "Specialty is?" Kai nodded slightly, showing her agreement with the thought in his mind. Estio stood silently in one spot, preparing to use his mind-reading ability. The space around him gradually darkened. In his ears, he heard faint rustling sounds from afar. At this moment, only the two of them were in that space. Kai began to speak. She spoke in a soft yet incredibly firm voice. "To protect you." Kai imagined people with special abilities. Then she continued, "Our guild was founded to help those with abilities. The wings of Ignis have protected many with abilities." She pointed her finger at Stowe. "Among them, the position of Guildmaster was created to protect you, because a long time ago..." Kai suddenly brought that finger to her lips. She gave a meaningful smile. "I once knew of a being with abilities exactly like yours." Estio was stunned by what he had just heard. Kai began to recount. "A long, long time ago, legend has it that the dragons left this world, but two remained." Estio asked anxiously, "Who are they?" She answered, "One is dead, and the other is the golden dragon Suhanan. You could call him the last dragon." Kai smiled slightly, her eyes still fixed on Estio as she concluded, "Until we learned about you." He was suddenly horrified. "Does that mean that person?" Kai warned Estio, "Stay away from Suhanan." She once again pointed directly at him. "I understand how you feel right now. You must want to meet him. However, you must never be curious or go looking for him. Do you understand? Suhanan does not know of your existence. If he knew another black dragon was in this world..." But Estio was completely silent when he heard the next sentence from Kai. "He would surely destroy you." An image of an ancient castle, hidden deep in the mountains and forests, appeared. She hadn't finished speaking. "Fortunately, Suhanan doesn't live in the Rebarazan Empire. We can't hide it forever. So I've decided to let him know that you are under the Empire's protection." "That would be better." Kai smiled slightly and then spread her hands. "Captain Estio, For those reasons, from now on I will accompany you. He suddenly clenched his fists. The scroll inside was crumpled and wrinkled. Why? Estio couldn't understand and immediately questioned, Am I worth it? I don't know what kind of being I am. Why would the guildmaster bet the entire association on me? Kai took a step closer to him. The ground beneath her feet was like water, circular ripples appearing. You still don't know your own worth. Kai smiled and added, However, remember one thing, I have never done anything that was not to my advantage. The smile on Kai's face grew warmer. It wasn't until they had left that space that Kai suddenly revealed, But you'll know the answer eventually. She smiled brightly and continued, Anyway, it seems like you still haven't fully understood what I said. Estio was deep in thought. His blue eyes stared intently at her. After a long moment, he still hadn't responded. Kai immediately turned to leave. Go back and rest. I'll allow it. When she turned back, Parker and Lena were suddenly startled. They quickly bowed low, showing their respect. As she said her farewell, her hand raised in a salute. I'll see you soon, Captain. A few days later, in a beautiful neighborhood nestled quietly in a valley, from a magnificent house a worried voice was suddenly heard. Sio has been asleep for several days now. But Nezu sat flat on the bed where Estio was still sound asleep. He sat facing Suki and asked sadly, What should we do? He turned his head to look at him. Should we wake him up? But Estio was still breathing evenly in his sleep. There was no sign that he would wake up soon. Suki wagged his tail continuously and then suddenly jumped up. He replied, On your bed, his large round eyes silently following his every breath. Suddenly, Suki looked towards Nezu, who was anxiously fidgeting behind him. Then he shook his head, signaling no. Nezu understood and just replied softly, Okay. Suki kept his eyes glued on Sko, his mind in turmoil. But if this continues, it's very dangerous. His gaze was distant and he was extremely hesitant. Who can help right now? One by one people appeared in Suki's mind. First were Lena and Parker. That meathead Lena definitely won't understand what I mean, so Avin would be a better choice. But as he thought that, he immediately turned his head away, still thinking to himself. Suddenly, right at this moment, Estio sat up. He looked at Suki and said, It's okay, Suki. The sky outside had now turned a sunset orange. Estio spoke up, Sorry for sleeping so long. Both Nezu and Suki hugged him tightly. Nezu's voice was sniffly. This is great. I thought you were going to sleep forever because you were sick. Ahuru also stood anxiously beside them. And I thought you were going to hibernate for me. Now it's all good. Nezu cried harder and harder. He blushed, not knowing how to handle the situation, but could only try to reassure them. I'm fine. Suddenly, Estio stood up abruptly and hugged Suki, causing Nezu to be startled. Estio! He reached out to grab his coat, but this action made Ahuru worry. He reminded him, Hey, the sun has already set. Where are you going? You're already late, so just keep resting. Estio casually replied, I'm going to find some food. Suki suddenly cut in, emphasizing, You have a fever. Suki asked again, Is it okay to do that? Estio suddenly stopped and looked down at Suki in his arms. He was suddenly stunned for a moment, his pupils constricting. From outside, a series of urgent knocks came from the door. Sio glanced towards the source of the sound. He went to open the door. Who is it? Suki quickly jumped down from his arms. It was Kai. She smiled brightly and held out a piece of paper towards him. There's a letter. But then, Kai suddenly stopped and was a little surprised when she saw Estio. At this moment, his face was flushed from a high fever, and he stared at her with his mouth agape. Kai was alarmed and lowered the hand holding the piece of paper under her coat. Looks like I came a little early, huh? She put the paper in her pocket. Let's not talk about work for now. Estio stammered slightly. The assignment, Kai. She immediately cut into his unfinished sentence, changing the subject. So where were you going? Estio put on his cloak and followed behind Kai. I want to go to the canteen. Kai replied cheerfully. Then let's go. The food there is the best. Following him were Nezu, who was holding Ahuru and Suki. She remembered the delicious-looking dishes at the canteen. Then she suddenly wondered, to be honest, I want to go there more often. But whenever I go there, I always attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Ahuru looked at Kai's sparkling clothes and replied, Do you want to know why? He didn't wait to be asked and said, Dress normally. She was confused. Is my outfit that strange? Ahuru answered firmly, Super weird. However, Kai just smiled and continued, But I can't change. He was curious. Why? She shrugged. Because this outfit is very expensive. Ahuru replied, Well, do whatever you like. He looked at Kai's flashy appearance and added, Besides, for a child, to dress like this attracts a lot of attention. People are always drawn to strange things. At the bustling cafeteria, the place was filled with endless whispers. Kai's voice rang out, Here, eat up. In front of them were heaping plates of food from bread and pasta to vegetables and soup all piled up like mountains. Estio was concerned. But I can't eat this much. She smiled and rested her chin on her hand, replying, I'm just telling you to eat a lot. I'm not forcing you to eat all of this. Kai looked over at Suki. Black cat, you too. Suki was annoyed inside his face, clearly scowling. Then Estio looked down at the food on the table and thought to himself, As expected, she knows a lot. He dipped his spoon into the soup bowl. A slight clinking sound was heard. Estio's mind was in turmoil. Golden Dragon Suhanan? He scooped up a spoonful of thin soup and thought to himself, I don't think this name simply comes from a color. Estio suddenly looked up and called out, Guildmaster. Kai was eating. She looked at him startled. Just call me Kai. I don't want my identity to be revealed if possible. Estio understood and continued to ask, Understood, Kai. How do you know about dragons? Kai suddenly burst out laughing. I was wondering what you were thinking about. Curious now, are you? Estio replied softly, yes. Kai, while holding chopsticks and flipping a grilled fish, added, It seems personal matters are weighing heavily on you, huh? She gently poked the fish with her chopsticks. Then holding one in each hand, she split the fish in two. There's no how here. The fish was quickly split apart, the bones skillfully and completely removed. Kai brought the plate of fish to Suki's front. She continued, It's just information. I've learned on my own throughout my long life. He stared at the plate of fish for a moment. Then he slapped the plate of fish away with his hand. He let out a small, dissatisfied cry. Nezu, who was eating a pastry next to him, spoke up. Suki doesn't like fish. Suki had already climbed onto Nezu's shoulder at some point. Kai replied, I thought cats like to eat fish, no. He calmly explained, That's just a stereotype. She seemed to understand and said, I see. Kai immediately used what just happened as an example. As you can see, even I have things I don't know. Kai poked her fork into the loaf of bread. Living a long time just means I've experienced more. So what I know about you could also be wrong. Suddenly her hand tightened. As if venting her anger, she stabbed the fork down hard. However, Kai's expression darkened, looking extremely dangerous. I am certain that the golden dragon Suhana is our enemy. She lifted the fork with the bread on it. Also, Kai forced a smile and announced to Stowe starting from, Tomorrow I plan to join the support team. He was slightly surprised. The team with Parker. Kai placed her fork on the table. Yes, to support you. Not as the guildmaster, but as Kai. Seo just replied with a single word without saying anything more. Understood. After finishing her business, Kai prepared to leave. She placed her hand on the doorknob and said goodbye. Enjoy, see you tomorrow. Nezu smiled and turned to look at Estio. Shall we finish eating too? He quickly declined. No, let's just eat slowly. We're going for a walk later. A long while later, it was dusk. The sky was dyed in the characteristic yellow and red of twilight. In a spacious courtyard, Estio, Nezu, Ahuru, and Suki were strolling together. This courtyard was special like a zoo. All sorts of animals lived together there. Monkeys were playing with a group of rabbits. A bear and a horse were drinking water from the same lakeshore. Below, a duck was swimming slowly. Estio witnessed this scene and suddenly felt it was strange. The same animal species can develop differently according to their environment. Suddenly, from below, a soft voice said, Hello? He instinctively looked down. He was suddenly stunned to discover that the voice came from a cute little raccoon. Estio looked at it in confusion and asked with a raised eyebrow,